So hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto and Issei were close siblings? Movie. Okan-san, said a small girl about 4 years old as she looked at her mother, who was sitting in a chair as she watched her beautiful daughter run towards her. Yes, Rias-chan, what happens? She asked as she looked at her little daughter. The girl was embedded in her mother's arms while looking into her eyes. Oka-san, Ani-san is being mean to me again, she said as she looked away from her mother to her named brother. Both women saw a red-haired boy of the same age as the girl. The boy had long hair tied in a small ponytail. The woman looked at her second son, who was the older of the two, with a smile on her face. XXXX-kun, why are you bothering Rias-chan? What have I said about bothering your younger sister, young man? Said the woman while pretending to be upset with the boy, which was impossible for her. She could never be bothered with none of her children, since she loved them too much for that. The boy stood in front of his mother and his sister. He looked at both of them with his light blue eyes, different from his sister who had blue-green eyes. I did not do anything to upset Rias, Oka-san, she's just lying. Rias shook her head as she looked at her brother. That's a lie, Oka-san. The one who is lying is the one, she said while sticking her tongue out at her older brother. The woman only smiled at the behavior of her younger children, which was common for them. Quiet, Rias-chan, and tell me what it is that XXXX-kun is bothering you, she said with a beautiful smile on her face. The girl nodded as she looked at her mother. Oni-san said that he did not want to marry me when he is big. He says that because we are brothers we cannot get married when we are older, she said as she made a small pout in her. The boy saw how her sister's cheeks they inflated and made her look like a small tomato. The red-haired baron knew that if he told his sister that he looked like a tomato while making that pot, he would be chased by her while trying to destroy him with his power of destruction. Is that true, XXXX-kun? You said that to your sister, she asked while her eldest son nodded. Yes, Oka-san, I said that to Rias, the Redeed said as he crossed his arms. She must understand that we are both brothers and that could not happen. His mother just smiled as she looked at him. At the young age of 4 years the Redeed was a very intelligent and powerful boy. She could say with certainty that there was not a child of the age of his son who exceeded it in strength and intelligence. XXXX-kun, you must understand that we are demons. For our society, it is not uncommon for members of the same family to get tired among themselves. In fact, many demons do it to keep the blood of their family pure. In addition, there are only a few demons who see this type of relationship as forbidden, said the woman, making the girl smile. Once, Oni-san, we can get married and nobody would say anything, or maybe you do not love me, he said as he put a sad face. His blue-green eyes were a little watery, giving signal to the Redeed that she was about to cry. The Redeed's eyes opened when he saw the sad look on his sister's face. He never liked to see his sad sister. He always did everything possible to see his sister happy and smiling. He always protected her from anyone who tried to bother or offend her. He always ended up hitting someone just because he thought they had seen his sister wrong. No, Rias, I love you very much and I do not want to see you sad, so do not be. Please smile, he said quickly. Rias' gaze changed quickly. A mischievous smile appeared on her face. Coming out of her mother's arms, she ran and hugged her brother tightly. See, I knew you loved me, Oni-san, so why cannot we get married? And Aka-san said it's possible. The Redeed just sighed as he was embraced by his sister. He knew it would be impossible to uncover with her about that. The truth is that he not only wanted her as a sister, he loved her much more than a sister, but he would not admit it because he knew that many demons would make fun of him, which he could bear, but he would not bear that someone makes fun of his sister or any member of his family. He knew that many demons like to make fun of the demons that married between family. They have the mania to make fun of them, calling them aberrations, ensues, and among other things. There was a time that he discovered a group of children making fun of his sister because they heard her say that she would marry him. After he finished with them, they all needed help to be able to walk back home. But no one dared to do anything against his or her sister for fear of their father, or even worse, to their older brother. The woman was smiling as she watched her youngest daughter hug her brother. She knew that her son cared a lot about her sister and that he did not say all that seriously. The smile disappeared slowly when she remembered that even if her children love each other more than brothers, that was something that could not happen. Not with the arranged commitment that both had with members of different families. Families that will do almost everything possible to see how both commitments are fulfilled. But of the two commitments, the one that gave her the most pain and the one that most filled her with anger was the commitment of her daughter because of the person with whom she had to get married. 10 years later, a teenage boy of about 14 was walking through the hallways of a large house. The boy had an annoyed look on his face as he walked through the corridors of the big house. The more he walked, the more he remembered what his parents had told him just a few minutes ago. The young man left his memories when he reached his destination. He stood in front of a large door made of the most powerful wood that was in the underworld. He looked at the beautiful door for a few seconds. After that he raised his leg before parting it and destroying it. The 14-year-old boy entered the room, which was a large office. The office was full of books of all types and sizes. The office also had a mahogany desk with a chair behind and 2 chairs at the back. Behind the desk, sitting on a chair, was a young man appeared very similar to him. Like him, the man had long red hair, unlike his hair was loose and not tied in a ponytail, and also unlike the man had eyes the same color as his sister. This man was none other than Surzich's Lucifer, the Red Satan, and the strongest man in the entire demon society. He was sitting at his desk while finishing some documents. He did not even flinch when the door of his office was destroyed. He knew that the boy was going to his office, and he also knew that he would not be in a very good mood. Finished his documents, he looked up and looked at the boy in front of him. "You know that's not the way to enter your elder brother XXXX Kun's office," the Redeed said as he looked at his younger brother. "Fuck the way to get Oni-sama," he said, surprising his brother a bit by his strong language. The younger Redeed frowned as he looked at the other. "I just want to know why. Why did you do Oni-sama? Why did you arrange a marriage between Rias and Riasur Phoenix?" he asked as he watched his older brother. The man looked at his brother before crossing his arms over his desk. It was something that had to be done. XXX Kun. The contract was established for the heir of the house Gremory to marry the third son of the house Phoenix. If the heir, and that heir is me, I am the heir of the great house Gremory, not Rias. That's why the contract belonged to me, and not to her like that. Why did you change me? Me, poor Rias, asked the angry as he watched his older brother. The man nodded as he looked at the boy in front of him. "It is true that you are the heir of the Gremory house, but you are a baron. Well, Rias may not be the heir of our family, but she was born as a female, so the contract happened to her immediately," she said as she looked at her brother was trembling a little. The younger of the two clenched his fist as he looked at the other. "Lord and Lady Phoenix had another child a couple of years ago, and she's a girl. You could give her the contract so I could marry her when she was older, and so Rias would not have to marry Razor. You know that Razor is a womanizer, narcissistic and egomaniac. You also know that Rias hates him with every fiber of his being. I just passed by Rias' room and found her crying Surzich's. Rias had never cried before, brother. No, until he was informed of his commitment to Razor. You know that Rias hates him so much, so explain to me, because in the name of the first Lucifer, you did something like that." Surzich's Lucifer's gaze remained impassive and calm as he looked at his younger brother. "You're right, little brother, Lord and Lady Phoenix had a daughter, but even if the commitment cannot be moved, also you are already committed to the heiress of the house Citri, and that cannot be changed, and even if I do not like it, I cannot do anything to annul it either. So Race and Razor's commitment is final, not even our parents can do anything to stop it." The younger Redeed turned around angrily to get out of the office. When he got to where the door was before it was destroyed, he stopped and looked at his older brother. "Sona and I already talk about that, and she is willing to marry me when she is ready. She also knows my feelings for Rias, and she said that she did not care as long as I loved her too, so I want you to know that I will not sit idly by while I see how my only sister suffers. If you are not willing to stop this, then I will do it myself. And I do not care if I have to destroy the whole Phoenix family for that, but I will not let Rias marry Razor, and if you stand in my way I will also destroy you." Oni-sama, said the Redeed with his eyes full of hatred and anger. He had never hated anyone so much as he was hating his older brother right now. "Also the brother party," said as if he were spitting the poison of a basilisk. The little Redeed went down the hall to an unknown address. The older Redeed stared at his younger brother's back until he disappeared from the hallway. When his brother was out of his sight, he sighed heavily. He knew that his younger brother would be upset when he found out about the engagement of Rias and Racier. He also knew that they both wanted much more than brothers. If by him were none of the two commitment contracts would exist. But he could not do anything. The Gremory family had an outstanding debt with both families that could not be denied. And once the compromise between the Gremory and the Citri was nullified when he and Seraphil were chosen. But unfortunately for both of them, he had fallen in love with another woman who ended up being his wife and the mother of his young son. That's why when both the family knew that their mother Venelana would have a female and a baron, they decided to pass the contracts to them. So when the children were born, the family decided to let them grow together so that they get to know each other. When the heirs of the house Citri and Gremory were old enough to understand, they were informed of the commitment contracts. Fortunately for both families, both heirs were born with a mind superior to that of any of their age, and that led them to mature at a young age, making the parents' work was much easier for them. After both heirs knew about the contracts, they completely agreed with him and they never refused, since both had grown up together and had feelings for each other since they met for the first time. But in the case of Rias was totally deferential. She from the first day she met Razor despised him for his arrogance and for the way he treated others, as if they were all his slaves and he was the king and owner of the world. So both families had decided to wait a while to tell Rias about the commitment and see if his opinion of Razor changed, but unfortunately the thing was not. As over the years the relationship between Rias and Razor, instead of improving the relationship, worsened to the point that the Redeed did not like to hear the name of the heir Phoenix and much less be in his presence. To make things worse, Rias became enraged and saddened when she learned that she was engaged to Razor. Surzich's stared down the hallway where his brother went before returning to do his job with a sad look on his face. 5 years later. A young man of about 19 was standing on a large, high hill. In front of him was a large and elegant mansion, which was full of people who were celebrating some kind of party. In the middle of it all, you could see a blonde boy next to a beautiful young redhead who had a sad look on his face. The man was dressed in black pants, covering his chest was a white t-shirt under one of a black jacket. The boy had a transparent lenses on his face, which protected some beautiful blue eyes. In his right ear, there was a small red earring with a symbol of the Gremory house on it. His hair was blood red which was tied on his back. Behind the man you could see more people. One of the people behind him approached a red-haired boy who was seeing the red-haired girl inside the mansion, which was being presented as if it were some kind of prize or steak of the best meat that exists. The man could not believe how low his species had fallen. He knew that they were better than many other species, but what he was seeing in front of him told him otherwise. "Tell me, Rin, how or when was our species called so low?" he said while looking at the girl in front of him. "How is it that a species that claims to be better than human beings behaves like them? How our species can be so cruel to sacrifice the happiness and well-being of a girl, just to fulfill a foolish promise to a family and everything so, to keep the blood pure," he said as the boy behind him kept silent waiting for him to finish talking. The boy behind the danger just stared at his leader while he was silent. The boy's name was Rin Akumura. Rin has messy dark blue hair that extends up to her eye level. She has pale skin, and her eyes are torn blue intense color. Rin wore a simple blue hooded sweatshirt over a pink t-shirt and black jeans with chains on the sides, giving the impression of a rebellious character. He also had black fingerless gloves. In his hand was a sword which he called the Kurikara. The Kurikara is a one-edged sword, its blade is traditional gray. The handle of the Kurikara is the classic handle of a normal katana, with ribbons or amulets tied at the end of it. The color of the pot of the Kurikara is blue, similar to that of the mango, has several colorful elements, making it a very striking katana. Rin is the only gentleman in the nobility of the red-haired boy, because to resurrect him the 2 pieces of Redeed Knight were needed. Both boys heard someone shouting that Ria's Gremory's virginity belonged to him. The Redeed's eyes narrowed dangerously behind their transparent lenses. Rin saw the look of his leader, and a smile appeared on his face. "I think it's about time we introduced ourselves, Naruto," he said, while saying the name of the Redeed for the first time since they both reached that hill. Naruto nodded as he raised his right hand. "Yes, I think it's time for hell to know that the King of Destruction is back." In the Redeed's hand formed a blackish red ball. The Redeed crushed the ball that formed in his hand. The ball it was compressed for a second until it turned into a 3-meter spear. The Redeed raising his hand and throwing it back before throwing it into the mansion. The throw destroys the window where he was seeing all the people. The spear fell in the middle of a group of people that had formed around the Redeed. The group was formed by the Redeed who was being shown as a trophy, a blonde boy with arrogant face who was dressed in a suit of white. Among the group were also a boy dressed in some kind of school uniform. Next to him there was also a red-haired man whom many could recognize as the Demon King Lucifer. Naruto saw how the spear exploded in the middle of the group. He also saw that everyone could jump by the time before being affected by the dangerous spear he had thrown. As soon as he saw that everyone could get out unharmed, he turned and looked at all those who accompanied him. "You wait here, Rin, and I will take care of all this." All those who were in front of the blonde nodded, and both boys disappeared. Inside the mansion minutes before, the great hall of the Phoenix house was full of many demons who were invited to celebrate the engagement between Ria's Gremory and Razor Phoenix. Among the guests was Sona Citri with her queen Tsubaki Shinran. Also among the guests was the rest of the nobility of Ria's Gremory and many demons of important noble houses. Everyone present heard the squeak of a bird. After the squeak calmed, a small column of was appeared, and from it came Razor Phoenix dressed in a white suit. Renowned nobles of the underworld. The Phoenix family feels honored with their side and presence tonight. You were invited to this historic moment where I, Razor Phoenix and the heir of the Gremory family, Ria's Gremory, will formally announce our commitment, he said, while making everyone look at him, especially the members of the Ria's nobility, who were not happy with what they were seeing. "Without further ado, let me introduce you to the beautiful Ria's Gremory," he exclaimed as he stretched out his arms and a magic circle appeared. The circle had the emblem of the Gremory house, and the second heir of the Gremory house came out. As soon as Ria's appeared, the doors that connected the hall to the hall and the whole house was opened. Everyone present turned to see the person who had just arrived. Ria's eyes opened when he saw that it was his only pawn, issei. She exclaimed when she saw her pawn standing at the door. Behind the chestnut boy were the unconscious bodies of barge guards of the Phoenix house. Razor stands in front of Ria's while looking at the brown boy, the same boy he had beaten during the qualifying game he had against Ria's. "How do you dare to enter?" Razor could not finish what he was saying because he was interrupted by issei. "I am Issei Haidu, a member of the Ku Academy's Research and Occult Club," he exclaimed as he showed all his booster gears. "And the virginity of my president Ria's Gremory Sama belongs to me." All the demons present were surprised at the boy's bold statement. Even Ria's herself blushed at the declaration of her pawn. She could not believe that Issei came here after what had happened, and much less could believe what he was saying in front of so many important people. She could feel like all the demons, along with her brother and friends, looked at her because of what said the redeed. Her gaze crossed for a few seconds with that of her best friend Sona Citri, and she saw how the girl in glasses shook her head in disagreement with what the boy with brown hair had said. What? How dare you say that when Riaz is engaged to me? Razor asked angrily. Guards, finish him, he said, and quickly a group of guards appeared to get rid of the annoyance that bothered his master so much. Issei was about to attack the guards who were surrounding him, but, luckily for him, all the guards they were stopped when their companions of Nobleza were sent to help him. One by one he was in charge to finish with all the guards that were in the room, making that his companion smiled. The chaos and lack of control ran throughout the room, thanks to all the fights and disorder that were causing the members of the nobility of Riaz. Some nobles tried to get away as much as possible from the peels to avoid being injured. A fat man the redeed after a spear from one of the guards, nearly tore her head off. Riaz don't know what does this mean. The little show that I prepare, said a voice that appeared in front of Riaz and Racier. All the fight stopped when they recognized the owner of the voice. Oni-sama, Riaz said, surprised to see one of her two older brothers. Razor bowed a little before his leader before speaking. Surziches-sama, what do you mean by a little show? Asked a third son of the noble house Phoenix. The Mayu smiled a little when he saw the boy in front of him. Razor-kun, it was very interesting to watch the raiding game, but to fight against my younger sister who has no experience and who also had half of her pieces was, well, he finished while leaving the meaning of his words in the air. Razor's gaze changed to one of anger as he looked at his leader. The man was saying in a few words that his fight was not something to his liking and it was not very fair for his sister. Do you have any complaints about the fight? He asked as he tried to contain the desire he had to want to hit his leader in the face. No way. If I had it, the raiding game would become useless and pointless, not to mention that the circumstances involved this time, it would be that my old family were ashamed, he said as he closed his eyes for a second, and a small image of his younger brother came to his. Since the small argument that both he and his family had lost contact with him, no one had been able to find him. Even his own mother spent a year looking for him and never found him, and after his little fight the redeed was Wirajuka and set retirement of evil Pisa, and then left the underworld without even saying goodbye to his mother. Forgetting a bit the past, Surziches concentrated on the present. I wanted something interesting for my little sister's engagement party, he said as he turned his gaze from Razor to his sister's pawn. You the kid over there, I wanted to see for myself the power of the dragon that you have, so I asked Grafia to fix all this, he said, while the woman appeared mysteriously beside him. Everyone was surprised when they heard what their leader had said. Razor's angry face had changed to one of arrogance when he understood what his leader wanted to do. I see, so that's it, he said as he looked at the man in front of him. Surziches nodded as he looked at Issei. Dragon against Phoenix, a clash between legendary powers holders, would make this party very interesting, do not you think? He asked no one in particular. Suddenly the Lucifer's eyes opened when he felt something coming at full speed towards them. Everyone run. As soon as he said that, a blackish-red spear landed in the middle of them all, and only 2 seconds later it exploded. The whole room was covered with an intense red light, smoke, debris, and screams could be heard from everyone present. Seconds later everything calmed down. The eyes of Surziches Lucifer were the first they saw and recognized one of the two figures that appeared after the explosion. So you have returned home at Taudo, he said, surprising everyone. All those present looked up to see if what their leader had said was true. When they did, none of them could prevent their eyes from filling with surprise, because in front of them was Naruto Gremory, the second son of Lord and Lady Gremory. Same high-class demon who had disappeared 5 years ago without saying anything to anyone, including his own family. For years many looked for the redeed, but no one could ever find him. No matter where they searched he never appeared, and many began to believe that he was dead. Of all those who were completely surprised, but no one could get over Riaz, the redeed had her eyes open until she could not. The happy cries began to come out of their greenish-blue orbs, the happy grimaces of seeing again her brother after 5 long years where she had never heard from him. Then Naruto Oni-san, she said, calling the attention of the blonde. The redeed's eyes changed quickly when she saw his brother's blue eyes. His eyes were no longer warm and full of joy and affection, as when he looked at her before when they were children. Now his look was full of hatred and contempt. Do not you dare call me Gremory like that, said the redeed while looking at his younger sister. Riaz took a step back as if she had been hit in the face by a large mallet. The tears of joy and happiness were replaced by tears of pain and suffering. Upon hearing the hard words of her brother, he had never spoken to her about that. She had not given him a look like the one he was giving her, let alone called her by her last name. But Oni-sama, I told you not to call me Gremory, you lost the right to call me that, for you am just Gremory-sama or Naruto-sama. The redeed's heart broke when she heard her brother say those things. She fell to the floor while the tears came out uncontrollably from his eyes. Akeno along with the other members of the Ria's nobility approached her. The black-haired girl hugged her friend to comfort her while looking at the Redeed with a bit of hatred in his eyes for the way he was talking to his own sister. You do not think that's a very cruel way to talk to your younger sister Naruto-kun, Surzucha said as he looked at his younger brother. Naruto's hateful gaze went to his older brother who remained unperturbed despite the look of the younger Redeed. The Redeed was about to say something but stopped when he felt someone was taking him for the man. Hey you, I do not know who you are or who you believe, but I will not let you talk to Ria's butcher like that said Issei as he turned and looked at the Redeed directly in the eyes. Issei Nuo? Shouted Yuudo and Kaneko but it was too late. Naruto saw the boy who was touching them. The Redeed turned quickly and hit Issei directly in the face. The blow was so strong that it sent the chestnut to crash against a wall after knocking down tables. Never in your life you touch me again, Naruto said while looking at the boy who was trying to get up from the floor. Razor smiled at the way Naruto had treated his sister's pawn. The Phoebex approached the Redeed and placed his hand on his shoulder just as he had done the other boy. It's good to see you after so much time Naruto, I also see that you keep putting the garbage in its place. Naruto raised his right hand and pointed it at the center of Razor's chest. A dark purple sphere formed in his palm and he shot out quickly and hit the members of the Phoenix family when he was sent to squeeze against a wall just like Brown. Do not ever talk to me like we were any kind of Phoenix friends, for me the only rubbish here is you and all who support this false he said as he lowered his hand and looked at everyone around him. Some of the demons cringed when the look the Redeed fell on them. Quickly the members of the Razor nobility raced towards their fallen leader and helped him to get off the ground. Razor-sama is fine. Asked a girl with cat ears, the girl's eyes filled with hate and she looked at the Redeed. You dare to do that to Razor-sama. She along with all her nobility companions ran towards Naruto with the intention of making him pay for what he did to his leader. The Redeed saw how they all ran towards him, so he unleashed half of all his power. Quickly all the demons except Surzucha's, Grafia and Rin, fell to the ground when they felt an incredible pressure on them. The pressure exerted by the release of half of Naruto's power was causing everyone to begin to sweat. Many were breathing hard while others were lying on the floor unconscious. The members of the Razor nobility were terrified when they saw the Redeed's gaze. The look that he was giving him made them feel that they were in the presence of the same death. All were scared and terrified, they were all afraid for their lives. One after another they began to fall unconscious, unable to bear the pressure exerted by the great power of the Redeed on them. See how much power Kaneko thought as he looked at his leader's brother. She never thought Naruto would become even stronger than the last time she saw him. When he was still in the Gremory house he always treated her well, and she always gave him sweets while she stroked his head. She felt devastated when she learned that he had left without even saying goodbye to her. But Naruto-sama became so powerful. So much power, this is so overwhelming thought Akeno as the sweat ran down his forehead. The brunette was sweating and getting more and more excited. The pressure exerted by the power of the young heir was making her aroused as never before had done nothing or nobody. Even the biggest torture that she had applied to a vagabond demon had put her like that. She would have to take a good bath and take off her underwear since she was all wet and not from the sweat that ran through her body. Then Naruto-sama, please stop, Kiba said as he looked at Naruto. The knight's breathing was very irregular and he was about to lose consciousness. Naruto looked at Rias blonde knight. He and the boy always got along when he was still in the earthly world. Feeling that someone was touching him, the Gremory looked and saw that it was his knight, who shook his head while looking at him. Naruto took a deep breath for a second and all his power disappeared. All those who are still aware began to breathe well again, relieved that the Redeed finally calmed down. Naruto looked at his brother in front of him. Both red-haired men stared. Naruto raised his hand and pointed his palm towards his brother, just as he had done with Razor. A sphere of destruction was formed in the hand of the boy. Before Naruto could shoot the sphere against his brother, Grafia stood in front of him. Move Grafia, he said as he looked at his brother's wife. The silver-haired woman shook her head as she watched the Redeed in front of her. I cannot do that Naruto-sama, as leader of the house crushes Gremory, I cannot allow anything to happen to my lord, she said in her quiet stoic voice. I am the heir and leader of the Gremory family, Grafia, for which it is your duty to obey my orders, so move now, I do not want to hurt you, he said. He was very fond of and appreciated the woman in front of him because she was one of the women who raised him along with his mother. Every time his mother was a bit exhausted, she always stayed with him and Rias. She too is the mother of his only nephew whom he loved and pampered a lot while he was still at home. Because of that he did not want to attack her. He did not want his nephew to bother with him if he attacked his mother. He knew that the boy would be furious with him for disappearing for 5 years. 5 years where he never called or congratulated on his birthday. It is true that you are the heir and future lord of the Gremory house. So as the queen of Lucifer-sama, my duty is to protect him from any threat, including you Naruto-sama too, he said as his gaze went cold and unleashed a little of his power. Silver looked red for what seemed like an eternity. None were willing to turn back. Everyone could feel how the temperature dropped slowly due to the power of the woman who was known as one of the most powerful women in the whole underworld. Naruto sighed as he made his power disappear. The ape would dare to hurt the wife of his brother, who was the mother of his little nephew whom he loved very much. Grafio also calmed down as he made his power disappear. The temperature slowly returned to normal, and many demons sighed happily that both did not decide to fight. They did not want to be in the middle of a fight where two of the most dangerous powers of the underworld untie. Surziches also sighed as he disappeared a sphere of destruction that he had created in his right hand. He was ready to attack the younger Redeed. If he said to lay a hand on his wife, he would not kill his brother, of course. After everything, if he did it, his mother would never forgive him if he left it to live clear. Moving his wife aside, he stood in front of his rebellious brother. You have become very powerful, Naruto-kun. I also see that you have got very strong allies. Well, Surziches spoke. Naruto just stared at him without saying anything. It seems you are not very talkative today, but I'd like to ask you a question. Which is, what are you doing here at Taudo? Naruto stared at his brother for a few seconds before answering. I already told you the last time we saw each other. I will not let this wedding go ahead no matter who gets in my way, and anyone who dares to interpose will be destroyed by me, and that also includes you, Surziches, he said. Well, everyone was amazed by his statement and his lack of respect for his leader. Surziches was about to say something, but was interrupted by Issei, who had recovered from Naruto's incredible show of power. Fear, I do not care if you're Butch's brother or not, but I'll kick your ass for talking to you like that, he said, as he looked at Naruto furiously. The fireball happened a few millimeters from Naruto's face. The Redeed looked at Rasizer, who had recovered completely from the attack of the Gremory and his show of power. Stop the commitment, you say. To do that you'll have to pass over me. I already beat your sister, and I was also about to beat that boy, but I changed my mind. I'll finish you, and then I'll get married with Rias, Razor said while watching the Redeed. Naruto looked at both boys in front of him, pointed his hands at each of them. A ball of destruction was created on both palms. Before he could attack, both spheres were destroyed by Lucifer. Naruto looked at his brother, who was smiling at him. I see that the three of them have a lot of energy and a lot of desire to face each other, so why did not they send the three of them to a place where they can face each other freely and without anyone interrupting them? What do they say, Racier-kun, Issei-kun, Naruto-kun? He asked as Riaser and Issei nodded. Naruto just stared at his brother before looking at Rias. Both brothers looked into each other's eyes. The third heiress of the Gremory house shuddered when her brother's eyes were looking at her with hatred and contempt. She could also see the sadness and betrayal in them. Next to that, she could also see much regret in the eyes of the Redeed. Do what you want, said the Redeed after removing his eyes from his sister. Well, I'll send the three of you to a place where you can fight freely, he said as he created a transport circle. Ria's eyes widened in shock when she saw Issei being transported with his brother and Racier, so he could fight. Issei Nuo. She shouted as she tried to stop the brunette. Unfortunately, she could not make it in time. She looked at her older brother, who had created portals so that everyone could see the fight. Oni-sama, please stop this. We cannot let Issei fight Razor and Naruto Nai-san. Surziz shook his head as he looked at the Redeed. There is nothing that I can do, Rias. Both Naruto and Issei-kun came with the sole intention of stopping this commitment. Well, Razor-kun will do everything possible for this to take place, so there is nothing what can be done to prevent these three from fighting, he said as he looked away from his brother towards his younger brother. But what worries me is the behavior of Naruto. The change a lot since he left home 5 years ago. You only saw the way he talks to you and how he looks at me. It's as if he hated us both. Ria's eyes opened. She thought that she was the only one who saw that in her brother, but she was wrong. Her heart began to ache with just imagining that her brother hated her, thinking that made her suffer a lot. Since that she began to have the ability to love her beloved brother. She always loved him more than a sister should love a brother. She always liked to sleep in his bed with him, play with him and spend everything time together. When she found out about the compromise between her brother and her best friend, she became angry with Sona to such an extent that she told him that if she did not cancel her engagement with her brother, she would never talk to him again. Her anger increased further when Sona said not to cancel it because she also loved her brother. Hate and sadness took hold of her when her friend said that. She strolled into her room where she cried for hours. She cried until her sleep, but never said anything to anyone. But one day everything changed. Her brother, she had noticed a distance between her and her best friend, so he pulled her at two and put her to talk. She did not want to admit that the reason why she stopped talking with Sona was because of jealousy, but unfortunately for her brother did not let her go until she did not reconcile. After 3 hours of silence, she confessed everything, and her brother, he had said that he would not cancel his contract with Sona. He also told her that even if he is committed to the Arasitri, he would still love her no matter what. When she heard that, she became very happy and hugged her brother and her best friend. Her happiness was so great that she ended up giving her first kiss to her brother, to Sona's consternation. The Arasitri did not want to be left behind and also kissed her fiancé, which led the girls to a competition of which one kisses the blonde more. When it was over, all three of them ended up red for everything they had done. The Redeed left his thoughts when she noticed something she had not seen. She noticed that among all the people who had been invited, there was someone she did not see at first. You're a member of the nobility of Naruto Oni-san? I ask as I look at the blue-haired boy who was leaning against a wall while watching the fight that was about to begin. Rin looked at the girl who had spoken without much interest in his eyes. That's right, I am the knight of Naruto, my name is Rin Okumura. I am Ria's Gremory sister. Lose, he said as he interrupted her. I know who you are, Ria-san. Naruto told us a lot about his family, and about you too, he said, making her surprised a little. Then you know why he is acting like this, because he is so aggressive and full of hate against Oni-sama and me. Rin's gaze changed completely from disinterest to one of mild anger. You should know the reason why Naruto is like that, after all it's your fault that he is behaving that way. Rias was confused or was about to say something, but Rin did not leave her. It's not that I do not want to talk to you, Ria-san, but fight is about to begin, he said as he turned his gaze from the reed to the portal where he could see his leader and his two opponents. Naruto stared at his two opponents in front of him with a look of disinterest on his face. All three of them were placed in a triangle formation. Lies looked at each other. Razor had changed clothes at some point from transport to this dimension. The dimension where the three were looked like an old fighting coliseum. At each one of the corner was a different piece of chess. Issei was looking at his opponent's lies with an arrogant smile on his face. But you will solve this in 10 seconds, and then we'll go home, he said as he gave a look full of hatred to both boys in front of him, especially Naruto who had a look of disinterest behind his glasses. And it'll put all my foot so deep in your ass that you spit it out of your mouth, it'll make you regret everything you said about Butchu. Naruto raised one eyebrow as he looked at the boy. 10 seconds you say, I think 10 seconds will not be enough to beat me. Razor, who heard the statement from the brown-haired boy, could not help but laugh at what he said. Ha 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 ha, 10 seconds. Then it'll shut your imprudent mouth in 5 seconds, so you never open it again, Razor said as he took out his wings of fire and went flying. The member of the Phoenix family created 2 fireballs in his hands and threw them at both opponents. Issei jumped towards the sides to be able to dodge the ball of fire that was thrown towards him. While Razor was in the air, he never noticed when Naruto disappeared, much less when he appeared in front of him, not until it was too late. The eyes of the third son of the House Phoenix opened when his opponent appeared in front of him. Naruto clenched his fist tightly and hit Razor in the face, sending him quickly to crash to the ground. The reed remained in the air thanks to his black wings. Looking towards the place where he had sent his opponent, he saw that he had started to get up. Moving his wings a little bit, he disappeared in a sound explosion and disappeared, and it seemed behind a surprised Razor, who had managed to stand up. Moving his hand in a quick movement from left to right, the reed cut Razor's head cleanly. Grabbing the decapitated body Phoenix, the reed threw him towards Issei, and hitting on the face with he. Snapping his fingers, 2 magic circles appeared on Issei and the mutilated body of Razor. Both circles fired a great shock of electric magic, which electrocuted the chestnut and the body of Razor. The heir of the Gremory house disappeared his wings and raised his hands and pointed them towards the 2 boys. Issei and a newly recovered Razor saw how 2 balls of destruction were heading in their direction, so they jumped so as not to be destroyed. Falling at a safe distance from the reed, Issei took a moment to breathe. The fight had barely a few seconds since it had started, and he was already a little tired. Fighting both boys would be a little more complicated than he thought, but I still could not back down, not now, so taking a second breath he spoke. Butchu, give me permission to use the promotion, he said as he began to run towards Naruto, who he knew was the more dangerous of the 2. Queen promotion. He shouted as he approached the reed. Issei threw his right fist with all his strength, with the intention of breaking the face of his opponent, but he never expected what happened. Naruto caught the boy's fist easily. Twisting him, he made the chestnut scream in pain. Using his free hand, Naruto hit the boy in the throat and then released him. Issei took a step back while grabbing the affected area. The blue-eyed boy stood in front of the chestnut and hit him on the right side, causing the boy to bend to a certain beaten side and expose his other side. Using almost all his forces, Naruto hit the left side of Issei, breaking a couple of ribs and causing him to release a large amount of blood through his mouth. Taking a quick turn, Naruto hit the boy in the face and sent him to the stands of Colosseum, destroying everything with what the Choco. Razor appeared behind Naruto ready to hit him in the head. I hope he turned before he could do it and crossed his chest with his hand. The reed's hand had crossed the boy in front of him a few millimeters from where he was standing. Heart, creating a sphere in his other hand, he hit Razor in the face and destroyed his head again, throwing Razor's body aside. The reed spoke. Is that all? Is that all they have? He asked as he looked at both boys lying on the floor. Because if that's the case, you do not even serve to warm up. If I had known what it would end like this, I would not have bothered to come and waste my time with you. He spoke. Lies crossed his arms and frowned a little. Issei stood up slowly while spitting blood in the process. The blows of the reed really hurt him. He could feel his body begging him to stay on the floor, but he could not. The future of his leader depended on him. I have not finished yet, he said as he got up completely. I may not have a great skill with a sword like Kiba, the great strength of Kaneko-chan, or the amazing magic abilities of Akeno. I do not have a great healing ability like Asia either. But even so I will become the strongest pawn, and if it's for you but you would even kill God, so shine over boost. He shouted as he leaped into the air. Naruto stared at everything with a calm look on his face. He saw how the boy stayed suspended in the air before he started talking again. Wells dragon, overboost. QQQ the Redeed heard a strong and powerful voice that came from the boy's boosted gear. Before the eyes of all the body of the pawn began to shine with an intense red light before an armor, it will begin to form throughout your body. This is the power of the Dragon Emperor, Balance Breaker, boosted gear scale male. He shouted as 2 dragon wings appeared on his back and he used them to stay in the air. Razor, who was watching all this, was very angry about the immense power that came out of the boy. His anger grew a little more when he saw that Naruto gave a look of disinterest, as if he was not surprised by what he was seeing. Everyone in the audience was surprised by the new transformation of the chestnut tree. Yes. Everyone was surprised except Naruto, the son of Vanillana Bale, had a look of disinterest and boredom in his eyes, as if the new transformation of his opponent was not much. Balance Breaker, a forbidden movement that gives the user a big power boost in his sacred gear, he said as he looked at the chestnut tree. Please tell me that this is not all you have, please tell me that you have more power than I am feeling coming out of you, because if it is not so then this is not worth penis my time. I speak as I felt the anger coming out of the boy in dragon armor. Or do you think that with that power so low you can defeat me? I will show you what is the true power of a dragon, he said as he began to liberal all his power of the blow, causing the whole dimension to shake violently. Due to the amount of power he was releasing, the chess pieces began to collapse, as well as the Colosseum too. A gigantic magic circle appeared under the feet of the heir of the Gremory house. Everyone present saw how a great wall of fire came out of the circle and consumed the boy. The fire was followed by a loud roar that was heard throughout the air, causing everything to tremble even more. All were able to see as a pair of immense claws came out of the circle, followed by a large head, which was followed by an even larger body. The eyes of Issei and Razor opened when they saw Naruto standing on the head of a huge dragon, a true black dragon. The dragon's scales were a deep black color, the horns and spine were a deep red like blood, his eyes were 2 red hot pits like the hair of his summoner. The dragon was big, and with an aggressive, dangerous and scary appearance, the dragon gave a great roar and released a powerful jet of fire, showing the world its powerful flames, while moving its huge wings and beat them a couple of times. The dragon's flames were black with red streaks, and its heat can be felt even at a distance of 30 meters from where they were thrown. Its flutter sounded like a great thunderstorm. Above the dragon's head was a smiling Naruto as he watched the terror and wonder on the faces of Issei and Razor. I present to you Drogon, the Black Dragon Emperor, and one of the strongest dragons that exist, he said as the dragon gave a loud roar, making everything tremble again. Drogon, I present to you your prey. As soon as Naruto ended, Drogon threw a rain of black fire on both boys. Razor tried to create a shield to protect himself, but it was quickly destroyed. Issei, who had landed in front of the Redeed tube to jump and use his wings to avoid the dragon's attack, flapping his wings quickly trying to attack Naruto directly, but before he could get close to the Redeed, he was hit by the tail of Drogon, who sent him away from his summoner. A snarl of pain came from Issei's lips as he crashed violently to the ground. The chestnut rose slowly from the ground as he watched as Razor had been burned by the huge dragon and his strange black fire. Ignoring how the phoenix was turned into nothing more than a charred body, he focused his gaze on the cause of all this, which stood quietly on the huge dragon. Looking at the blue eyes of his leader's brother, he saw that he was looking at him as if he was not something other than garbage, as something that should not be in his presence. Comrade, you may have increased your power, but against Drogon you have no chance. Issei heard the voice of Dragon Drake inside. Do you know him? Asked the brunette, a little surprised. Yes, Drogon has also been like the Black Beast, or the Winged Shadow, is one of the most powerful dragons that exist. He is as powerful as me. I cannot believe that a demon and one so young could find and master it. That the only chance you have of being able to win this is for getting Drogon and fighting directly against his summoner. If you manage to knock him down and knock him unconscious, everything will end, Drake said while Liz nodded. But you have to do it soon. You know that this power increase you've had is only temporary. The chestnut was ready to launch himself at the Redeed again, but stopped when he heard an angry shout not far from him. Damn you Gremory, y'all pay for that. Razor shouted after healing from the dragon's wounds. The member of the Phoenix family created hundreds of magic circles which surrounded Naruto and his dragon. In front of Razor appeared a magic circle 10 times bigger than all the others. Now turn into ashes, he shouted as he looked at the blonde with his eyes full of hate. A great storm of fire came out of all the magic circles and covered the dragon duo and invoker in front of him. The fire consumed both Naruto and his dragon. For Barrio's minutes the fire came out of the hundreds of magic circles and covered both. During all that time nobody saw or heard anything of Naruto, not a cry or a lament, nothing, absolutely nothing could be heard. But after a few minutes everyone saw how all the magic circles disappeared and as slowly the fire went out. When all the fire was consumed, Razor took a couple of steps back in shock and horror. That is impossible, as it is possible that you could survive something like that, that must have ended your life, and that dragons he said when he saw Naruto completely unharmed just like Drogon, not a single scratch I could see about the redeed, even his clothes were completely unharmed. Anyone who looked at the blonde would think that Razor's attack had never happened. Naruto stared at the phoenix with the same calm look he had had for a while. He kept looking at Razor and his other opponent, as if they were nothing in front of him. Razor was completely scared when Drogon ducked a bit to look directly at the face. A small snort came out of the nasal pits of the fearsome dragon. "You, little insignificant devil, dare to attack my partner," Drogon said as his mouth began to fill with black fire. "I will teach you to have respect for your superiors, small worthless demon," Drogon said, and threw a great jet of black fire which consumed Razor completely. After a few short seconds, both the member of the Phoenix family and the place where I was standing completely disappeared. The disappearance Razor caused that only Naruto and a surprised issei were in the fight arena. Averting his gaze from the place Razor occupied only a few years ago, the future lord of the house Gremory looked at the chestnut boy in front of him, and for the first time since the fight began his gaze changed completely to one full of hatred and rage. His eyes changed some impassive and bored with hate and anger. But suddenly the redeed fell to his knees on Drogon while holding his head tightly. "Arg," he began to scream as he moved his head from side to side. "I love you, Oni-chan. Oni-chan, I want to marry you and only with you. I will always love you and only you, Naruto-kun. Do you also truly love me, Naranai?" Various images and memories began to quickly pass through Naruto's head as he writhed in pain over the head of the immense black dragon. "Shut," Naruto said as he tried to stop the constant memories and the voice of his sister in his head. "You will be mine, Ani-san." "Shut. We will have many sons, Ani-san." "Nuo." "Shut up, you betrayed me. You are nothing to me, I do not love you anymore, so get out of my head," he said as he writhed again and again to try to keep his voice away. His sister, but it did not matter what he did, the voice and the memories kept coming. "Oni-san, I love you too, Riaz-chan." "Nu." Naruto shouted loudly when one last image of the smiling redeed appeared in his head. The pain was so great and intense that he lost sight of everything around him and everything around him. Because of that he never did not realize or he noticed when issei had approached him on his right side. "Take this damn bastard," shouted issei as he grabbed the redeed by the neck, clenching his fist. The chestnut hit the redeed so hard that he sent him so fast to the ground, so fast that anyone could have mistaken him for a missile. Naruto hit the ground, creating a small crater around him. Drogon's eyes narrowed when he saw the redeed on the floor. He did not know why he had begun to scream so suddenly. He had never seen him form that way, as so little had seen him lower his guard. "Naruto, is Naruto okay?" Drogon asked as he watched the redeed slowly rise from the ground. "If I'm a good partner," Naruto said while he could feel his head calm down a bit. "Alone were bad memories, that's all." Drogon nodded before looking at issei who had landed away from the redeed and the dragon. "You'll regret that," he said as he prepared another ball of fire, but unlike the one he had thrown at Razor, it was twice as big and darker than the previous one. "Wait, Drogon," Naruto said as he stopped his partner. "I will personally take care of him, you can go back home," he said as he walked until facing issei. Drogon looked at his leader before speaking. "Are you sure about this, Naruto?" he asked as the heir nodded. "Well, we'll all be waiting for you at home," he said as he created a great circle and completely disapproved. "You said you would end this fight in 10 seconds, it's been almost 10 and we're still here," Naruto said as he looked at the boy in dragon armor. "You thought that by just having that sacred guards you were special," Naruto said as he began to unleash all his power slowly again. "You think that by having one of the 13 longinus you are powerful. You think that by being reincarnated with 8 pawns gives you the right to take what is not yours. You think that because my sister pays much attention makes you more special than everyone else. I am Naruto Gremory, son of Vanillana Bale and Zolticius Gremory, the sole and legitimate heir of the noble house Gremory, and I will destroy you." The more Naruto talked, the more his power increased. The redeed's eyes changed color, now his eyes were no longer blue but green. In just a blink Naruto ran to issei and hit him in the stomach. The body of the chestnut rose up 10 meters into the air, but before it continued to rise, Naruto appeared on him and hit him with the heel of his foot in the head, sending him to the ground. Creating 2 spheres of destruction, he threw them down and hit his enemy in the back. Landing on the ground, the redeed jumped back and slid across the ground when he saw that his attack had not caused enough damage. "THC, that thing is tougher than it looks, but it'll still end with her and you," he said as he watched as the chestnut began to rise from the ground. "And it seems that someone wants to continue suffering, just surrender and maybe destroy you quickly and painlessly. I will never give up, I'm not finished yet," he said as he got up completely and harder. 2 thrusters came out of issei's back as he ran towards Naruto and hit him in the face. The blonde only moved a few meters back, since the blow was not as strong as the chestnut thought. Naruto looked at the boy who had hit him with his green eyes, a look even more furious than before formed on his face. "How dare you, piece of shit!" Naruto stopped when he felt something hot on his cheek. Slowly he felt as the hot was increased until it became unbearable. Arg, Naruto yelled as he fell to the ground clutching his cheek which was burning hot. Damn bastard, you made me. He asked as he grabbed the injured area. He knew that a single stroke of this weakling was not enough to hurt him, besides his wound was burning his blood. His eyes were they opened when the realization hit him. He only knew of one thing that could do that to him. It seems you noticed, issei said as he raised his arm and showed him a crust palatita, a crust that was dripping a transparent liquid. I'm sure you should know, but objects like crushes and holy water are very lethal for us demons. Even she is capable of causing very ugly wounds and even death, he said as he took out a jar with water vendita and he sprayed her on his arm and the cross he had in his hand. With these objects I'm sure I can beat you. Naruto looked at the boy in front of him for a few seconds before his eyes narrowed. Placing his hand on his burned cheek, he made it begin to heal slowly. After his cheek was completely healed, he got up from the ground and faced your opponent. I see, you sacrificed your arm to the dragon inside of you so that you could use those sacred objects without suffering the consequences. That's right, I would love that and more to be able to recover Ria's Butchu and her virginity, after all I'm the one who took her virginity. Naruto's body tensed quickly, his hair fell forward and covered his face. I see, he said as he raised his head slowly looked at the chestnut. Issei involuntarily stepped back when he saw that the opponent's eyes changed again, now his eyes were red. In just a blink, only a blink took Naruto to cross the distance that separated him from his opponent, who was surprised to the core when he saw the red deed in front of him. Moving the air, Gremory took the boy by the neck and began to squeeze it tightly. Moving his other hand, he snatched the cross from his hand and threw it away from him, and ignoring the fact that his hand had burned when he took the cross, using all his forces he nailed issei on the ground, creating a crater under the. He took issei by his right leg, he raised and dropped from the akara to the ground. Lifted again, he returned to do the same with the boy. The air Gremory repeated the same process various times, making issei's armor begin to fall apart with each blow. Naruto stopped and saw that the boy was bleeding a lot, turning various times the red-deed through the pond towards the stands where it crashed violently and destroyed most of the place. After throwing the boy, he created a spear with his power of destruction in his hand and sent against the chestnut. The spear hit issei in the leg, destroying his armor, but for strong chestnut, his leg was unharmed. Despite all the blows and lessons, issei tried to get up but to keep fighting, but before he could even put himself on guard, he found Naruto in front of him. The red-deed took him by the throat again and picked him up. Using all his strength, Naruto hit him in the stomach, causing all his armor to be completely destroyed. A big glob of blood and saliva came out of issei's mouth and fell on the clothes of the boy with red hair. Taking off his wings, Naruto flew up to the top of the fight arena, looking at the chestnut he let go, and waited for him to be a few meters away from him. When issei was at the required distance, Naruto was thrown behind him, and before issei Calera, he took it again by the neck, and create another spear of destruction in his hand, which he stuck in the stomach of issei, making it begin to bleed. Seeing that the ground was very close, Naruto hit issei in the face, sending him to crash against the ground. Turning as he descended, Naruto pointed his foot against the chestnut tree and planted it in the stomach of this, further aggravating his wound, and a large crater was formed under both. Jumping from the chestnut body, he created a magic circle which launched a large amount of water on the unconscious boy, who woke up quickly. After seeing that he was fully awake, he ran to him and grabbed him by the leg, turning he ran out of the crater while dragging the body of the bleeding boy out of the crater. The red-deed jumped into the air and sent issei against the ground again. Landed on the ground, Naruto walked towards his opponent only to find that he was unconscious again. Raised his right leg, he let it fall on the chest of the unconscious boy. Naruto observed the unconscious boy under his foot with a look of hatred and contempt. He wanted nothing more than to kill him and end his life, but even he knew he could not do that for two reasons. One was that regardless of the damage that the boy suffered, the seriousness removed from the arena before he died, and the other was that the deaths in a classification game were totally forbidden. At least the intentional killing, since it had seen occasions where a person had died during the game, but those occasions were very few and the deaths were not intentional, and in case it was proved otherwise, the demon causing the death would suffer a terrible punishment regardless of whether it was from a family pillar or not. So, looking up at the purple sky, he spoke before closing his eyes. Surzich's Gremory, presenter before me. Now. Naruto said, but for a few long seconds nothing happened, and that made him angry a little more than he already was. Creating a sphere of his power of destruction in his hand, he placed a few inches from issei's face. You have 3 seconds to appear before my Lucifer, or I will destroy this boy's head, Naruto said, but like before nothing happened. 1 2. Naruto stopped counting when he saw that a red light appeared in front of him and her older brother came out. Surzich's appeared in front of his younger brother with a face of total seriousness. Since he began the fight, he had noticed that Naruto had become stronger. He had also seen that the color of the eyes of his younger brother had changed twice, and with each change that had his power increase a little more. But what baffled him and terrified him a little was the brutal way in which he treated his sister's pawn. He fought against him as if he wanted to kill him, as if he did not care about the rules and consequences that were to cause the death of another demon during a game. Watching him, he saw that his now red eyes were a little bright and full of hatred towards him. "I'm here, Naruto, now you can let go and cancel your power," he said while looking at the redeed. Naruto straightened a bit as he looked at his supposed older brother. He stared at him without canceling his power that threatened to destroy the face and head of the unconscious boy. He just stood there watching him while he was still pointed towards Issei's head. For a few long seconds he just stared at him until he decided to speak. "Face my Surzich's Gremory or this boy dies," he said as he applied more power in his hand, making the ball grow a little more. "You decide, Surzich's, you face me or he dies, the choice is yours," he said as he looked at his brother with his red eyes. "Why are you doing this, Naruto? Why do you behave like that? What happened to you to change so much?" he asked as he looked at the heir of his family. "Besides, I know you will not kill him, I know you know the consequences of killing another demon during a declassification match." A cold smile without emotion or feeling formed on the face of the redeed. "You think I really care about the Surzich's rules," he said as he applied a little more of his power to the sphere in his hand. "The last time we saw each other I told you that I would not allow this wedding to take place, I told you that I would not let Gremory and Phoenix blood mix, and I also told you that I would finish all those who they get in my way, and that includes you as well as this guy. I already cancel and compromise between Gremory and Razor to finish these two, but I still have one to face. I still have to finish with the one that organized all this, and that's you. Brother." The way Naruto said the latter caused a small pang of pain in the heart of the current Lucifer. The way he said it was with so much hatred and contempt, as if he was addressing a mortal enemy and not a member of his own family. Hardening his gaze, the leader of all the demons spoke. "I see that you are willing to continue this until the end," he said while looking at his brother, who nodded. "It's okay, Naruto, I'll fight against you, but first I want you to answer 2 questions. Why do you mean Ria's only because of her last name and not like your sister?" "Because she betrayed me, and I will never forgive her for that, not after what she did to me, after she almost stained the honor and reputation of our family," she said as her eyes grew redder, making her power will increase a little more. "I see, my second question is, if you are going to punish all those who participated in this commitment, will you also fight Odu-san and Oka-san?" The surprise crossed Naruto's eyes when he heard what his brother had said. The surprise was so great that his eyes returned to their normal blue for a few seconds before turning red again. "From our father, I'll take care of it after it ends with you, so we stop talking and start with this." Surzich's nodded and snapped his fingers, causing a magic circle to appear under Issei's body and begin to slowly disappear until the only ones in the place were Naruto and his brother. Without any warning or adventitious, Naruto ran to the Satan, and when he was close to it, the jump in the air. Surzich's had to duck to dodge his brother's kick, quickly turning the deal to slam his fist against Naruto's back, who landed behind him, but he never expected him to turn quickly, and his fist crashing into his, making a shockwave would spread throughout the area where they were. The force behind the blow of both fighters caused the sand to shake violently. Frowning a bit, the heir of House Gremory knew he could not win against his opponent in a single brute force fight. He knew very well that although he did not look like his brother was very strong physically speaking, so jumping backwards, the eye point the palms towards his opponent. Surzich's had to start running to avoid all Naruto's destruction balls. The big redeed stopped quickly as he slid across the floor. A smile appeared on his face as he placed both hands on the ground. Naruto saw his brother's smile and immediately knew that he was plotting something. His suspicions turned out to be true when he felt the ground beneath him shake a little, so sending some of his power to his legs, he gave a great he jumped right in time to avoid being consumed by a great wave of destruction, feeling that someone appeared on top of him. He looked up and saw his brother, who had both hands raised in a fist over his head. Seeing this, the attempt to move his body to try to dodge the attack of his opponent, but unfortunately he did not have time to dodge the attack and was sent to crash into the ground. Hardly opening his eyes, Naruto rolled on the ground to dodge a kick that would undoubtedly have broken his entire face and possibly knocked him unconscious, using his hands as a support to get to his feet before bending over and sweeping his brother's legs. When his opponent's feet left the floor of it, he kicked him in the chest and sent him away from him, pointing his hand towards his opponent. A purple sphere hit him and sent him towards a wall, but before that will happen, Naruto pulled his wings and quickly bolus until he was behind his brother, clenching his fist strongly, hitting Lucifer in the center of the back, causing him to return to the direction from where he came, using his wings again the deal to make the same, but before I could hit him, his brother pulled out his own wings and stopped in the air. Turning quickly, Surzich's threw a covered kick of his family power towards his brother, who crossed his arms in front of his face to protect himself. The kick was so strong that the blonde was thrown backwards, but just like his brother had previously used his wings to stop and look at Demon King. Both brothers looked into each other's eyes for a second until the older of the two decided to speak. "You are still in time to surrender, Naruto. If you continue with this you could be seriously injured," the reasoning with his brother, but he did not answer and just stared at him, the Lucifer sigh at the hard head that was his younger brother. Both brothers heard a piece of rock fall to the ground and threw themselves against each other again. Both found themselves in the center of the arena, clasping their forearms against each other. The shock of both deeds caused the whole place to begin to be destroyed. Naruto separated a couple of steps and kicked his brother's head. Surziches took Naruto's leg with his right hand before using the left and hit him in the face. Lucifer saw how his brother was shaken by the impact, so he released his leg and hit him with Barrow's hooks left and right in the face. Placing his hands behind the back of his opponent's neck, Surziches lowered him a bit before proceeding to hit him various times or the knee in the face. Naruto was beginning to be disoriented by the constant blows to the face. A small wave of pain ran through his body when he felt that his nose was broken by one of his brother's knees and the blood began to come out of her, putting his hands in front of him. The achievement to stop and grab the leg of his opponent, demonstrating great strength. The achievement to throw back and take his opponent with him. Now it was the turn of Surzich's face to hit something hard because when the Redeed threw him, his face hit the ground. Taking a small leap back, Naruto placed himself on his brother's back and hit him with his right fist so hard that it caused a small crater to be created under his feet and that his older brother let out a small cry of pain. Opening his palana, he pressed on the back of the red Satan. Akai, he said. The whole back of his brother began to be covered in a purple light which began to slowly disintegrate the clothes of this. Using his wings, he climbed to a certain height and pointed his hands towards his brother. Hakai, he shouted as he threw various spheres of purple color towards his downed opponent. The whole place underneath began to be covered with dust and dirt, making it impossible for him to see anything. Turning his eyes to a corner, he could see his brother who had removed part of his clothes and had thrown him away from him. Surziches watched with fascination as his clothes disintegrated slowly. If he had not acted quickly, that could have been him. Looking at the crater where he was a few seconds ago, he saw how it had deepened a little more when the strange purple spheres collided against the ground. Looking at his brother, he saw that this was giving him a cold but serene look with his strange red eyes. It seems that you managed to create a different version of the power of destruction, although this is not as strong as the power of destruction, but if faster, without a doubt you are worthy of your title as the king of destruction. But, you must remember, little brother, that I am known as the god of destruction, he said as he unleashed half of his power. Everything around the older Redeed was covered in a red light for a few seconds. When the red light completely disappeared, all the fighting arena had also disappeared, all including the rocks, and the dust particles that had been in place completely disappeared, leaving behind both fighters floating in what seemed like an infinite void of blackish purple color. Naruto saw the serious look on his brother's face and knew that the fight had become more difficult for him. He had only seen his brother with that kind of look, and it was only in the storybooks. That look he had, it was what he always carried during the times of the Great War between factions and the Demon Civil War. Both brothers looked at each other for a few seconds before using their wings to keep him in the air. Hakai no Ryu, Naruto shouted. A magic circle appeared in front of him, and from this came a huge purple dragon which flew towards his brother. Surziches calmly looked at the dragon that was coming towards him. When he saw that the dragon was near from he raised his hand and created a wall with his power of destruction, which protected him from the dragon and caused it to be completely destroyed. Using his wings, and he began to fly to dodge a second dragon that wanted to attack him from behind. Dragon chased him for a while as he shoots purple balls from his jaws, stopping the Satan, grabbing his brother's huge creation and destroying it easily with his bare hands. Shaking his head a little, elusive Naruto's fist. Using his elbow, he hit his brother in the stomach and then kicked him in the face, causing him to descend in the darkness that surrounded them. Putting his hands in front of him, a magical red circle showed up. Naruto's eyes opened when he saw what came out of the circle. Moving his wings quickly, he began to fly and try to escape from an eagle throws from the power of his brother's destruction. While trying to escape, Naruto did not notice that his brother appeared in front of him. With his right hand, Surziches hit Naruto and sent him towards the eagle's mouth, which exploded when I swallowed it. The effects of the explosion only lasted a few seconds, and when it completely stopped, Naruto appeared with almost all his clothes destroyed. Blood came out of his shoulder and a small wound on his left eyebrow. The Redeed was breathing quickly. That attack had more power than he had imagined, only because he had created a sphere of destruction around him, is that he is not floating unconscious. The look was placed on his face when he saw the look he was giving his older brother. The look of superiority appeared on Surziches Lucifer's face as he looked at his bleeding younger brother. What happened, Naruto? Perhaps you thought you were the only one in our family that could shape the power of destruction, he finished with a smile on his face. Naruto's eyes became more red than they already were. Extending his arms to both sides, he created various blackish red spears and threw them towards his brother, but like the dragon that he had thrown earlier, this destroyed them all with his naked hands. Naruto's anger grew more when he saw this. The second son of the house, Gremory, flew directly to his brother and tried to hit him various times, but none of his punches could get near his older brother, who was diverting them all easily. Surziches, who was easily dodging his brother's blows, moved his head to the right, causing the Redeed in front of him to fail again. Taking by the arm, he placed the elbow on his face before hitting him in the intestine with his other arm. The older Redeed grabbed his brother by the head with one hand while using the other to hit him savagely in the face. Without a hint of remorse for what he was doing, Surziches continued to hit the younger boy. He kept planting his fist in the other's face, even after a wound formed over his left eyebrow and blood began to cover his face. Ria's Gremory was in complete shock at everything she was seeing. First, her older brother, who had disappeared from her home for 5 years, had appeared in front of her, and everyone who was present to witness the engagement party between her and Razor. After that, she tried to greet him, but the only thing she received in return were insults and cold looks from her brother, the man she loved more than her own life. But the way he had looked at her and she had spoken had scared her a bit, especially when he addressed her by her last name alone. To make matters worse, his brother Naruto attacked not only Razor and Issei, but also tried to attack his other older brother, but thanks to his sister-in-law Grafia, the fight stopped before he could start. After threatening his brother, she saw how Naruto faced Razor and Issei, where he crushed them both emphatically. None of them had even the slightest chance against his brother. Also, during the fight, she had realized that her older brother was not fighting against both boys, but that he was playing with them. Her surprise turned into amazement when she saw how her brother invoked one of the most powerful dragons in the world, and with he proceeded to easily end Razor. She also saw that the dragon was not only Naruto's relative, but apparently also a member of his nobility, along with a blue-haired boy named Rin Akumura. Her astonishment changed to horror when she saw her brother overcome and threaten to kill Issei if Surziches did not face him. She saw how her older brother decided to confront his other older brother in order to save the life of his pawn, and from at that moment things went from bad to worse. She and everyone present could see the great skill and power that both brothers had. She had to find a way to make both of them stop fighting, because the more they fought, things got worse, especially when her older brother Surziches had almost destroyed his other brother's face. Suddenly her eyes opened when she saw how both Redeeds concentrated all their power in a single attack. Without thinking, the Redeed unlearned in a magic circle with the intention of stopping the fight between her brothers before one of them ends up dead because of her. Various minutes before Ria's disappeared. Naruto was tired of being the punching bag of his older brother, so before he was hit again, he stopped his opponent's hand, hitting his forehead hard against his brother's, causing him to let go completely. The youngest of the two brothers used his 2 legs and hit the other in the stomach, causing it to move away from the. Using his wings, Naruto moved away at a safe distance from his brother. Putting both hands together, he began to create a wave of destruction which was growing a little more every second. Surziches saw how his brother was creating a sphere of destruction that was getting bigger and bigger. "So you want to end this with a single attack, eh? Then for my own good," he said as he walked away too and created a sphere just like his brother. Both spheres grew to a huge level. Anyone who was watching the fight could feel the great power that was in each of the spheres. When they felt that their attack had the necessary power, they both threw it at each other. When both spheres of destruction were about to collide with each other and demonstrate which of the two had more power, a red light appeared in the middle of both of them. "Nai-san, Oni-sama, please stop, do not keep fighting," Ria said as she appeared in the air between the two, without knowing the great danger she was in. The eyes of the Redeed opened when she saw that was in the middle of 2 powerful attacks from his brothers. The power she felt coming from both was enough for her to be paralyzed and could not move. She just stayed flying where she was with her eyes wide open. The eyes of Naruto and Surziches opened in shock when they saw their little sister Ria standing in the middle of the 2 powerful attacks they had launched. They never expected her or anyone else to interfere in their fight. Flapping their wings quickly, both they flew at the maximum speed that they were allowed. Both flew as fast as they could with only one thing in mind: saving his younger sister. Everyone who was watching the fight knew that if both powers hit the girl, she would die and disappear forever. "Damn, I cannot get there in time," thought both when they saw that even with all the speed that both had, they could not arrive in time to save it. Boom. The 2 spheres collided, exploded and destroyed everything that could have been by their side. Naruto and Surziches were sent back several yards when both spheres collided and exploded. Also, a blinding light covered the whole place, making it impossible for both brothers to see something beyond their nose or even less. The intensity of the light occurred during a few long and tedious minutes. Minutes in which they could not see anything or feel anything other than their own magical energy. After a few long minutes, the light of the explosion began to disappear, and when it completely disappeared, both they and everyone who was watching the fight could witness that they were the only 2 living beings in the whole dimension where they were, dimension that it had begun to collapse. Parts of this had begun to turn white, while others were generating a race species. All the devils and demons reincarnated present watching the fight were surprised by 2 things. One for the power that both members of the Gremory family exercised, and the other because there was no trace of the second heir Gremory after it was left in the middle of the attacks of his brothers. Rias. Both Redeeds shouted when they found no trace of their younger sister by or their magical energy anywhere. Their hearts cringed when all they could see was a crack that had formed in the dimension, and rays were coming out of the crack, the which expanded more and more, indicating that this dimension was about to be destroyed. The eyes of both opened in shock when they saw a small tuft of red hair descending in front of them. Both followed the lock of hair with their eyes until it was lost in the void that was the dimension where they were. Suddenly the whole dimension was illuminated with a great red light. A few seconds later a large blackish red tornado formed in front of the children of the house Gremory. A chill rolled down the back of both boys when they felt the great power that had behind the tornado. The power they could both feel was not as great as theirs, but it was big enough to cause them terrible fear. They both knew that there were only 5 people within the Gremory family who could use the power of destruction, 2 of whom were themselves. The third person was their missing sister Rias, the fourth person was the nephew of one and the son of the other. Another Milicia's Gremory, the fifth and no less important person in exercising the power of destruction within the noble house Gremory was his mother, Venelana Bale, the brunette of destruction, the same woman who appeared before them with a frown on her face. Beautiful and delicate face. Venelana Baylor Gremory, as it was her married name, was known by all in the underworld for being a kind, affectionate, supportive woman, and a woman who loved her family above all things. It did not matter if they were the Baylor the Gremory, anyone that he would attempt against his family would be destroyed by her. She was one of the few women who became feared during wartime because of her ferocity and great abilities. Many angels and fallen angels came out before her presence. When her oldest children were born, she decided to leave the war and dedicate herself to raising him so that he would not be healthy and strong. Because of that she dedicated herself to being a housewife to take care of her son. Her work as a mother grew years later when she became pregnant of twins, but as with her older son, she raised and educated her twin sons. Then shortly after the twins were born she was blessed with her first grandchild, a beautiful boy whom her son decided to call Milicias. She always full of love us all and always try to educate them as best as possible. The only regret she had throughout her life was that she could not protect her children from the arranged marriages that had arisen for each of them, so that's why she secretly snuck into the Phoenix mansion to see her daughter, while she was presented as the fiancé of Razor Phoenix. Another of the reasons why she decided to enter without anyone noticing was because she knew that her daughter's pawn interfered to save her from the arranged commitment, but what she never expected even in his wildest dreams was the return of his lost son. The son she had not seen for 5 years, a son for whom she cried for days after hearing that he had left without saying goodbye to her or even leaving her a letter. Joy and pride filled his heart when his son said disappeared had come and declared in front of everyone that he was present only to stop the engagement and thus cancel any future wedding, as he would not allow the blood Phoenix and Gremory to mix. The joy and pride slowly changed to surprise and a bit of disappointment when he saw how his son wanted to kill his sister's pawn if his older brother faced him in a fight. Her disappointment only increased when she saw her 2 older children face off in what seemed like a fight to the death. Her disappointment changed to horror when she saw her children launch a powerful attack on each other, attacks that could end the life of one of them if they had been hit by them. Their horror increased more when she saw that her daughter had disappeared to stop her brothers, but she ended up being in the middle of both attacks. So before something bad happened she disappeared to try to stop and save her children. Now thanks to that she was in front of her 2 children while Rias was behind her with her eyes closed waiting for his death. The poor girl had not realized that all the danger had already passed and that her life was no longer in danger. Then Alana, looking away from her only daughter towards her 2 children, she gave them a look which had a mixture of disappointment, sadness and anger, a look that made both of them shrink. "What's wrong with you 2? Are you trying to kill yourself or kill your sister?" she asked as she watched as her children knelt in front of her in respect. Naruto shook his head for a few seconds before getting up to see his beloved mother, whom he had not seen in a long time. When his eyes met those of he showed that these were no longer green or red, but his blue normal. "I'm sorry Okasama, it was not my intention P. But nothing Naruto-kun, since you arrived you've been behaving very strange, you tried to kill your sister's pawn, Razor Phoenix was almost killed by that Drogon attack San, and now you are trying to kill your older brother. If it were not for my Rias I was dead right now because of you. You are also in a lot of trouble leaving home without saying anything to anyone." "Young man," she said as they both realized that Rias was safe and sound while she was behind her mother. None had noticed her presence until her mother told them she was there. "I'm so sorry Okasama," Naruto said as he lowered his head again. He knew that he would be in a lot of trouble with his mother for leaving without saying goodbye to her. He had planned to pay him a visit after his fight against Razor and his brother and apologize to her for leaving without saying goodbye, but he never expected her to be at the party and that she would be so angry with him. For him it was the first time since he was born that he saw that look on his mother, alleging that it was causing problems even to see her in the eye. When he looked at her he always received a look of love and affection and a happy smile, but now all he could see in his mother's face was disappointment, sadness and anger, and that made him feel bad. Even his magic she had changed, before her magic was always quality and welcoming, but now it was cold as the ice magic her sister-in-law used. Then Alana looked at her older son, who also had his head bowed in respect as Naruto did. It did not matter that he was the leader of his entire species. He still respected and loved his mother, she was the only woman that Enred feared, she was the one who taught him how to use his powers and control them. "I'm very disappointed in you too," she said, causing both of them to clench their fists tightly, for them those words hurt more than any physical blow. "But I'm more disappointed in you Surziches, it's supposed that you're the big brother, your duty is to protect your brothers and keep them from getting into trouble, not fighting against him in a fight to the death." Look how the faces of Naruto all full of blood and bruises. "I honestly do not know that I'm wrong, I thought I had raised them all better than that, but now that I see them I cannot help being disappointed in everyone, including Uriah," she said, while giving her a sideways glance to her daughter behind her, who sadly falls under her head. Raised his eyes a little. Surziches looked his mother straight in the eyes. "Okasama, that was not my intention, I really tried to stop Naruto and dissuade him from fighting me," but Satan stopped quickly when he saw that his mother's gaze intensified a bit. "But nothing Surziches, you are one of the 4 Satans, the leader of all the demons, you cannot allow everyone to see you fall in the provocations of your younger brother. Now the 3 of us will go home and talk about everything that happened here, there is no longer any reason why we are here." Because with the victory of Naruto over the Peon Rias and over Razor-kun, the marriage contract of both is completely null and void, which means that Rias will not have to marry him or anyone she does not want to, he said, while creating a giant magic circle which jealousy took the Quattros to an unknown place. Outside the dimension where the fight had been carried out, Rin saw how his king would probably be taken home by his mother. Walking from the place where he was leaning, he approached a window, looking through it, he saw his companions who were in the same place where he and his king had left them, nodding towards it, and saw how one by one they began to disappear. When he saw that the last one left he created a circle under his feet and disappeared as well. There is no worse feeling than the knowledge that you fucked up, the knowledge that you screwed up so badly that you cannot get it out without having to suffer in return, and at the moment Naruto Gremory knew 2 things, one was that he had made a mistake in appear in the underworld after 5 years of being missing. The second thing he knew was that at the end of the day he would be feeling a lot of pain. Naruto was in a lot of trouble, and he knew it. From the moment he was forced to enter the room he was in, he knew he was in a lot of trouble. In fact, he knew that from the moment he was in, he would place himself in front of his mother, he would be in many problems. Not to mention the assassination attempt against the Peon Rias, and also his attempted murder against one of the 4 Mau. But only that fact was enough to send him to a prison where he would be sentenced to death, because if it matters who you are or from which families you are, nobody attacks one of the Mau and lives for a long time. Even that he would prefer a slow and safe death to a prison to be in this room where he had been forced to enter. The room in which the Redeed was a completely white room, everything from the walls to the ceiling, and the floor of the room was completely white. Wherever anyone looked the only thing he could see was the infinite white that covered all the room, even the chair where he was chained was white. If, as you heard, the redeeded heir of the Gremory house was chained in a chair with white chains, the chains apart from their peculiar color also made it impossible for the heir Gremory to use his magic, and even if he could use his magic to free himself from the chains, there was another problem that he would have to face. The room where he was. Although he could free himself from the chains and the chair, he would still have to face the fact that in the room where he was standing, there were seals that made it impossible for him to use his magic. As soon as someone tried to use his magic, the room would activate and suck all your magic power quickly. In itself, the room where he was designed and manufactured to nullify the magic of all but the person who created it. Unfortunately for the said person was in front of him, while he was looking at him with a frown on his beautiful face. The attempt smile a little to try to placate the man, and the anger of the person in front of him, but that did not work. The only thing that caused his smile was that the person in front of him frowned a little more, so looking away he glanced at the third person in the room. Along with Naruto was Surzich's Lucifer, who was also chained to a chair just like him. Also like the younger Redeed, his older brother was dressed in a prisoner suit, but completely white. If not for his red hair, both could have gone unnoticed within so much whiteness. The chill ran all over Naruto's back when he looked at the person in front of him, who was staring at him with a frown and arms crossed, smiling nervously as he spoke. "Hello Oka-san, how are you?" he asked as he looked at the woman he most loved, respected and feared all over the world. Said woman changed a frown on his face for a calm and impassive look while looking at the younger Redeed. "No, hello young man, that will not save you from your punishment," she said while looking at Naruto, who swallowed. "But first I want you two to explain to me why 2 of my 3 children were fighting in a fight to the death, a fight that almost cost the life of my only daughter," she said, while using her powers to move the chairs and place your children side by side and in front of her. For a few seconds none of the Gremory brothers said a single word, both opted better to look away so as not to see their mother. Listening to a familiar sound, Naruto looked at the floor and saw her mother crashing her foot impatiently on the floor, which meant that she was waiting for an answer and that if it did not arrive within the next 5 seconds, someone would end up suffering impossible. Mind that someone would be the dot. So looking up he looked at his mother. "Has to blame for all this, mother," he said as he watched his older brother frowning. "If it were not for none of this would have happened." "My fault," Surzicha said, making the other Redeed nod. "This is not my fault, this is not my fault at all. If someone is to blame for all this, you are. Your Naruto. You were the one who appeared after 5 years and started attacking and threatening the whole world," he said while looking at his brother. "None of this would have happened if you had done what you had to do, if you had behaved like the leader you say you are, and not as a clown with a great obsession for your younger brothers," Naruto said as he tried to force his bonds to break free and hit his brother, but it did not matter what he did, the chains did not give in to him. "If you had cancelled the marriage between Gremory and Razor, none of this would have happened and I would not have had to leave 5 years ago. And you think I did not try, you think I did not do everything that was in my power to stop it, but as much as I wanted I could not do anything without showing favoritism towards our family. I cannot let all the demons think that I am using my power and position to benefit our family above all others," Satan said as he looked at his younger brother with an intense look. He could not say that he had not tried to stop the compromise between Rias and Razor, since he had done everything in his power to prevent this commitment from taking place, but there was little he could do without showing favoritism for his family. A mocking look appeared on Naruto's face as he looked at the first son of the Gremory house. "That's crap and you know it, according to the Code of Intermarriage, Section 1 Paragraph 2. If 2 or more members of one of the parties included in the arranged marriage do not agree with the marriage, it can be brought before the 4 Satans, who after listening to the complaints of part and part, they can make the decision to approve or cancel said marriage between demons," the Redeed said, making his brother's eyes open a little. "How do you know about that?" Surzicha asked, a little surprised. He never thought Naruto would know about those old laws, but after thinking about it a little he remembered that his brother spent a lot of time in the library. He was always reading and researching everything. He always had a thirst for knowledge. No matter the subject, he was always researching or studying something new. "That you thought I was doing during these 5 years, Surzicha. During these last years I was studying and learning everything necessary to take my place as the leader of the Gremory house. Thanks to that I know everything about how to lead a family. The only thing I need to dominate is politics, and after that I will relieve our father as the leader of the Gremory family," Naruto said seriously. For years he went out of his way studying everything possible to be a good leader and keep the prestigious name of his family. The same family that was about to lose his name and prestige because of his twin sister. "So if you have studied as much as you say, you should know that if one of the Satans is a member of one of the parties he cannot vote against the arranged marriage. That means that I could not vote against the marriage against Razor Kun and Rias, and without the full support of the 4 Satans the arranged marriage can move forward." "You're right, brother," Naruto said the last part with hatred and poison, "but there is something that you forget, Lucifer. You are no longer part of the Gremory family," he said, making his brother's eyes open a little. "You gave up our family at the time of taking over, Lucifer, which means that as long as you are not entirely speaking in favor of the Gremory family, your vote will be heard. Even if your support for your former family is shown, only they need the vote of the majority to declare whether the agreement continues or not, and besides that it is not necessary the bodo of all the Mao, but only the bodo of 3 of the 4 is enough," Naruto said while looking at his brother. Surzicha's eyes widened a bit at what his brother said. He was completely right. He was no longer part of the Gremory family, at least not officially, so he could vote against marriage without showing favoritism. I do not know what to say," he said, surprised. "That is something that never happened before," he said while keeping his eyes wide open. He still could not believe that his younger brother in only 5 years had found the solution to a problem that had been overwhelming him and taking away that he had been dreaming for almost 20 years. He had spent hours reading all the books on politics and marriage contracts to find a solution to the problem of his little younger sister, but he could not find any. But his younger brother, in some way in just 5 years, he found the solution of that problem as if nothing. "You are exactly right, Naruto, but if you knew about that because you did not say anything, because if you knew that you preferred to fight against Razor and the Rias peon?" he asked. Little curious. An evil smile appeared on Naruto's face as he looked at his brother. "Because I promised to cancel the marriage between Gremory and Riaser. I promised that I would end all those who supported being false and got in my way, and that includes you, Lucifer. I also want you to remember, brother, that I always keep my promises," he said, while making his eyes were as gorse as his hair. But that lasted only a few seconds as the chain that he had around him and the same room where he was began to suck his magic quickly, which caused his eyes to return to normal. Seeing that things were getting difficult, Vanillana decided to speak while looking at both Redeeds. "Well, you two, I think that's enough," Vanillana said while looking at her children. I brought you here to talk about your actions and your behaviors and not to start another fight, he said as he walked towards Naruto and knelt in front of him. Naruto, my baby, you do not know how much I miss you, he said as he kissed her forehead before looking into his eyes. I miss you too much, mother. I want you to forgive me for leaving you without saying anything. I did not know that my departure had caused you so much pain and suffering, he said a little sad. Now my child, there is nothing to forgive because after all you saved your sister from her marriage against Ricer, she said, while stroking Naruto's red hair in the same way she did when he was smaller. I may not have liked the way you did it, but that does not change the fact that thanks to you, your sister is free of that torment that was so overwhelming and made her suffer. The sadness on Naruto's face disappeared quickly when his mother said that last, frowning a little at him. I did not do it for her, I only did it so that our family was not mixed with the Phoenix, that was the only reason why I did it, he said, contradicting everything he had said previously. That's something I wanted to talk to you about, Naruto-kun. Why do you keep calling Rias just because of his last name? She asked as she looked into her son's blue eyes. She never understood because of the three of them he was the only one who had come out with blue eyes. Because you do not mean her as your sister? Naruto averted his gaze before speaking. Because she is not my sister anymore, she is nothing to me, for me she is just a person with my same name, a person who almost humiliates the good name of our family, he said while looking at the floor, as if he were the most interesting thing in the world. Then Alana placed her hands on both sides of her son's face and forced him to look her directly in the eyes. Giving her a look at the blue eyes of this, she knew immediately that this was lying. She always knew when he was lying like that, like when he was hiding something from her, and right now she saw that he was doing both. Because you try to lie to me, Naruto-kun, you know you've never been able to fool me, so tell me why try, she said softly and quietly. Naruto looked at his mother's eyes, the eyes that always calmed him when he was a child, the same eyes that were always full of love and affection no matter the situation. Sighing, he prepared to speak. After all, his mother would give details if he lied to him or not, so for him to try. It did not matter how much he hated him or denied it, but his mother always knew when he was lying. You win, mother, I will tell you everything, but only you. I do not want him to be present, he said while looking at his brother. Nodding, the chestnut rose and walked towards his eldest son, placing a hand in front of him. A magic circle of red appeared and caused all the chains to fall to the ground before slowly disappearing. Looking at his firstborn son, she spoke. You can retire for now, Surziches, but I hope you know that you and I have not yet finished. You still have to answer for the wounds to your brother's face, she said, making the older Reed swallowed. Creating a circle in her other hand, she made the door that kept the room sealed open for Surziches to come out so she could be alone with Naruto. When she saw that her eldest son came out, she resealed the room so that no one could hear anything of what they were about to talk about. Well, Naruto now responds, because you hate your sister, why is it that you do not want to know anything about Rias, or that she calls you her brother? Because she betrayed me, the Reed said after remaining silent for a few seconds. Then Alana's eyes widened a bit as she watched her son. She tranced me, she lied to me, she said she would only love me and only me, but it was all a lie, all just empty words, he said, while clenching his fists tightly. Why do you say that, Naruto? Why do you say that Rias betrayed you? Because it's the true mother, because she promised that she would love me, but as soon as I turned my back she did. She was willing to give her body to a reincarnated lower-class devil with no courage or power, and all for that, to get out of his marriage against Razor, he said angrily as he looked at his mother. I promised her that no matter that I would always protect her. I promised her I would take care of her because she is my younger sister, but now none of that matters. I'm sure you know that she was about to hand over her body to her pawn, as if she were a kind of cheap whore. I'm also sure you know what would have happened if One-Sama had not stopped her. Not only the compromise between her and Rareser was not cancelled, but also all the reputation, honor, reliability and credibility of the Gremory house would have been lost forever, he said angrily at what his younger sister was about to. Were many things that the demons could bear, but that your future wife would give him his body to another that is not you is one that is never forgiven or forgotten. Something like that could lead to the ruin of a family, so his sister or not, he would not let anyone stain the name Gremory or even the Bale. And it is or it's something I would never allow. I will not allow our family's honor to fall or be fouled by the actions of a stupid girl like Rias. Then Alana frowned a little when she heard what her son was saying. If it is true that if the mother of his grandson had not interfered when Rias was about to give his body to his pawn, all the reputation of the Gremory family would be stained and destroyed. Even his family could have been expelled from the pillars by such a dishonorable act that her daughter was planning to do. She was very lucky that it was Grafia who found Rias and not another person who could have said everything and ruined her family, but even with all that she would not allow anyone to speak ill of your family or your daughter, not even your own child. I will not allow you to address your sister in that young way. She is your younger sister, and you have to protect her, take care of her, love her and respect her, and not the other way around, she said firmly. Like her mother, Naruto frowned. If she wants my respect then she has to earn it just like everyone else, for my Surziches and Rias are just people who share the same surname as me, they will have to fight and work very hard to earn my respect as well as my colleagues did it, and it does not matter what you say, mother, nothing will change that, he said seriously. Seeing the look of his son, Vanillana frowned a little more. Naruto was always a stubborn boy and difficult to change his mind. When he proposed something there was no one to change his mind. So there's nothing I can say to change your mind? She asked, making her son shake her head. Sighing, she placed her hand on her son's head, making all her bonds disappear, and he was free of all the restrictions that kept him in the chair. Naruto, I know that no matter what I say you will never change your mind, but I want you to look in your heart for the good memories you have of your sister and your brother. I know it's hard for you, but I want you sorry. I'm not saying that what she did is fine because she is not, I just like you. I'm upset about what she was about to do, but even you should know that Rias is just a young girl who was desperate for a solution to a problem that had been overwhelming her since she was very small. That's no excuse. I told her that I would always be there for her, that I would always protect her from everything including her commitment against Razor, and if she had spent more time training and all her nobility, she could have won this fight, but no, she only started training them after Razor gave her a week to prepare for their fight. She was 5 years old. 5 years old. Mother to train and prepare, but she did not. If in these 5 years she had trained everything the days as I did, she could have won her confrontation against the Phoenix, he said, making his mother's eyes open a little before they narrowed again. And as you know about that, she asked, knowing that there were only a handful of people who knew about the time frame that Razor had given Rias, much less even knew that she had taken her members to one of her many houses to train. You're spying on your sister again, she said, knowing that that would be the only way her son knew all that. You make it sound like I'm a pervert or something like that, he said as he looked offended by what his mother said. Vanillana only smiled when she saw the face of her second oldest son. I'm not saying that, Naruto, I just say it because when your sister was smaller, you were always stalking her so that nothing bad would happen to her, she said as she remembered all the times she found Naruto watching her younger sister so that he will not hurt himself while playing with his other friends. Naruto turned away to look away to not see the smiling face of his mother. He knew that she was right, the always that was not training or in his studies, he was always taking care of his sister, and who did not Arya, after everything was her little sister. I was not watching her, I have the members of my nobility scattered around the world doing different jobs, thanks to that I know many things. The one that I found out about their fight against Razor was a coincidence, he said, making his mother nodded. Both mother and son remained silent for a few seconds until the Redeed decided to speak. Then, he said, breaking the silence that had formed in the room. We can get out of this place. This place always gives me the creeps, he said, looking at the whole room painted white. A chill ran through Naruto's body when he saw a sweet smile on his mother's face, a smile that could even cause a person's diabetes. Of course we can get out of here, Naruto-kun, she said before a magic circle appeared in his right hand. But not before you receive your punishment for leaving home without permission and for fighting to the death with your brother. Naruto quickly got up from his chair and started to get away from his mother. The Redeed started to walk back slowly, but unfortunately for him the road ended when his back hit the wall. Ka-chan, we can talk about this, there is no need for you to do this, he said nervously as he looked at the magical circle of red in his mother's hand and the smile on his face. Please do not do it, he begged while kneeling. Placing his hand on his son's face, Vanillana spoke with a sweet and gentle voice. Naruto, my baby, I'm not happy about this, I do not like this at all, she said, while caressing his right cheek. This will hurt me more than Naruto, but you earned it for being a child bad, she said, while continuing to stroke his cheek. So as punishment you get hit 1,000 lashes, she said before lifting her hand and letting it fall quickly. Half an hour later a sore Naruto was walking through the great hallways of the Gremory house. Next to him was his mother, who had a happy smile on his face as he walked happily beside him. Behind the heir and his mother could be seen a large group of maids who were with their heads bowed while offering their greetings and respect to both. The two were walking together since it was only 5 minutes since she had finished punishing him, and now they were both heading towards the living room of the Gremory house, because according to one of the many maids that there were in the large mansion mysterious, they were looking for Naruto. Speaking of said Redeed, a grimace of pain passed over his face as he massaged his aching backside. His mother had not had mercy on him. She was harsh and implacable too now to impart his punishment. She had whipped him exactly 1,000 times without stopping even once to rest. For him it would be the first time that his mother hit him or punished him in that way. She had never hit him before, no matter what he did or what he destroyed. She never put a finger over. He still could not believe the great strength that his mother had. He could not believe that behind the fragile and delicate body that his mother had she hid a great brute force. Ouch, awk, I still feel sore, the Redeed complained to another grimace of pain. Looking at his smiling mother he spoke. This is the first time in my life that someone has hurt me so much without my being able to defend myself, he said as he turned a corner before continuing to walk. Then Alana looked at her son next to her before speaking. I'm very sorry for that, Naruto-kun, but that's your punishment for misbehaving, and I told you so, darling, she said as she placed a hand on her son's face. This hurt me more than you, she said affectionately. It was not easy for her to have to beat her son, but she had to teach him that her actions have consequences. She had to teach him that he could not only reach and do what he wants, and no one will fight to correct it. Yeah, well, I do not think so. The redeeded said Mentra stopped in front of a large mahogany door. Opening it, saw a large group of people gathered inside the room. All seemed to be spread over 4 different sides. On the one hand was Rias and the members of his nobility who turned to see him. In another corner, and not far from the redeed, was Sona, who was accompanied by a small group of people. In another corner, and in front of the Arasitri, was his father, along with his brother and sister-in-law, who stopped talking when they saw him, and his mother. Finally, in the other corner were the members of his nobility who nodded when they saw him. A smile appeared on the redeed's face when he saw almost all the members of his nobility gathered. Looking towards one of the corner of the room, he smiled a little more broadly before starting to walk. Ria's eyes filled with happiness when she saw her older brother walking towards her. She could feel her heart speed up just by being in his presence. Since she had learned about what the feelings were, she had realized that she loved her brother. Whenever she was not with her other friends, she always liked being close to him, talking to him and spending time with him. She always went into her room to sleep near him, since he made her feel safe and protected. Looking at him fixedly, she realized how much he had grown since the last time they saw each other. Now her face was more defined as well as her whole body. Taking a step forward, she spoke while looking at her brother higher. Naruto and Ii-san, thank you for the redeed stopped when her brother, who was only 2 steps away from her, turned aside and walked towards her best friend and rival Sona Sitri. Her eyes opened for a few seconds. Suddenly all the things her brother had told her before her fight began to get to her head. At first she had thought that it was all a bad dream, a nightmare, but oh, she prayed that she saw her brother pass by her without even paying her the slightest attention. She understood that everything was real, and that even though she did not want to believe it, her brother now hated her and despised her. Naruto ignored his twin sister and kept walking until he reached his destination. A smile reached his lips when he saw Sola, the heir of the Sitri house. Staring at, he saw that she had now become more beautiful than before. Her hair was the same as the last time he saw her. Another thing that she had not changed was her eyes. Her violet eyes were still bright and full of curiosity and learning, and that was something that he always liked about her, not to mention that she was one of the most intelligent women he knew. It's good to see you again, Sona-san, he said formally as he looked at the beautiful, violet-colored eyes of his fiancée. Sona smiled a little while looking at Naruto's beautiful blue eyes. The same as Naruto-san, I also see that you managed to get strong partners, she said with a smile on her face, a smile that disappeared when she saw that Naruto had frowned while staring at her. What's the matter, Naruto-san? Is there something wrong with my face? She asked a little confused. Yes, in fact there, he said, confusing many since in the face of the girl. There was nothing. In fact, anyone who looked at her could say that she was a beauty without equal with a perfect face. Bringing his hands to the girl's face, the redeed took off his glasses before smiling a little. Now yes, that's way better, he said as he folded his glasses and put them in his pocket. Undoubtedly your most beautiful thieves without those Sona-san glasses, he said before approaching her, and without any warning he kissed her on the lips. Sona's eyes opened when Naruto's lips met hers. After a few seconds she began to close her eyes and answer the kiss that the redeed was giving her. Almost everyone present was surprised when they saw how the couple of heirs were kissing, but no one was more surprised than Rias. The second in the line of succession of the Gremory house had her eyes open until she could not. From her place she could not do anything but watch helplessly as her older brother and her best friend kissed in front of her. A twinge of pain flooded her heart when she remembered the way her brother ignored her. For him it was as if she did not exist. The pain in her heart only increased when she saw the way her brother kissed Sona. She could not help it, jealousy and resentment seized her. But despite everything she tried to control herself. She could not make a scandal in front of her parents and all the other people present. And as much as it hurt, she would have to endure seeing her brother kissing her best friend. The kiss between Naruto and Sona lasted almost 3 minutes, but unfortunately for the redeed and the brunette, the lack of oxygen caused them both to separate. After the two parted, a smile appeared on Naruto's face, a smile that widened when he saw Sona's flushed face. Hugging her tightly, he approached her before getting close to her ear to whisper something. You do not know the time I have waiting to do this, Sona-chan, he said in a soft and gentle voice. Sona's blush increased a bit more when she felt Naruto's muscles above her clothes. She could feel slightly of her fiancé's muscular and toned body. Placing her arms around his neck, she enjoyed the heat that exuded the body of the redeed, a warmth that made her feel quality and secure. I'm also happy to see you again, Naruto. I thought you could not get there in time, she said softly, so that no one would hear her. After all, she did not want anyone to know her secret in the redeeds. Squeezing the girl in her arms a little more, Naruto spoke. If you import the distance and the obstacles, I will always go to your call, Sona-chan, he said, making Sona assume a happy smile on his flushed face. Hey, who are you and why are you hugging Sona Kaichu? The happy, quiet speaker between Sona and Naruto was interrupted by a voice behind the black-haired girl. A frown appeared on Naruto's face when he heard the boy yell at him, moving away from Sona, and he turned his gaze to the only boy who was with Sona's group. The boy who had shouted earlier was looking at the Redeed with a frown, he and all his other companions Nobleza, who was to know who was the boy with red hair, and because he was kissing his leader. Naruto stood in his place while staring at the boy who had yelled at him. "You are Saji Jinshiro, the newest pawn of Sona, and the last one to join his group," he asked, making the boy open his eyes a little. "How do you know about that?" the surprised man asked. A strange smile appeared on Naruto's face as he continued to stare at the boy. "Because I should not, after all I have to meet all the members of the nobility of my fiancé, Jinshiro-san," he said, surprising everyone who did not know that he was Sona's fiancé. Surprise and disbelief was clearly visible on Saji's face, and everyone else who did not know about that fact, none of them could believe that their leader was destined to marry his best friend's brother and that she had not told them. "About none of that. You're Sona-sama's fiancé?" asked a girl with glasses while looking at a smiling Naruto. The Redeed nodded as he looked at the dark-haired girl. "That's Tsubaki-san, Sona-san's fiancé, and I also know you're his queen," he said as he took Sona's glasses out of his pocket and put them on his face. Raising his right hand he opened his palm, and a few seconds later a magic circle appeared and spit out some lenses very similar to those he used before his fight against Razor and Ria's peon. Looking at the lenses in his hand he turned and placed them to Sona. "No doubt these are much better," he said with a smile on his face. "So you keep those while I keep these as a welcome gift," he said before taking off his glasses and putting them in his pocket again. Naruto's smile disappeared quickly when he felt a very familiar magical energy a few steps away from him. He had tried to avoid all contact with that person, but apparently that would not be possible. So turning around he looked at the person who had caught his attention. "Naruto, my son, it's good to see you again after 5 years," Lord Gremory said as he approached his son with open arms. He had realized that his son had been avoiding him since he entered the room. He knew that he was upset with him, so he decided to face it and end all this. Naruto looked at his father for a few seconds before a smile appeared on his face. Walking towards the leader of the house Gremory, he opened his arms to give a hug to his father. "It's also good to see you, father," he said, and when he was 2 steps away from the man he moved his quickly and introduced his fist in the stomach of his father, causing him to fall on his knees on the floor while holding his stomach, turning quickly the kick to his father in the head and sent him to hit a wall. The eyes of all but Venelanas were opened when they saw the Redeed attacking his father. The old Bale just shook his head amused as he watched his husband and son fight. She knew he would be something like that when he was with her father. He may never have been able to raise a hand against her, but against her husband, it was something very different. "Do not dare to stop them," she said when she saw that Ria's and Surzich's were about to intervene and stop them. "But Oka-sama, we cannot let Two-sama and Naruto keep fighting," Surzicha said when he saw that his brother was sent to crash into a family painting. "Oni-sama is right, we cannot let Oni-san keep fighting with our father," Ria said with eyes full of concern for her second elder brother. "I know this is difficult for all of you, but this is something they have to solve," she said before sitting in a nearby chair. "Grafia, could you bring me some tea please?" she asked, making the silver-haired woman nod and go to the kitchen. Naruto stared at his father who had recovered from a strong blow to the face. "That was to establish an arranged marriage between the Gremory and Phoenix houses," he said as he looked at the man who despite everything was smiling at him. "I knew you are something like that, Naruto," the man said before wincing. "Your strength has increased a lot since we last met," he said as he showed her a bruise that had formed on her face. "Yes, and you still have not seen anything," the Redeed said as he clenched his fists again, running to his father again. He raised his hand ready to hit his father in the face again, but before doing so, he stopped his hand a few centimeters of the Redeed's face. Opening the palm of his hand, a magic circle formed in the palm of the Redeed, and a bottle of wine came out of it. "And this is to establish a compromise between the houses Citri and Gremory," he said with a smile on his face. Lord Gremory's eyes widened when he saw the bottle of wine in his son's hand. He could not believe what his eyes were seeing. "This is an Oramerd 1990 special edition. It is said that this is the best wine in the world ever created and the most coveted by collectors around the world," he said as he gently took the bottle, as if this was the most delicate thing from all over the world. Looking at his son he spoke. "As you got it, they only made 5 of these, and they were sold many years ago." A smile appeared on the face of the Redeed when he saw the happy face that his father had put. He always knew that his father enjoyed a good wine and that he only collected the best. The man had a cellar full of all types of wine from all parts of the human world. He also knew that this was one of the ones he most wanted for his collection. "The client gives me a gift as a payment to fulfill a wish," he said as he shrugged. "Naruto, my boy, you do not know how happy you have made your father with this gift," Lord Gremory said, still smiling. "Now I can finally show off to Lord Citri that my collection is much better than his," he said before. To disappear in a magic circle. A drop of sweat rolled over both Naruto's head and that of his mother's, knowing his father the Redeed knew that possibly he would go to the house of the Citri to show off his new acquisition. Wait, Saji said after emerging from the shock that the news of his king's engagement with the heir Gremory had caused him. Like your fiancé? When did that happen and how do you know our names if we have never seen each other? He asked, making his partners Barrios nod. They also wanted to know about how the heir knew about them. If they had never seen each other, they had realized that the Redeed seemed to know all their names and the pieces that each of them had. Sona remained silent while watching how everything developed. Of all the people in the room, she was the only one who always had contact with the Redeed. They always communicated by means of letters that they sent once every so often, but in none of them she told him about her nobility or those who compose her, just as he never told her who composed his. So like everyone else, she was also full of curiosity to know how Naruto knows her, the members of his nobility. Sona-san and I are engaged since our parents told us about the arranged marriage between us, he said as he put his hands in his pockets. Now as I know their names, is a secret that I will not tell you about. None of you, he said as he walked towards the members of his nobility. Standing next to them I speak. Now that you are all here, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce you to the members of my nobility, he said as he looked at everyone, especially Sona and her sister whom he saw who was angry. Maybe some of you already know him, but he presented them formally to Rin Okumura, and he is the only knight in my nobility, he said, making the blue-haired boy nod in greeting. The next one is one of my pawns, and also my relative, Drogon the winged beast, he said as they all looked at the dark-skinned boy. Drogon had the appearance of a young man with dark skin and blonde hair, platinum and blue eyes. He wears a dark blue jacket with a hood, under which he wears a yellow shirt with a black tie. Wear black boots and black cargo pants with a chain chained to your pocket. Just think of Soma the God Eater. Wait a minute, his noisy voice was heard which caused everyone to look at him. You are saying Hess Drogon, he asked as he pointed to the dark-skinned boy who was looking at him in passing. Looking at his leader, Rin saw that he would not respond to the boy, so he decided to do it for him. This is Issei-san, he is Drogon when he is in his human form. Human form, said Saji confused. The dragons have a human form? He asked while looking at the blue-haired boy. Rin looked at his leader who nodded, turning his face to the blonde boy he spoke. That's right, all dragons have a human form, only some do not have enough power to transform, he said while looking at the blonde. But I'm surprised that you being Vitra's carrier and being the Drake carrier do not know. That's the most basic knowledge there about dragons. In fact, all sacred geared bearers who have the soul of a dragon inside, they know it, he said, a little surprised that both boys did not know that. Do not be surprised so much, Rin, after all you cannot expect much of a reincarnated demon who wants to become the king harem and the other who is hopelessly in love with their leader, he said, while giving a hard look to both boys. People like you are the ones who make the renegade demons who are fighting every day to improve, be recognized and climb class, said Naruto a little annoyed. He had nothing against the reincarnated demons, in fact a couple of his friends from when he was younger were reincarnated, but people like these guys and Razor are the ones who make the demons renegade and the blood demons pure, and that he did not tolerate. Issei frowned and clenched his fists tightly as he looked at Naruto, who gave him the right to at least appreciate him without even knowing him. From the first moment he heard him speak, he knew that the Redeed would not like him, and not caring that he is the elder brother of his king and the heir of the Gremory house, he would not let him speak to him in that way, or at least precede him. So and you do not know anything about me, you do not know anything about what I had to do to get here, or how hard I trained to get this power, Issei said angrily. I know more than you think, child. Your full name is Issei Hayato, and until recently you were just a simple second-level student at Kao Academy who spent time spying on girls while they were changing, Naruto said, causing more than one of the women present to give Issei a nasty look for what he was doing. You were turned into a demon after Gremory-san resurrected you using all his 8 pieces of pawn. Since then you confronted and you lost against several fallen angels and a former exorcist of the church, he said, making the eyes of everyone who was with his sister to open. For them it was as if the Redeed was spying on them all this time, as if he had been with them in every moment. What about Hyajuo Panines? Do you think I do not get enough about you? I know a lot about you and all your teammates, and unlike your leader, I do care about the training of my nobility, he said as he gave a hard look to his sister. Thanks to that, almost all my companions are at least at the level of a middle-class demon, while Drogon-san is at the level of a high class, he said, surprising everyone present because they were so powerful, the Redeed's companions. But I do not know why I waste my time talking to a person who never goes from being a low-class demon. Issei frowned while looking at the Redeed in front of him and without him ordering his sacred gear appeared in his hand and began to shine. You want to fight, fear, because this time it'll beat you, and you are going to swallow your Issei fell immediately as several swords appeared and began to spin around his neck. Almost everyone in the room was surprised when they saw the 6 swords around the chestnut neck. All the swords looked old, and they were all spinning around Issei's neck. They all saw that with only one wrong step, and the chestnut tree would end up rolling on the ground. "You are a very noisy person to be so weak, people like you should learn their place in the world," said a melodious voice behind Naruto. Directing his attention to the person who had spoken, everyone realized that this person was a woman. She was wearing a black military hat and a Spanish-style double-size coat, iron gloves, a red band and boots. Black, in her left hand she had a Soviet submachine gun PPSH-41, while in her right, she had a sword very similar to the one that revolved around Issei's neck. Physically she is a thin woman, with white skin and average height, her hair was long and white, in which she uses a long red ribbon to make pigtails. But what most caught everyone's attention were their strange eyes, since they were red penetrating which had a blue-green box in them. Those eyes were giving Issei a cold, unpleasant look, a look that caused a pawn to feel like he was facing a powerful predator who was waiting for him to make a move to launch himself at him. The white-haired girl narrowed her eyes a bit more as she looked at the chestnut tree. "Maybe I should separate your head from your shoulders so that you and everyone present here will learn to respect their superiors," she said, making everyone tense a bit, especially Riaz who did not dare to do anything for fear that if she do something his pawn would end up losing his head. The Redeed was not stupid, she could feel the power of the girl in front of her, just by seeing her eyes she could see that she was much stronger than her and much stronger than almost everyone in the room. But fortunately for everyone before the woman could do something drastic against Issei she was stopped by Naruto, who gave her a firm look. Both young men stared at each other for a few seconds. Blue looked at the strange red and green eyes of the girl in front of him, releasing a little of his power. The air Gremory spoke. "Easy alter, there is no need to waste time with a person who is far below your level," the Redeed said while looking at the girl in front of him without blinking. The named alter stared at Naruto's eyes for a second before snapping her teeth and making both her swords and her weapon disappear, directing her gaze to the chestnut she spoke. "You saw luck this time, kid," she said before looking at her king's sister. "As for you Gremory, I would advise you to keep your pawn well controlled. I will not accept more disrespect against my king or anyone who accompanies us," she said before disappearing into a circle of blue. Naruto sighed when he saw how the girl disappeared before his eyes, shaking his head a bit he directed his gaze towards his knight. "Rin, please could you find altar for me," he said, making the blue-haired boy nod. "Well, when you find her, take her home and do not let her go, I do not want her to be in the mood Shesin." "Find her crazy," he said making Rin nod and also disappear in a circle of blue. After the boy disappeared the entire room was filled with an uncomfortable silence, a silence that was interrupted when Naruto's mother took a couple of steps towards him. "Naruto, who was that girl?" she asked as she looked at her son. That was Alter, my queen and one of the strongest people in nobility, she's almost as strong as me," he said before pausing. "No, she is maybe much stronger than me, and now thanks to the actions of the useless Gremory Sanpon she is upset, and now I have to finish my meeting here to try to calm her down before she kills someone," he said as he created a circle under his feet. Directing his gaze from his mother to Sona he spoke. "See you soon Sona-san, I have a very important issue to talk to you," he said before disappearing from the room. Sona Citri, second daughter of the house Citri and the sole heiress of that house, was sitting as usual in his personal office within the club of the student council, and as usual she was signing some important documents. Next to her was his faithful and loyal queen Tsubaki, who had in his hand some documents that she had already signed. Suddenly a red light appeared in the middle of the room, which caused the attention of both women to address the light that had appeared. Both were surprised when a magic circle with the symbol of the house Gremory was formed in the middle of the room, which was impossible, since the whole room was protected with a magic barrier which prevented anyone who did not belong to the Citri family from being transported inside it. Sona's eyes widened a little when she saw the person who had left the magic circle. "Naruto-san, what are you doing here and how could you get into this room?" she asked, a little surprised by how Naruto managed to enter the room so easily. Naruto just smiled before walking and sitting in a chair facing Sona. "I told you that we would see each other soon Sona-san, also remember that I learned how to teleport using Citri circles when I was 5 years old, or maybe you do not remember that I always found you when you hid inside your house," he said with a smile on his face. Sona under his pen while looking at the redeed in front of her. "Yes, now I remember," she said as she crossed her hands in front of her face. "But for future visits, I'd like you to use the door as a normal person," she said seriously, making him nod. "Now could you tell me what is the reason for your visit?" she asked as she stared at him. Naruto looked at the girl in front of him before turning his gaze to the queen of his fiancé. "Tsubaki-san, you think you could give us a moment alone to me and Sona-san?" the redeed asked with a small smile on his face. Tsubaki looked at her king who nodded, assuring her that she would be fine and that she could leave. Nodding in return, the black-haired girl left the room, leaving both heirs alone. "Well Naruto-san, it's so important that you needed my queen to come out and leave us alone." Naruto nodded as he looked at the serious face that Sona had on his face. "I need you to introduce me and the members of my nobility as exchange students in this academy," he said seriously as he looked at the girl in front of him. Sona was a little surprised by Naruto's request, but still she did not let her surprise be visible on her face and tried to keep her expression calm and neutral as she looked at her fiancé. Because you want to be in this Naruto-san academy, maybe it's to watch Ria's and her nobility, she said, making the Redeed frowns. At the moment Gremory-san and her nobility could be less important to me, Sona-san. My reasons why I want to enter this academy are much bigger and more important than her, Naruto said seriously and a little annoyed by what Sona said. So if it's not for your sister, you could tell me what are the reasons you have in this place, Sona asked a little curious. A smile appeared on Naruto's face as he looked at the girl in front of him. Good try, Sona-san, but that will not work. I will not tell you my reasons, but if I tell you that if you help me with this, I could help you with your little school problem, he said, making her narrow her eyes a bit. How do you know about that? She asked as she looked at the Redeed in front of her. She had realized that he had changed a lot since the last time they saw and talked. As I said earlier, Sona-san, there are many things that I know. One of them is that in order to make your dream of creating an academy in the underworld to teach the reincarnated demons and demons about our history, how to use their magic and about the classification game succeed, you need the support of at least 3 pillar families and the approval of all the Mayu, he said as he watched as she frowned a little more. So if you help me with it, i.e. future leader of Casa Gremory, I can give you our support so that you can continue with your plan. Also if you help me, I can get the house bail and the house Astra support you too, he said as he leaned forward and placed his arms on Sona's desk. Sona looked at the Redeed in front of her as she thought about her proposal. She had been for years looking for the support of the other families of the pillar so that they would support her idea. She had also spent hours in her family's library while looking for the way to make someone support their idea, which would not only help the reincarnated demons to be better prepared for their new life, but could also help the kings to unite more with their servants and thus have a united and well-trained and educated nobility. But she had not found anything she could use. And now Naruto appears after 5 years telling him that he could easily solve his problem in exchange for a small insignificant favor. Looking directly into her eyes she spoke. As tempting as your offer may sound, I need to decline, Naruto-san. I cannot accept your offer, however favorable it may be for me. If I decided to accept your help, then it would look like you as my fiancé are solving my problems, and that's something I'm not willing to tolerate. If I accept your help, then no one will take me seriously and only see me as a woman who needs her husband to solve all their problems for her. I speak very seriously, while looking at Naruto straight in the eyes. Naruto would have been surprised by the refusal of the short-haired girl if he did not know she would say that. He knew Sona very well to know that she was not willing to let him solve her problem for her, so seeing that his plan A did not work, then he would use his plan B. I understand what you say and I respect Sona-san, but see this in the following way. If you allow me to roam this academy freely, I will transfer to you the favors that I, the leaders of the Bale and Astaroth houses, must, and in view of the support of the Gremory house, you could see it as an advanced wedding gift. For a second Sona's face turned red when Naruto mentioned the word wedding. She knew that she was engaged to him and that someday she would have to marry him, but she had never thought much about it, not until now that when the academy was ending. She knew that as soon as she graduated she would have to return to the earthly world to assume her position as leader of her family and later as Naruto's wife. At least that was what he and she agreed to the last once they saw each other. If you put it that way, we may come to an agreement, she said, making Naruto smile a little. But first of all, Naruto-san, I'd like to know why you came to me, because not just go to the director of the academy and talk about this with the dot. That's very simple, Sona-san, Naruto said as he shrugged. Because both you and I know that the real person who controls this academy is you. You are the one who decides who studies and who does not study in this academy. Well, the director is only a human working for both families with little knowledge about our world. He only finds himself as a decorative figure and the public face of this academy. While your one young heiress is the one who controls everything from the shadows. You've changed a lot, Naruto-san. Anyone who saw you would not think you are the same child who disappeared 5 years ago, she said a little stunned. These 5 years have made me change and rethink my life, Sona-san, he said as he got up from his chair. My plan is not only to continue with the good legacy of the Gremory family, but also to make this the most important family in the entire earthly world and the human world. After all, when my father retires, I will have to take care of all the businesses and companies that my family handles, he said while fixing his clothes a little. After that he directed his gaze to his fiancée. But tell me, Sona-san, do we have an agreement or not? If we have, Naruto-san, you just have to give me the necessary documents and I'll take care of the rest, she said as she got up and offered her hand to the Redeed. Naruto squeezed Sona's hand before bending over and kissing her on the back of it. My gentleman Rin will take care of bringing the documents later. In them the names that we will use while we are here will appear as well as the classes that we will take. I also need you to provide me with a club which we can use my companions and me to meet without raising suspicions. Nobody, he said, making Sona nod. As I told you, Naruto-san, I'll take care of everything, she said as she watched as he nodded and went out the door, and even after the redeed left she stayed standing until she stopped feeling the magic of the redeed. So soon she realized that he was far away, she dropped into her seat. Sighing, she took his hand to his heart, which was beating 1,000 beats per second. Because whenever I see him my heart gets so close, no matter how much time passes or when I see him, I still cannot stop feeling like a girl in love when he is close to me, she thought while I closed my eyes. Why is it that your presence affects me so much, Naruto-kun said as he brought his hands to his lips and remembered the kiss they had given a few days ago. Without Sona noticing, a person had witnessed the whole meeting between her and the redeed. The person frowned when he saw the dreamy expression that was on the face of the heir Citri. Clenching his fist strongly, the person turned and a couple of bat wings appeared on his back before using it to fly off and take off to an unknown location. I will not let you stay with Naruto, Citri, nor you or anyone else take me away from Naruto, the person told himself before disappearing into the blue sky. Very well, students, listen well and pay attention, a middle-aged woman while looking at all her students. I know this is a bit unusual, but today we will have 2 new students who were transferred here from Rome, she said as she looked at all of her students, who immediately heard that they started talking quickly to each other. 2 new students, that's strange. Yes, I just hope they are a very hot pair of girls. I hope they are 2 boys. There are already enough girls and few boys to choose, a blonde girl said while looking at her partner, who nodded in agreement. I understand you very well, my friends. The few beautiful boys there are already have a girlfriend, and those that remain are some perverts, she spoke while looking at her best friend. Clapping the teacher several times caused all the conversations to stop and everyone to turn around to see her. Well, now that you are a little calmer, I would like to ask our new students to come and introduce themselves to everyone, she said, and 2 seconds later the door opened to show 2 boys dressed in the school uniform of the academy. As soon as the 2 boys entered the classroom, it was filled with the cries of emotion from all the girls and some boys who were in the classroom. All the girls screamed with joy because the new students were not only 2 boys, but that was also very handsome. They're so cute. The dark-skinned boy is so sexy, I want to be his girlfriend. I think him in love, a boy said with hearts in his eyes as he looked at what his new classmates would be. Many of the other boys who were close to the one who had spoken quickly moved away from it. Damn cute boys. Both students were only left with a look without emotions while listening to the screams and comments of everyone present, while outside they both had a look of emotions. Inside were cursing their fate of being in the same classroom as a lot of girls' fans. They were also cursing the person who had made them attend this academy. Clapping again, but now stronger than before, the teacher managed to make everyone shut up again. Girls, please calm down your hormones a bit and let the new students introduce themselves properly, she said before looking at the 2 boys. Go ahead, Akimura-san, Shixel-san, he said as he looked at the 2 boys who nodded at the same time. Rin nodded as he stepped forward and looked at all the boys and girls in front of him. My name is Rin Akimura, I'm 16, I'm from Okinawa, but I grew up in Rome was the only thing he said as he stepped back and stood next to his partner. Seeing it was his turn, Drogon stepped forward while looking at all the girls in the room. My name's Soma Shixel, Drogon said while using the name he and Naruto had invented for when he was in his human form. And that's all I'll say, he said indifferently, which caused all the girls in the room to scream like a girl fan, which caused him to bother him a little more. While his classmates shouted like crazy, Issei had wide eyes while looking at the 2 boys who would be in his class. As soon as he saw them, he recognized them as members of the nobility of his king's brother. His eyes were they opened a little more when he saw that Drogon was staring at him to see if he dared to say anything. But as much as he wanted to say something he could not because the surprise was so great that he would not let him gesture any word. The smile seemed on Drogon's face when he saw the fear in Drake's wear. From the first time he saw the boy, he saw that he was Deadle, perhaps the weakest person he has ever seen in his life, and perhaps the carrier more pathetic than his companion dragon has had. Using his sensory powers, he felt that the boy's level of magic power was very low, and his control was almost non-existent. If the boy was a disgrace not only to the bearers of sacred gear, but also to the reincarnated demons, that without counting his list of skills which left much to be desired. Seeing that both boys had finished their presentations and that they no longer wanted to say anything else, the woman nodded before speaking. Thank you for your Akimura-san presentation, Shixel-san, she said before looking around the room as she searched for the perfect place for both boys. After a few seconds she found the perfect places for them. Now I need Shixel-san to sit behind Haidu-san while Akimura-san sits behind Minami-san, she said, causing both students to raise their hands so they know who was who. Brogan's face showed a slight frown as he looked at the boy behind him. He would have to sit down. Walking towards him, he sat in the seat behind him before directing his gaze to the front where his teacher was. If you dare to speak to me or even mention that sometimes we have seen each other, I kill you, understood, he said when he saw that the boy turned and so he could talk to him. Swallowing the chestnut, I look at the dark-skinned boy. Yes, said Issei a little scared and in a shaky voice. listening to the sound of wood being destroyed under his gaze only to see how Drogon's right hand had changed from a normal human hand to a black draconian hand with large sharp claws, the same sharp claws that had created a hole in the dark-skinned boy's desk. Swallowing again, he turned and looked straight ahead. He could feel the dragon's gaze behind him. He could also feel that another person was looking at him. Turning his head, he saw that other person was none other than Drogon's companion, who was giving him a happy smile. Or that was what he expected it to be. Turning again, he looked at his teacher. Sweat began to accumulate on his forehead. He felt like a cornered and helpless animal. After seeing that the two new students were sitting in their respective places, the teacher spoke with a smile on her face. "Well, now there will be her history books on page 201, she said, making everyone nod and take out their books. All but issei took out their books and began to look for the page that their teacher told them. The poor pawn of Rhea's Gremory was still with his eyes still in shock as he kept looking at the front of the room. His hands were shaking uncontrollably at the look that they were giving both the pawn and the Knight of King's brother. "This has to be a joke. Please someone tell me it's a damn joke," Naruto thought, a bit annoyed while looking at all the boys and girls in front of him. Many of the girls had hearts in their eyes, while the most of the boys had the frown while they looked at him, but that was not what was bothering him. What really was bothering Naruto was really the person who was in the same room as him. Sitting in front of him was his fiancée Sona, and next to her was the queen of his sister Akeno, but also sitting in a row that the black had and only a few chairs further back was her younger sister Rhea's Gremory, who had a surprised look on her face. Looking at his fiancée, he frowned a little more as he observed that she was giving him a weak and innocent smile. A smile that was not deceiving the Redeed, since just seeing the smile of his fiancée, he could see that she had placed him in the same room as her sister intentionally. She placed him in the same room as her sister. Perhaps for him to spend more time with her and thus try to fix their relationship, which would never happen. He would never forgive his sister, not after what she had done to him. "Well, Uzumaki-san, you can take the seat next to Gremory-san," said the man who would be his teacher while he was studying at the academy. Just like Drogon had changed his name, so while he was at the academy, he would use Naruto Uzumaki's name, since he didn't want anyone to connect him with his sister. The last thing he wanted was for someone to start asking him about her or for any idiot to approach him to make friends with him, and maybe so he could get a date with a Redeed. "Well, Shimazaki-san sat next to Kane-san," the teacher said as he looked at Alter, who nodded before starting to walk to his designated place. Throughout the time that Alter was walking, she kept looking at Rhea's with an unpleasant look, a look that the Redeed gave back while looking at her without blinking. Raising his power a little, the Redeed made all the demons in the room stare at him, but he ignored them almost everyone and only concentrated on his queen, who he looked at. That caused her to calm down a little and sit quietly in his seat. After squiting his queen, Naruto began to walk towards his place. Passing by Sona's desk, he placed his hand on it before continuing on his way to his seat, where he sat before starting to look out the window. Looking at her desk, Sona noticed that something had begun to be written on it. A few seconds later, a smile appeared on her face when she saw what her fiancé had written on her desk. Placing her hand on the writing, she used her powers to make everything Naruto had written disappeared. Looking out the window, she could see Naruto's reflection and realized that he was looking at her. Smiling a little, she winked before turning her face to see her teacher, who had started with the class again. Naruto Gremory had never been as bored in his life as he was right now. He had spent most of the day sitting at his desk while listening to the endless and boring lectures his different teachers were giving him, to which we had to add the constant glances of love from his companions, the looks of hatred from his companions, and the annoying look of Rhea's, who turned to see him every 5 minutes, which was making him angry a little. Redeed cursed his luck, because if it wasn't for the fact that being in this academy he could fulfill part of his plans, he never set foot in the place. He had already had enough studies with his mother for 2 lives. Looking at the clock, he saw that there was still half an hour left for his last class. So picking up all his things, he got up from his seat and started walking towards the exit, which caused everyone to leave what they were doing to stare at him. "Excuse Uzumaki-san, where do you think he is going?" the teacher asked while looking at the Redeed, who along with the girl had entered with a special permission from the principal. "Perhaps it is not obvious. I get out of here. I can't stand being one more minute in this hateful place with all these people," he said before leaving and closing the door behind him. The whole room was silent as they looked at the door where Naruto had left. For almost 3 minutes nobody said anything, and they just stared at the white sliding door. After a few more seconds of silence, all the ordeal broke loose. "Yeah, that's cool. That was amazing. I think I'm in love," cursed Kaki. For 5 minutes the room was filled with all kinds of comments about the Redeed and his departure. The uproar and the scandal for what the Redeed did was so great that no one gave up that Alter was not in the room. After leaving his classroom, Naruto went to the club that would be using his nobility as a facade to cover up his true activities, as well as his sister with his research and occult club and his fiancé with the student council. He had asked Sona for a club where he could meet with the members of his nobility without raising suspicion of any other person. The name he had chosen for his club was the Games Club, and no one other than his nobility was in. It is not that he would accept the requests of people who wanted to join him. The last thing he wanted was for a human to be around the whole place. So for more protection he had placed barrier bars all over the place, which prevented that any person or demon who was not in his nobility could enter, and that included his sister and his fiancée. Entering the club, the blonde realized that he was not the only one who had left before class. He smiled a little when he saw his best friend Rin sitting next to Drogon, who was reading a book that talked about the different families that made up the pillars of the underworld and their stories and powers. "Hi guys, how was your first day of study?" he asked as he sat at his desk, which was brought directly from the underworld. After all, that was the only place where you could get the best wood in the world. "This is shit, Naruto. I still don't understand why we should be doing this," Drogon asked as he set his book aside and looked at his partner and leader. "How bad was it?" the blonde asked while taking a book that talked about the origin and history of the Gremory family. He had already finished reading the book that talked about the Bale family and its power of destruction. "We played the same classroom as Ria's Gremory's pawn," he said, making Naruto's ear move a little. Naruto left what he was doing and looked up to look at his pawn and his knight. "Are you talking seriously?" he asked as he looked at both boys, who nodded. Leaning back in his seat, he closed his eyes before sighing a little. "So it's Ona's plan," he said as he opened his eyes and looked at the roof of his club. "She wants us to get acquainted with Ria's and her nobility. That's why she put you in the same room as her pawn and altar, and I put ourselves in the same room as she and Ria's," he said, making both boys look at him with their eyes a little open. "You're serious, Naruto? Sona Citri did all this on purpose?" Rin asked as he looked at the Redeed, who didn't seem affected by that. "That's my brothers. Sona Citri made fun of me and used me as she wanted," he said as he smiled a little. "Then you love Naruto? Maybe I'll let this go on like this," Drogon said angrily. "Perhaps you will let Sona manipulate you that way." "For now," he said before putting a serious look on his face. "Then I can take care of Sona, but for now I will let her play her game while we concentrate on our work. We have to finish this soon before something bad happens," he said as he began to read his book again. "But you know, lately I've been thinking about the day we met, the day I met each of you," he said as he felt like Alter appeared behind him, but still he didn't look away from his book. A small smile appeared on Rin's face. Raising his arm, he placed the palm of his hand in front of him. He clenched his fist for a few seconds before opening it, causing the entire room to light up with a small blue light. "Yes, I've also been thinking about the past a bit," Rin said as she continued to look at her hand covered in a blue fire. Flashback. 2 months, 2 long and boring months had passed since Naruto had escaped from his house without saying anything to anyone. During those 2 months nothing interesting had happened to him, and since he had left home, he had only taken care of a pair of parabolic demons which he easily destroyed. None of them were rivals for him or his family power. All the parabolic demons that he faced were just low-class demons. The Redeed stopped and stepped out of the lane of thought when he heard a loud roar, followed by a cry of pain, walked towards the place where he had heard the scream. The Redeed hid behind a wall, just in time to prevent a demon from paralyzing it will crash against him. The Redeed could not help being fascinated when he saw a boy of his same age set on fire, a blue fire which he seemed to dominate a little. His fascination leveled up when he saw what looked like a tail hanging on his back. He also had a sword which, like the boy, was set on fire. The boy on fire raised his sword and dropped it on the head of the demon, causing it to scream for a few seconds before catching on fire. The fire lasted only a few seconds, and when it went out the only thing left of the demon was a small part of black meat, scorched and unrecognizable. After he had finished his work, the black-haired boy holstered his sword, making all the fire that covered it completely disappear. Giving one last look to the demon that he had destroyed, he turned and left with an unknown destiny. Following the boy, Naruto saw that this led him to where he seemed to reside. The Redeed could not help raising one of his eyebrows when he saw that what looked like the boy's house was nothing more than an abandoned and semi-destroyed church, which had had a large hole about the size of a vehicle, several broken windows, a destroyed wall, and the main door was not there either. The last thing and what attracted the most attention to the church was a yellow ribbon. The same tape that the police put every time there was a homicide somewhere. Walking towards one of the destroyed windows, the Redeed looked through it and saw the blue-haired boy sitting on a bench. Next to him there was a mark in the shape of a person's body, a person who had been killed. Raising his head quickly, the boy looked out the destroyed window. "Who's there?" the blue-haired boy asked while out the window, but didn't see anyone. "Don't hide, I know you're there," he said as he took his sword. Seeing that it was not worth keeping hidden, Naruto left where he was and began to walk to the door of the church. Entering, he placed himself at a considerable distance from the boy who was staring at him all the time. After he entered the church, he felt his skin tingle and his instincts went crazy and yelled at him to leave the place. He also felt great pressure on him. But even so, he tried to ignore all that as well as possible and only concentrated on the boy in front of him. "Who are you and why are you spying on me?" asked the boy with the sword while looking at the Redeed. Raising my hands, the Gremory spoke, looked the boy directly in the eyes before speaking. I'm sorry for that, I had no intention of spying on you or bothering you, but what happens was that I was on my way when I saw your fight against that parasito demon. Do you know what they are? Asked a surprised boy while looking at the Redeed, who nodded. How do you know about them? I know about them because, like them, I am also a demon, he said, and so quickly those words came out of his mouth to move the tube to prevent the boy from cutting him in two with his sword. Hey, calm down, I'm not here to fight you, I just want to talk, Naruto said, but his words were not heard by the boy who tried to cut him again. The Redeed rolled a little on the ground before getting up and taking one of the seats that were close to him, quickly turning the punch to the boy in the center of the chest and sent him to hit a wall. Grabbing the bench with both hands, the Redeed waited 1 second before throwing it with all his strength. The blue-haired boy watched as the seat was heading towards him quickly, using his sword and short in half, but as soon as he did that he was hitting in the face by the red-haired boy and sent through the wall. He is very strong, he is stronger than all the demons against whom I have been fighting, he thought as he looked at Naruto, who had taken a candle holder in his hand. And if he is a demon, then why his patience is so different from the other demons that I have fought against, he asked himself as he looked at the Redeed. Placing his sword in front of him, he ran out towards his enemy. When he was close to this, he moved his sword and tried a horizontal cut, but the only thing he managed to cut was the pedestal of candles that the boy had in his hands. After that he moved his sword again, but he never expected that Redeed swiveled swiftly in the air and hit him in the face again, which caused him to crash into Barrio's banks, causing them to break. Seeing the boy on the floor, Naruto ran towards him before he tried to get up. Surrounding him, he took him by the right leg and crashed him face to the ground. Pressing his foot strongly against the boy's head, he took his tail and he squeezed it tightly, which caused the boy to stop fighting and give a faint cry of pain. As I supposed it, Naruto spoke as he looked at his opponent on the ground. You are not completely human, but you are not a demon either, you are a mixture between them, he said, while ignoring the fact that his hand was burning for him. Fire that was in the boy's tail. Shut up, I'm not like you, I'm not like that. Filthy demons that destroyed this place and killed my father, he said in his voice a little drowned, he could feel his forces slowly leaving him. Were the demons that destroyed this place the same as the one you destroyed this morning? Naruto asked as he looked at the boy on the floor, who was silent and only clenched his fists tightly. Sighing, the Redeed again clenched the boy's tail, making him complain annoyance. The blue-haired boy gave a grunt of pain when he felt the Redeed squeeze his tail a little more. He could also feel his strength leaving him. Yes, the demons that destroyed this place and killed my father were the same as the one I destroyed. I will destroy all the demons, and then I will destroy Satan, he said in a voice full of hatred and resentment. Naruto raised one of his eyebrows again when he heard the last part, ending with Satan. Apparently the boy did not know anything about the current underworld. Looking at the boy, he saw that he was strong and that he could become stronger if someone trained him well and taught him to use his powers well. Well, I have bad news for you, the one you saw was not only a demon, but a parasitic demon who abandoned his master and became corrupt. That's why his appearance is like that. But I am instead a blood demon, pure and a very strong one, and I don't want to hurt you, so I will release you only if you promise not to attack me, the Redeed said seriously. The boy turned his face and saw the look of the Redeed. He saw that he had a dangerous look on his face and that he would not hesitate to kill him. He knew that the boy was stronger than him and that he also had to lose already, that the boy knew his weak point while he knew nothing about his opponent, so nodding he assured the Redeed that he won't attack him. Good, Naruto said before releasing him. Taking a leap backwards, he moved away at a distance from the boy. The boy might say he won't attack him, but it didn't hurt to be cautious. Now because we don't start over, my name is Naruto Gremory and I am a high-class demon, said the Redeed as he introduced himself to the boy. My name is Rin Akumura and I am, well, I don't know what I really am, he said while looking at the Redeed. He wasn't lying to him, since he really didn't know what he was. Nobody ever he told him who his biological parents were or where he came from or his powers, and the only person who knew all that was now dead for trying to protect him from demons who wanted to kill him. It is a pleasure, I arranged, Akumura-san. In terms of what you are, I would say that you are a half-human half-demon, but unlike the other human half-demon you are something more primitive, he spoke as he looked at the boy's tail. I only say it because of the fact that you have a tail and the demons we stopped having a tail for many centuries, since they represented a great weak point for us, Naruto said as he crossed his arms. Another thing that intrigues me about you is your powers. Your powers are very similar to those of the Phoenix family, but I am 100% sure that you are not one of them. Another thing that makes me doubt that they are a phoenix is apart from your fire being blue, this is also more powerful than that of a phoenix, and I don't know why, but I think I've seen it somewhere, Naruto said, fascinated by the boy and his powers. He didn't know where, but if I remembered that he had seen that fire somewhere. You are a very peculiar person, Akumura-san, peculiar and fascinating, which makes me wonder that you are really Rin Akumura, a half-demon human or a half-human demon, the Redeed said while looking the boy straight in the eye. Seeing that the boy in front of him really didn't want to fight, Rin sat on a nearby bench, sighing here and his hand over his head before speaking. As I told you before, I don't even know what I am, the only person who knew that or who I am died protecting me from a parasitic devil. Now I don't have anyone to stay with, I don't know if I have a family member alive, so I decided to stay in this place and put an end to all the demons he found in order to make me stronger and be able to defeat Satan, he said, making the Redeed laugh a little. What's so funny? He asked as he looked at the Redeed. Listening to the annoying tone of Naruto, boy stopped laughing and placed a serious look on his face. Sorry about that, it really wasn't my intention to laugh, but I can't help it, is that listening to you say those things makes me funny, he said before taking a bench and using it to sit down. After that he looked at the boy in front of him directly in the eyes. Tell me, Okumura-san, that you know so much about demons and the underworld, or hell as you humans call it. Rin looked at the Redeed with a curious look on his face, but seeing the serious look that the boy had, he decided to answer. The boy in front of him may be the answer to many of his questions. Apart from what I've heard from the Bible, I don't know anything else. I was never interested in any of that, at least not until the demon attacked this place. I see, Naruto said as he nodded. Now he understood why it was that the boy had so little information about the underworld, even though he was a half-demon, although he could not blame him, since the church still uses the scripture of the Bible to make them see them as demons who enjoyed making sinners suffer in hell and all those things. First of all, let me tell you that everything you've heard about hell is not true. Everything the Bible says about us demons is wrong. We demons have evolved a lot since the era of the first demons. We are no longer those beings described in the Bible, and I sincerely believe that we never were. Other things you should know is that Lucifer, or Satan as you call it, no longer exists. The first Lucifer died thousands of years ago, and currently the name of Lucifer is only used to name the strongest demon and the leader of our entire race. Naruto spoke as he told him about the basic history of his race. Rin's eyes widened in surprise. He never imagined anything that the Redeed in front of him was saying. Looking at his eyes, he saw that everything he had said was the complete truth. He did not see not a single pinch of deception in his eyes. So you mean that everything I've been doing all this time has been useless? You mean that all the demons I destroyed were for nothing? He asked as he bowed his head a little. Unfortunately, yes, Naruto said as he looked at him. Most likely, the demons that killed these people have already been eliminated by someone else, but they may still be alive, he said, making Rin raise his head a little hopefully. All of that depends on the level of power that they had and the family to which this territory belongs, but most likely this whole territory belongs to the church and the angels. So it is very possible that they are still alive, which Tita, so it is very likely that you can still find them and thus fulfill your long-awaited revenge. Taking a pause, the Redeed began to remember his fight against the blue-haired boy. But with your current level of power, I doubt that you can beat them on your own. Most likely if you go after them you end up being killed, Naruto said simply. He knew that nothing was earned by lying to the boy. He was strong, yes, but he was not as strong as he thought. He also doubted that the demons that killed these people are weak demons, and if they were as many as he thought, then the boy would end up dead and possibly eaten. Rin clenched his fists tightly as he listened to the Redeed. He knew that he was strong and that he did not have the power to defeat those demons, but that was not why he would stay idly by. He would marry them and kill them, even if the last thing he does. Looking at the Redeed, he gave her a challenging look. Yes, and that, it doesn't matter if they are much stronger than me or that they are much more than I will defeat them, even if that tells me life, so I don't care if I die, they will all pay with their lives to kill my father and my friends. A small smile appeared on the Redeed's face as he looked at the fire in Rin's eyes. He knew that with a little more power and training the boy could be a person to fear. With good training and good guidance, he could be a very powerful demon, and he would make sure that happens. He will take care of Rin joining his nobility and becoming stronger than he has dreamed. So smiling a little more, he spoke. Tell me, Okumura-san, what would you say if I told you that I can make you very powerful? What would you do if you knew that I could give you the power you need to avenge your friends? Rin looked at the Redeed in front of him with a wary look on his face. I would say what the trap is, he said, making Naruto's smile widen a little more. Nobody is giving away power without receiving anything in return, so what is the trap? What do you gain in all this? He said seriously. You are a very intelligent person, Okumura-san, and I like that Naruto spoke while creating a small blackish red sphere in his right hand. But you're right, as everything in life, nothing is free and everything has its pros and cons, so to get the power that I'm promising you would have to become a half-demon, the Redeed said as he looked at the boy, which still had its active powers. Well, in your case it would be to complete you and become a complete demon, since apparently you are a half-demon of birth. Are you saying that for me to get the put I need, I have to become a thing like the one that attacked my friends? He asked as he looked at him a little angry. He would never agree to turn into a thing like that. Before he would rather die than become a creature as horrifying as that. Shaking his head, the Gremory spoke. To begin with, those demons that attack this place and the ones you have been facing are demon parasitos, demons that betrayed their leader to act on their own, and as punishment they ended up that way. But if you agree to become a demon, your appearance will not change at all, you will remain the same as always. I see, Rin said as he placed his hand under his chin while thinking about what the redeed was telling him. The offer was tempting, but he wasn't after accepting to become a demon without knowing all the good or bad points about it. Looking at the boy in silence, the redeed decided to speak. He was not a person with much patience. His mother had always told him that would bring him many problems, but he never paid attention. So what do you say, Akimura-san, do you accept or not? Naruto asked, a little hopeful that the boy accepted his offer. He saw a great power in him, power that could serve to prevent the compromise between his sister and Razor. Before responding to your proposal, I would like to know what are the benefits and consequences of becoming a devil? He asked as he looked at the redeed. The benefits of becoming a demon would be that your life could potentially be extended X and you can live hundreds of years. Another benefit of being a demon is that both your reflexes and powers will be increased. You can see in the dark so easily as in the day. Also, if you reach a certain level of power, you could get the same privileges as a high-class demon and pure blood like me. The last thing is that as a demon you would be under my protection and that of my family, Naruto, he said, making the boy nod. And the consequences, he asked. The consequences would be that as a demon you will not be able to step on a church without being affected by it. Also, objects such as crosses and water vendetta would be very lethal to you. Also, as a demon, you cannot step on any land belonging to the church or to the members of the fallen angels, or else you could cause a problem among all of us, he said as he looked at the boy, who nodded again while thinking about all the benefits of being a devil. After a few minutes of thinking about the pros and cons of being a demon, Rin, I made a decision. So looking at the blonde, he got up from his seat before speaking. It's okay, Gremory-san accepted your offer to become a demon, he said seriously. Naruto nodded as he got up too and looked the boy straight in the eye. I'm glad to hear that, Akimura-san, and I promise you won't regret this. I speak seriously. I hope so, Rin said seriously. So, since I become a devil, I have to do a satanic ritual or something like that, he asked, making Naruto smile. 1,000,000 years ago that may have been necessary, but there are currently easier ways to turn a person into a demon, he said as he extended his right hand. Rin could do nothing but stare in amazement as a black box appeared in the redeed's hand. Opening the box, Naruto showed the content to the boy in front of him. Tell me, Akimura-san, do you know chess? Naruto asked, making him nod. Well, what I have in my hands are bad pieces which are used to turn a person into a devil, and as in normal chess, there are 16 pieces, a king which is the one that I have inside me, which makes me the leader of all, a queen which is the second strongest and has all the attributes of all the other pieces, 2 towers that increase the resistance of the bearer, 2 bishops that increase the magic of the user, there are also 2 knights which increase the reflexes and agility of people, and finally there are the pawns that may seem the weakest pieces, but they are the only ones that have the power to increase their power. They can have the same power as a queen piece when they are in enemy territory, he said as he explained to the boy what Ajuka had said to him when he received his bad set of pieces. Rin nodded as he absorbed all the possible information. He had to say that sincerely he was absolutely amazed by these pieces. Badly in front of him, he couldn't believe that simple pieces like these had so much power, or less even, that they could revive a person and turn them into demons. If you had to choose which one you think would be better for me, Rin asked as he looked at who would be his future leader. Staring at the boy, Naruto decided to ask him a question that has been in his head since the beginning. Tell me, Akimura-san, where your powers come from and how you make them appear, the blonde asked as he looked at the boy. Rin looked at his hand where his sword was, which was still drawn. Second, my father said before he died my powers were sealed in this sword on the day of my birth. Because of that, to be able to release them I have to unsheath, and to seal them I have to do the opposite, and only with my unsheathed sword is it that I can use my flames. Although I don't have a lot of control over them, since it's only been a short time since I started using them, he said as he tried to light his hand, but the only thing he got was for his index finger to hit. See, it's impossible for me to control it well, he said as he looked at the redeed. Naruto saw this and unpublished knew what piece would be suitable for the boy, taking one of the knight pieces he spoke. Knowing all this, I think it would be best for you to be a knight, since the agility and speed that they grant to their wearer would combine perfectly with your use of the sword, he said, making the boy nod. Well, you just have to lie on the floor while I take care of the rest, he said, and a few seconds later the redeed was on the body of the black-haired boy who had sealed his powers, but the redeed had noticed that even with the Heath still had his tail. He only knew that only the old demons had tails, so their powers must come from some ancient demon. So he would have to investigate and little find out that demon was a bearer of blue flames, but if forgetting that for now, he started with a ritual that his mother had taught him. By my name, Naruto Gremory, I order you Rin Akimura to be reborn as a devil, as a new member of my family to live a long and happy life, Naruto said before dropping the piece on Rin's chest. Iridide's eyes widened slightly when he saw that the piece sank halfway before it shot out toward his hand again. Impossible, this is not possible, he said as he looked at the piece in his hand. What happens, Gremory-san? It didn't work because if so, I don't feel different, Rin said as she felt the same as always. He couldn't feel that something had changed inside him. It didn't work, apparently your power is too big for one piece to work, he said before taking the other night piece and repeating the ritual again. As soon as the term and the two pieces sank into the body of Rin, the tube to take a couple of steps back and cover his face to avoid burning or being blinded by the intense tornado of blue fire that surrounded the boy on the ground. Turning around, Naruto ran out of the church when the tornado of fire began to expand and consume everything in its path. The tornado of fire quickly consumed the entire church and threatened to continue expanding all over the place, so to prevent that from happening, Naruto created a magical barrier around the fire to prevent it from moving forward. For several minutes the fire continued until it slowly disappeared. When the fire went out completely, Naruto walked towards Rin's body and could not help but be surprised by what he saw. Rin's body looked like it had grown a few more centimeters. His body musculature also increased just like his hair, which grew a little more. The tail that was previously only on the tip was now completely covered with blue fire, while two fire wings were on his back. Looking into the boy's eyes, he saw that these seemed a little brighter, but that was only for a few seconds before returning to his normal color. Looking at the Naruto boy, I speak. How do you feel, Akimura-san? Looking at his hands, Rin spoke. I feel good, I have never felt better, he said as the fire surrounding his body began to disappear. So this is what it feels like to be a demon, he said as he looked at his new body. Looking at his hand, he saw that he still had his sword drawn, but his body was not setting on fire as it always happened when he unsheathed it. What happened? What happened to my powers? Why are they not active? Naruto stared at the boy for a few seconds before speaking. Appearing your new state allows you to unsheath your sword without activating your powers. Most likely that is due to your new state as a devil, and as I see, you can now use your fire at will, so close your eyes and imagine that your hand is on fire. Rin nodded before fulfilling the order of his new leader, closing his eyes, trying to block all the sound around him and only concentrated on his hand. A few seconds later he felt something warm and opened his eyes, only to discover that everything his body was covered in his blue fire. Naruto saw this and sighed a little disappointed. Apparently things would not be as easy as he thought, but if everything in life were so easy it would be very boring. It seems you need to be able to train a little to be able to control your powers well, he said as he looked at the boy covered in fire. Fortunately for you, I can teach you several exercises that I learned from my mother and my older brother, who helped me control my power, but for that we have to leave here, since it is only a matter of time before someone comes to have to. It was what happened here, he said as he looked at the remains of the church, which had ended up being nothing but burned debris. Rin turned and a sad look landed on his face as he looked at the remains of the church where he lived all his life. He saw that there was nothing left that could be saved. Looking at his sword, he saw that apart from the memories, this was the only thing left of his father. Yes, I also think we should leave, there is nothing here that can be useful to me, he said as he walked to the reed. And now what do I have to call you, my master, Naruto-sama, how? He asked as they both began to walk away from the burned church. They could already hear the firefighters and police approaching them. Naruto, only Naruto is fine, after all you and I are friends, he said, making the boy nod. Friends, Harin said while looking at the boy. For Naruto, he would be the first friend he would have in his life, since the other boys have always avoided him. He never knew it was to have friends and stuff. Then you can call me Rin, Naruto, he said before they both disappeared into the forest. Why do we always have to end up fighting upset Naruto people? Rin asked while hiding behind an abandoned building to avoid being killed by his enemy. It had been a year since he met the Redeed and became part of his nobility and his family. During that year many things had happened, both good and bad. One of them was that the Redeed had taught him several exercises to control better his powers, and thanks to that he was now able to use them at his will whenever he wanted. Of course he still didn't have complete control over his blue flames, but he now knew how to use them to fight whenever he wanted. Another thing that had happened was that during that time it was that he and Naruto got a new nobility companion, a powerful black dragon named Drogon. They had run into the dragon by chance when Naruto had taken him to get a familiar to be his companion in battles, in his errands and other things where he had to use it. While he was looking for his ideal relative, he and the Redeed found the dragon sleeping in the area where the most dangerous animals were from all over the forest. As soon as he felt his presence, he proceeded to attack them both without any warning or warning. After 2 hours of running for their lives, fighting the dragon who didn't seem to feel any of the attacks they were throwing at him and preventing him from killing them, was that the dragon seemed to calm down a bit and proceeded to ask Naruto why in himself. He found himself invading his entire domain. After the dragon asked that and the Redeed answered him and explained his motive, the dragon said he had a deal for Naruto. He told the Gremory that if he did, they bleed. Even if it was a bit, he would not just let him hover in his domain, but he would also join them, and of course Naruto accepted with a smile on his face. Rin could still clearly remember the brutal battle that the dragon and the Redeed had. The battle lasted almost 3 hours, and at the end of this Naruto had fallen unconscious by the exhaustion of using both his magic, but not before causing him a scratch in one of Drogon's legs from which the dragon was bleeding. After that and after the Redeed woke up, the dragon kept his word and joined the Gremory, who at first was only like him as a relative, but after thinking it well, he knew that the dragon's power was too great for him to be only his relative, so he decided to make him a member of his nobility. So invoking his bad set of pieces, the Redeed had to use 4 of his pawns, including a mutant. He had to turn Drogon into a member of his nobility and a dragon with demonic powers. After that and that Rin got his family member, who was a very strong and incredible one. The three decided to continue on their way in search of new partners. This road took them to Spain, where they heard the rumors about a witch with incredible powers. They were a little surprised when the named witch turned out to be a girl of the same age, who seemed to have very incredible and powerful abilities. Naruto jumped to prevent a sword from cutting his legs, taking another that wanted to cut it in two. He used to block a third that came through his head. Pointing his hand towards his opponent, he launched a powerful jet of his power of destruction which destroyed barium swords, and almost to his rapporteur if he had not moved in time. After that he hid again behind a building to avoid various swords more than they came for him. Turning his face to his right side, he looked at his only gentleman. "Hey, I didn't mean to fight her," he said before jumping and hiding behind another wall. "Besides, it was you who asked her if she is the crazy witch that everyone was talking about." He finished while looking at who was becoming his best friend. In the short period of a year they had both become very strong, especially with the training routine that Drogon had imposed on them, a routine so brutal that it almost made their body wants to explode after each session. "Yes, but I never thought she would react in such a violent way," Rin said before copying the blonde and moving to avoid the endless swords of the girl they were fighting against. The amount of swords she could create and use when at the same time it was almost unreal. They had almost half an hour dodging swords, and they still hadn't planted a blow on their female opponent. "You two could stop arguing and concentrate on what really matters right now," said Drogon, who was in his human form. Appearing behind the silver-haired girl, he clenched his fists and placed them in front of each other. Then of that he placed them both in front of his mouth, making it appear that he was playing a trumpet. As soon as he did that he began to inhale heavily, and with a strong exhalation a large black fireball shot out of his mouth in the direction of the girl. But before the fireball could hit her, a wall of swords appeared behind she and protected her. "Tch, those things are annoying," he said as he pulled out his wings and threw himself against the girl for a more direct attack. The girl they were fighting against turned and pointed the gun at the boy behind her. Pulling the trigger, she unleashed a large number of bullets, which were easily dodged by the dark-skinned boy. "Surrender, you can never win against me," the girl said as she placed her sword on her weapon, as if it were a violin. "The 20th movement of the cosmos. Mimic factor," she said as she moved her sword over her weapon, as if it were indeed a violin. Naruto and Rin's eyes widened when a fireball twice as large as the two of them together apparently came out of nowhere and launched themselves against them. Pulling out their wings, both demons threw themselves into the sky to avoid the huge colored fireball black, which had incinerated them, had not moved. "That was Sir RRRGG," Naruto shouted when a sword suddenly appeared and his right shoulder was embedded. The Redeed looked at the sword on his shoulder before looking up at the girl who was smiling at him. "Well, you want to play rough, then let's play rough," he said before placing his hand on the sword and making it disappear. "I just wanted to talk to you and offer you a place in my group, but I see that that will not be possible, at least not for good," he said before using her wings and throwing herself against the white-haired girl. Ignoring the wound on his right shoulder, Naruto threw a right hand against the girl which blocked it, forming a wall of swords in front of her. Growling a little, the Redeed created a destruction ball in the palm of his hand and began to destroy the swords quickly. After managing to destroy all the swords, he turned and kicked the girl's stomach, causing her to fly backwards at high speed. The Redeed narrowed his eyes when the girl turned in air before sticking her sword on the ground and using it to stop. "You're strong, I admit it," she said as she straightened and gave the Redeed a smile. "Thank you, you are too." Naruto spoke sincerely. Apart from Drogon, he had not fought against someone so strong in a long time, not even Rin was so strong. "My name is Naruto Gremory, and yours is what?" he asked, looking at the girl who was not only strong, but also beautiful. Alter Shimazaki," she said as she bowed in a bow and took off the big military hat she had on her head. "Alter, huh, that's a very pretty name, just like its carrier," he said, making a small red powder appear on the girl's face. "You are very flattering, you knew it," she said with a small smile, a smile that disappeared when she saw the Redeed's companions running towards them. "You two get in my way, so don't get in the way as this," she said before using her swords to create a dome that prevented Rin and Drogon from approaching her and Naruto. "Now that we are alone and in a more private environment, because you and I don't talk a little," he said as he put the smile back on his face. "Talk?" Naruto asked as he looked at the girl in front of him, who nodded. Now you want to talk to me, I thought you just wanted to kill us, he said, remembering everything that had happened and the times she was about to kill him with her swords. Licking her lips she looked at the redeed before speaking. Oh, make no mistake my dear, I will kill them all she said, making the redeed frown a little. I just want to hear everything you have to say before I decide to eliminate you and your friends completely. Naruto's gaze was fixed on the girl in front of him, he saw the fun dancing in her eyes, he also saw something else, something he could not decipher. You know that what you have is beautiful you have is arrogant too the air Gremory said with his eyes narrowed towards the girl. He would worry later to discover that it was that other than he saw in her eyes, for now he only had to concentrate on the fight that was about to break out between them. And that's a lot by the way since you are very beautiful. Alter only smiled as he watched as the redeed's friends tried to destroy his great wall of swords, but all his attempts were resulting in being somewhat useless since she was using a large part of her magical power to create the most powerful sword she has created throughout his life so he could prevent the redeed's companions from entering and ruining the fun she was about to have with the boy. It is not arrogance when you have the power to support your words, and as you can see around me, I have power to spare, he said before moving his hand and causing several swords to fall around the redeed who did not move or flinched a little, all that only caused Alter's smile to expand a bit. Now tell me, demon, what do you want with me? Why are you and your friends behind me? Naruto did not flinch or was scared when the swords fell around him, bringing his hand to his bleeding shoulder, he created a magic circle and stopped the bleeding. He knew that that would not be enough to close his wound, but it would be enough to prevent to keep losing blood and die for the loss of it. Looking at the girl he saw that she was very strong, much stronger than Rin, but not as much as Drogon. Averting his gaze a little he saw the strange weapon in his hands. From the first moment he set his eyes on her, he knew that that was a sacred gear, knowing which of all is that was the problem, since with the amount of different sacred gear that had watered all over the world was difficult to recognize them all. He could only assume that this was one of the 13 Longinus or one with enough power to be. Averting his gaze from the girl's gun he looked back at the silver-haired bearer directly to his strangers, but fascinating two-color eyes. Yes, it is true that you are strong, he began to say, making her smile a little more broadly. You may even be stronger than me, but that won't stop me from kicking your pretty butt, Naruto spoke as he smiled a little too. As for the reason I wanted to talk to you, it was to see if you wanted to join me and be part of my nobility, he said as he got a little serious now. You want me to join your nobility, she repeated, making Naruto nod. Because I should join you when you are much weaker than me, and by far she spoke in her voice full of arrogance. Tell me Alter-chan I've never heard the human phrase that says appearances are deceiving, the redeed said before releasing a wave of his power, which caused almost all the swords near him to be completely destroyed. So make no mistake Alter-chan, I am stronger than I appear and much stronger than you think. Even so, you are not strong enough to defeat me, besides that comes that you want me to join your nobility. It is very rare to see a devil asking for that since most do it by force without even thinking if the person wants or not, he said while looking at the redeed. He was not the first devil who had come for her, she had already faced a few who wanted her power for them, but the only thing they got from her was that her swords they would end up in their throats and may their blood stain the same floor where they stood. Naruto frowned when he heard that, he had always disapproved of the way in which many demons got their members, much did them under threat or blackmail, while another did it by force, which was the main reason for the great increase in paradox demons. He had devised a plan to keep that from happening, but unfortunately he still couldn't carry it out, since he was not yet the leader of his family, and even if he was first, he would have to get several allies to help him politically, in that which would be a bit difficult but not impossible. So for that the first one would have to take his father's mantle, before proposing his plan to end the slavery that was in the underworld, since he never enjoyed forcing someone to do something against his will, not even to the maids who work for his family, he made them do something that they didn't want to do, he respected them all of the same way they respected him. Also, that imposing his will to force on another person or demon was not the way his mother raised him, if he did something like that he would not only be spitting on the great legacy of the Gremory family, but also he was 100% sure that his mother would kill him before disinheriting him and expelling his name from the Gremory and Bale families. Since they were home they knew each other for the good treatment of their servants, and because of that they are always receiving a request from demons who wanted to work for them. Looking at the military girl he spoke. I am not like that Alter-chan, I am very different from the other demons that you have met he spoke as he watched as Alter gave him a mysterious smile. I prefer to ask because I do not like to force people to do something they do not want, so knowing that I would like to ask you if you would be willing to be a member of my nobility Alter Shimazaki the Gremory asked while offering his right hand to the girl. Alter stared at the redeed in silence, she had to admit that he was something cute and strong, but even so that was not enough for her to accept his request to join him. If he loved her, his power and his strength and his nobility, he would have to show him that he had the strength to fight her on equal terms, since she would never serve a person she had to be protecting every 5 minutes. If you really want me to join your nobility Gremory, you will have to show me all your strength and your power, so I would suggest that you fight with all your strength if you want to live, otherwise you will die tonight by my hands like all the weak ones who previously tried to recruit me to work for them," she said as she placed her gun on her shoulder, taking a new sword she placed on her weapon. "So that's why you separated me from my teammates, to test my strength individually and without them interfering in our fight," the Redeed asked as he looked at Alter, who nodded. "Well, for my sake anyway, I'm not very much a person who likes to fight a hole against one, especially if that person is as beautiful as you," he said as he pulled out his black wings which he knew he would need. Taking a step forward, the Redeed disappeared. A few seconds later the sparks began to fly everywhere, as did the sounds of metal crashing into metal. Outside the barrier, Rin and Drogon could do nothing but frown as they watched their leader and the silver-haired girl named Alter fight fiercely without them being able to do anything to help him. There was nothing they could do to destroy the dome of swords that kept them separate from their leader. The swords were strong, but even they both knew that if they used all their combined power, they could destroy them completely, but that would cause the barrier that covered them with prying eyes to be destroyed, and possibly the entire city that was outside the barrier as well. So they had nothing to do but see how their leader was facing the girl. They could only wait until Naruto could against her alone, which may not be, because the Redeed was just using hand skills by hand, with a sword and a small part of its power of destruction, so as not to have to worry about destroying the barrier and hurting any civilian person that was passing through the area. Rin clenched her fists when she saw how Naruto was violently crashed to the ground by the girl, who apparently had considerable strength inside her delicate body. "You can't do anything to destroy this Drogon sword wall?" the blue-haired boy asked as he looked at his dark-skinned companion. Drogon shook his head as he watched as Naruto ended up with a sword in his left forearm, but not before hitting the girl so hard in the face that blood began to flow from his upper lip. "No, there is nothing I can do without destroying the barrier Naruto placed," he said as he watched as the Redeed smiled despite being bleeding from various parts of his body. "Then destroy it, we have to go in and help Naruto." Rin exclaimed as he looked at the bleeding Redeed. He would not allow his friend, his first and true friend, to die because they could help him due to a simple sword barrier. "And that all the people outside the barrier suffer," he said as he frowned at the blue hair. "The only way I can destroy this sword wall is if I enter my true form and launch one of my most powerful attacks, but by doing that not only the sword wall would be destroyed, but the barrier that covers us from humans too, and possibly everything around us, which would possibly cause many innocent people to die, not to mention that it is very possible that even Naruto is in the middle and also gets hurt," he said, causing Rin's eyes to open a little. Naruto knew about that and that's why he wanted to talk with the girl and avoid any fight with her. He knew that if I enter my whole form this whole place would end up destroyed and become a desolate wasteland and lifeless. That's why it was that he asked me what happens, no matter that I did not enter my dragon form, he said as he turned his gaze to the fight, which seemed to have leveled up since now both Naruto and the girl were bleeding from several different places of your body. The Redeed was bleeding from his previous wounds, while Alter was bleeding from a wound caused by one of his own swords, a sword that was in Naruto's hands as blood dripped from it. But despite everything, they were still smiling as if they were having a lot of fun with their fight. "I know how you feel, Rin, because I feel the same," he said as he placed a hand on his partner's man. "But for now all we can do is see how everything unfolds and expect Naruto to emerge victorious from this fight." Rin clenched his fists a little harder, causing this to turn white. Damn. 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 He exclaimed, frustrated him again and again as he hit the wall of swords in front of him. Naruto stood in front of his rapporteur staring at her, blood coming out of several parts of their bodies and accumulating on the ground under both of them quickly, but despite all this, the Redeed continued with his smile on his face as he looked at Alter, the witch was in almost the same situation as him. "You know, I haven't had so much fun since I fought my partner Drogon a while ago," he said as he raised his sword and placed it in front of him. The smile on Alter's face also widened a little more as he looked at the Redeed. "I had no fun as much as now," she said as she pointed her gun at Naruto. "But why don't we continue with this and have a little more fun," she said as she made Naruto nod. "As you order, my lady," Naruto said before using the sword in his hands to destroy all the bullets that Alter shot at him. Running towards the girl, the Redeed jumped in the air before sending the sword against her, which Alter evaded, giving a mortal back. Because of that she did not realize when Naruto stood in front of her. Quickly moving her hand, the Gremory caused part of the blood that came out of her street forearm on Alter's face and temporarily blinded her. Taking advantage of that, the Redeed took the gun from the girl before throwing it away from her so that she could not use it against him. After that he implanted his right fist in the stomach of the girl, causing it to rise a couple of centimeters from the ground, jumping the turn in the air and hit the girl in the head with his left heel. But before he could do something else against his opponent, he jumped back just in time to prevent several swords that descended from the sky from killing him. The red-haired Pat Naruto on the ground until he could avoid all the swords that continued to fall, Crossing his arms in front of his face, he prevented Alter's fist from destroying his face. Damn, she is very strong, thought the Redeed while doing a little grimace of pain. I have to put an end to this soon, my magic is almost running out and I doubt I can keep fighting for much longer, thought the feeling his magic levels were falling more and more. I've also lost a considerable amount of blood and am starting to get dizzy, he thought before bending down to avoid a kick that could have taken his head off his shoulders. Jumping Alter prevented the Redeed from sweeping her legs. Taking another leap, she landed near him and planted her legs firmly on the ground before bending down and speeding against Naruto, who didn't have time to cover himself and ended up with her fist in the center of your chest. A smile came to Alter's face when the Redeed's blood fell on his right cheek. Taking him by the right arm, she sent him to the ground, but she never expected him to turn in the air and before falling completely to the ground and thus achieved to stand up. Hess, a very good fighter, anyone else would have given up, but he didn't want to keep fighting, she said, while looking at the boy's blue eyes, which were filled with a burning fire and eager to continue fighting her. But I have to end this soon, I am not a person who can fight hand to hand for a long time, and with my Halopsican out of my reach, my abilities diminish considerably, she thought as she began to gasp a little quickly. She had never lasted so long fighting someone, her fights mostly ended in a matter of a few minutes, but her fight against the Redeed had lengthened long enough for her to start getting tired of something that had never happened to her in the past. Naruto watched closely as his rapporteur began to breathe irregularly. He knew that he had to take this opportunity to defeat the girl, but otherwise he would be lost, since he was weakening a little due to the amount of blood he had lost, so taking a new sword he placed it in front of him, while he took a firm position that his older brother's knight had taught him when he was still at home. Now that he thought about it, he realized that it had been more than a year since he saw any member of his family. He was 100% sure that both his mother and younger sister Rias were completely worried and upset with him for leaving, without saying anything to any of them, but now there was no going back. He had promised himself that he would not return home until he is not strong enough to beat Razor, and freeing his sister from that marriage contract, he would never allow his sister to marry a being as despicable as Razor, who was a narcissist, womanizer and an egotist with an ego the size of the moon. He would rather die than see his sweet younger sister married to that damn bastard. Leaving his thoughts, the Redeed noticed how Alter also took two swords, one in each hand, before pointing them at him as if making a statement. You seem tired, Gremory, she said as she tried to hide her own tiredness from the Redeed. So because we didn't end this with one last attack, she said. Naruto nodded as he moved his left foot a little further back to push himself harder. You are not better than me, Alter-chan, but if a last attack is what you want, a last attack I will give you, he said as he stared at her and looked for the best place for his last attack. For several seconds both fighters stared at each other without saying anything, no flickering, no breathing or moved a single muscle, they just stayed like statues looking into each other's eyes. The only thing that could be heard all over the air where they were the sound of the rotating swords that made up a dome that kept them away from everyone else. But apart from that nothing more could be heard, since even Drogon and Rin kept silent watching everything that happened. Suddenly the hollow scream of an owl was heard all over the place. Immediately the scream calmed down, both young men disappeared in a speedboot. When both reappeared, both were in the place that the other was occupying previously. The two had a face of total seriousness on their faces, and their swords dripping blood. A few seconds later one fell to his knees, while the other fell to the ground and began to bleed quickly. Alter's eyes widened slightly. Rising, she turned and saw the Redeed lying on the floor bleeding quickly. Her surprise and astonishment was so great that she did not realize that the dome of swords that kept her and the Redeed separated from his other companions had disappeared. Why? Why did you do that? I asked with wide eyes. She still couldn't believe what the Redeed had done. It was hard for her to believe that at the last second the Redeed had changed the trajectory of his sword. At the last second he had moved his sword so that instead of him, he would cut off his head and he would only make a small superficial wound on his right arm, which was not even very deep. But unfortunately for her, she had not done the same, which caused her two swords to cut the Redeed's chest, which caused him to end up on the floor bleeding very quickly. As soon as Rin and Drogon saw that the sword wall that kept them away from their leader disappeared, they ran to him quickly. Kneeling beside the Drogon, he took it and turned it. His eyes widened slightly when he saw the two great wounds in the boy's chest, but that was not the worst. The worst of all was that he was very pale due to all the blood he had lost during the fight against the silver-haired girl. He knew it was only a matter of a few minutes for him to die from the massive loss of blood he was having. Damn, this is not good. If we don't do something, Naruto will die soon, the dark-skinned boy said as he looked at the Redeed. Because, tell me why you did it, Alter asked, still surprised, taking a step toward her. She tried to approach the seemingly unconscious Redeed in the dark-skinned boy's arms. Seeing how Alter wanted to get close to Naruto Rin, he took that as if she wanted to continue fighting against him, so he pulled out his sword immediately, activating his blue flames that he carried inside him, made them cover his entire body, and his Kurakara too. Her blue eyes shone a little as she looked at the silver-haired girl with a lot of hate in them. "Don't you dare to take another step," he said with a cold and emotionless voice. "If you dare to take another step, I will kill you here and now." Alter stopped immediately, not that she was afraid of the blue-haired boy covered in fire, no, she just stopped because she didn't want to aggravate the Redeed situation by starting a fight against a blue-haired boy. She first wanted to know why that he had changed the trajectory of his sword at the last moment. That was something she could not understand yet. She could not understand how he allowed her enemy to cause 2 fatal wounds to the chest which could end with his life. Listening to the statement of his Naruto knight, I speak in a slightly weak voice. "Let her in, this is not her fault," the Redeed said with narrowed eyes. "She is not to blame for anything, this is all my fault," he said as he could feel his vision becoming blurry and his body was starting to get cold, which meant nothing good for him. "Damn, I can't believe I'm going to die here without even having fulfilled the promise I made to Rias-chan. I can't believe I'm going to die without even seeing my mother or father, even my Siskin elder brother, or Grafia One-sama, and my cute little nephew Milikas," he thought as he looked at the sky. "No, I can't die here, I still have to save my sister, I still have to lead my family," he said while trying to get up, but that turned out to be a futile effort since he couldn't feel his legs. He had also begun to lose the mobility of his right arm. He did not know if his left was still in place since he could not feel it. "Hey, answer my damn question," Alter exclaimed as he looked at the dying Redeed. "Because you diverted your sword, why did you save my life?" I asked, angry and confused at the same time. She didn't know if she should feel good or bad about what he had done. "Because I didn't want to hurt you, Alter-chan," Naruto said weakly, causing the girl's eyes to open in surprise and disbelief. "I had already told you before, Alter-chan, from the beginning I told you that I did not want to fight against you, that I only wanted to talk to you and see if you wanted to join and belong to my nobility and my family," he said while he closed his eyes since he could no longer keep them open any longer. Brogan's eyes widened slightly when he saw this, moving the Redeed in his arms to speak. "Naruto. Naruto, open your eyes," Naruto exclaimed Drogon as he looked at the Redeed. "Don't you dare to die in my arms, Naruto, you still can't die. What about your sister, your family, what do you think will happen to them if you die right now?" the dragon said as he watched as the Redeed's breath it was getting slower and slower. He couldn't believe that in less than a year, he would become so worried about the Redeed in front of him, as if he were a younger brother to him. He never thought in his whole life that he would become so familiar with another living creature and less with a demon, with many years less than him, not even with his fellow dragons he got along as well as with the boy in his arms. "Aha, my mother will kill me when she finds out that I am dead," he thought as an image of his mother entered his head, then the image of his mother changed to one of his younger sister. "I could never tell you what I really feel for you, Rias, despite being your older brother and the strongest of the two. I never had the courage to declare my love as you have always done it." He could never believe it. It was easy for her sister Rias to declare her love to him. How easy it was for her to tell her that she loved him more than a brother. From a very young age she had always told him that she loved him. He always thought that they were just things of younger sisters, but after seeing that she never declared her love to her other older brother as she did with him, he began to suspect that what Rias felt for him was more than just brother love. "I never had the strength to tell you how much you mean to me, and even though I promised you that I would always take care of you, that will no longer be possible," he said, before seeing how his sister's image changed to one of Sona smiling. "Sona-san, I'm sorry I can't keep the promise I made to you a few years ago," he thought, remembering the promise he had made to the Citri heiress. Brogan's eyes widened a little more when he felt that the Redeed stopped breathing. Placing him on the floor completely, he began to press his chest to make him some CPR, and that he revived again, but he even knew that it was impossible. He had lost a lot of blood, and although they managed to replenish that blood, they first had to heal all his wounds, or at least the two of his chest, which were the ones that had made him lose the most blood. Rin dropped his sword when he saw his partner doing chest compressions to the Redeed. His legs lost all their strength as if they turned jello, causing him to fall on his knees to the ground. He couldn't believe that Naruto was dying and that there was nothing he could do to prevent it. Surpassing the blue-haired boy, Alter ran to where Naruto was, placing both hands on his chest. She closed her eyes. "What are you doing? What are you trying to do?" Drogon asked as he looked at the silver-haired girl who just kept quiet. "I ask you what you are trying to do with Naruto?" the angry asked as he placed his hand around the girl's neck. Alter's eyes widened when he felt the dark-skinned boy's hand around his neck. A furious look crossed his face, using his powers as he made several swords try to cut the boy's arm, which would have happened if he didn't. "I would have released her and moved her arm in time." "Shut up, maybe not once I'm trying to save your life," she said as she closed her eyes again to concentrate better. Brogan looked at the girl before directing his gaze to her hands, which shone with a small silver light. Her eyes narrowed when he saw Naruto's wounds began to close slowly, and in a matter of seconds, almost all they closed, although not completely, but if enough to keep him from losing the little blood that was still inside his body. Looking at her, he saw that she opened her eyes as she breathed a little faster. "Why did you do it? Why are you helping him?" he asked as he looked at the girl. "That's none of your business," she said as she looked at the Redeed who had begun to breathe again, but her breathing was very slow, indicating that she was barely alive. "You should worry more about him, he has lost a lot of blood, and it is possible that even with what I did he did not survive," she said with a worried look in her strange bicolor eyes. Brogan was a little surprised by the look on the face of the girl who wanted to kill them all not long ago. Staring at his eyes, he saw what seemed regret and a little sadness in her, but forgetting that for now he looked at his nobility companion before speaking. "Rin, there is a hospital very close to this place, so I want you to go and look for a blood transfusion team," he said, making his partner nod. Taking out its wings, the blue-haired shot out at full speed, and 5 minutes later the knight returned with what he had been asked. "What are you doing with all this Drogon?" he asked as he watched as his partner rolled up a sleeve of his blue jacket. "I will not allow Naruto to die," he said as he transformed his right arm into that of a dragon. Using his left hand, he connected the blood drop directly to his arm, before connecting the other end to Naruto's arm, causing his blood to enter on the body of the Redeed. "Come on Naruto, show me what you are really doing, show me the power that I saw in you the first time we met," Drogon said as he looked at the Redeed. For a long few minutes everyone was watching the Redeed. Everyone was expectant and eager to see if Drogon's blood would be enough to replenish all that the Redeed had lost during his fight, and apparently if it was working, since everyone could see how the color slowly returned to Naruto's face. They could also see how the color returned to the face of this one who had begun to breathe normally. A sigh of relief that she did not know she was counting came from Alter's lips as she looked at the Redeed on the floor. She did not know why, but her heart was relieved to see that he would survive. Maybe it was because he was the first person who had forced her to fight seriously, or maybe it was because of her relaxed attitude, or because he recognized her as a woman and a worthy opponent. Whatever, she didn't know why she was worrying about him, but what she did know was that she was glad that he was completely well and that she could live. A part of her was waiting for him to open her eyes. Blue color to see them. Sitting in a Caesar position, she placed the Redeed's head on her legs while gently stroking her hair gently. Drogon and Rin only looked at each other when they saw the strange attitude of the girl towards Naruto. She had gone from being an aggressive person and with a desire to kill them to a girl who looked like she had been meeting the Redeed for many years, and that because of that both were very good friends. Perhaps the girl was at Sundeer, which had begun to show concern for their leader Gremory. Directing their eyes to her, they saw what looked like a look of concern in the girl's strange eyes. Alter looked at Naruto before closing her eyes, stroking her head. She began to sing a song she always sang when she was a little girl and still lived with her parents who died at the hands of fallen angels who wanted to kidnap her to take over of his sacred gear, but unfortunately all of them did not think that his sacred gear would activate by itself at that time and defend it from all fallen angels, which ended up dead on the ground in several pieces. A pair of intense blue eyes slowly opened, but as soon as they opened they had to close very quickly when the sunlight entered them, causing a bit of annoyance. Placing his hand on his face, the person tried again, but still with his hand covering his eyes. The light generated by the sun continued to bother him, so he had to close them again to prevent his corneas from being destroyed by the intense light that settled on his face. Sighing, the person waited a few minutes before try again, and luckily his eyes were able to get used to the light very quickly, making them stay open without any problem or discomfort. The first thing that the blue-eyed person noticed was that he was in a place that he did not know, and that said place seemed to be a cabin made of wood. The second thing that he noticed was that the cabin seemed to be very far from the city. If the trees that he could see through the window were an indication of something. In addition, he could hear the songs of different birds, something that was not very common in the city, not to mention that the air was clean and without the millions of pollutants that were in human cities. Suddenly the owner of the blue eyes stopped looking out the window to look to the right side of him. His ears perked up when he began to hear a beautiful melody, which forced him to close his eyes again to enjoy it better. For a few minutes Naruto kept his eyes closed while enjoying the beautiful melody that was being heard throughout the room where he was. When the beautiful melody stopped with a last note, he opened his eyes again and directed them towards the person who he had been playing the beautiful melody. Said person was not far from his bed, but far enough to avoid and react to any attack that he could make against his person. Placing his hands behind his head, he directed his gaze to the window and the trees outside. "That is one of the best melodies I have had the pleasure of listening. I could say it is the best of all," the Gremory said as he looked away from the window and fixed on the beautiful silver-haired girl. A small smile appeared on the girl's face when she heard Naruto praising the melody she had played. For her that was the most special and the one he liked the most. "Thank you, a very dear friend showed it to me," Alter said as he looked at the Redeed lying on the bed, who had apparently recovered from his injuries in a way that was something very surprising, especially after what had happened. Something caught Naruto's attention, so he shifted his gaze from the girl's eyes to her hands. His eyes were filled with curiosity when he saw what looked like a violin in Alter's hands. The violin was made of wood with strings that seemed to be made of silver. Their color was mahogany. In one corner there was an engraving, but it was mostly covered by Alter's hand, so he cold read it completely. The frame was a gold color with black lines. "So that's the true form of your sacred gear?" he asked with some curiosity. Alter directed his gaze to the violin in his hands. She stared at it for a few seconds before using her powers to transform it into the gun she used to fight the Red Deed and his friends. Something curious about her sacred gear was that she could change her form at will. She could use it as a violin to use her powers, or she could also convert it to fire bullets at her opponents. But the downside of using it while in weapon form was that her powers were greatly diminished. Another thing was that for her Naruto would be the second person in her entire life who has seen the true form of her sacred gear and was still alive to tell about it. All the others who managed to see the true form of her sacred gear were dead. He had made sure of that. Using her powers, she caused her sacred gear to disappear from her hands. "How are your injuries? Are you feeling better already?" she asked after a few seconds of silence and just looking at him. "From what I see they are all completely healed," Naruto said as he sat on the bed and looked at his bare chest, where he did not have a single mark or scratch. "Although I thought he had died during our fight," he said a little curious. He was completely sure that both his heart and his breathing had stopped after he had been cut by the girl in front of him. "And so it was," she said, making him look at her with slightly wide eyes. "For a few seconds you died, but thanks to your partner, Drogon managed to make your heart beat and revive you, and only thanks to that is that you are still here alive," she said as she got up from her seat and approached the bed where he was. Placing a hand on her Red Deed's cheek, she stared at him for a few seconds. "What's wrong? I have something on my face?" asked the Gremory after seeing how the girl just stared at him without saying anything for a few seconds. Alter didn't say anything, she just stared at the Red Deed straight into her eyes before turning around and starting to leave the room. "What's wrong with her?" Shess acting very strange, thought the Red Deed after seeing how the girl left without saying anything to him. For a few seconds he was left alone sitting on the bed and thinking about the way Alter had acted. After that his hand went to his chest. I wonder what that was. Open when his eyes closed after his fight against Alter. His mind seemed to play with him as he transported him to a place where there was nothing but an endless darkness which seemed to rush over him and consume him. But before the darkness completely consumed him, something had appeared and pushed her away. He did not know what it was and he could not see it clearly either. But just the idea of thinking about it gave him a chill that he had not felt in many years, looking out the window trying to forget what he had seen, instead trying to enjoy a little of the clean air that came through the window. Wooden window. After all this, there weren't many places in the human world where you could enjoy the clean and uncontaminated air that this forest had. Thrown aside the sheets that covered the lower part of his body, he smiled when he gave in. He tells that he still had his pants on. It would be very embarrassing for Alter to see him naked. He was not like his little sister who did not care if someone saw her naked. He honestly could not understand how his sister Riaz could sleeping without clothes and next to him in the same room. For her it was as if doing that was something normal. Well, he felt that her sister was too liberal for her age. Every time he asked her about why she kept leaving her room at midnight to get into his bed and thus sleep naked next to him, she only answered him, saying that since they would be husbands one day he should get used to seeing her naked. After she said that he spoke to her mother, but even she couldn't stop Riaz from sneaking into her room and sleeping naked in her bed. Shaking his head a bit as he tried to get his little sister's naked body out of his mind, the Red Deed looked at his pants and saw that luckily for him they were still usable, a little shattered but still usable until he got new ones. Looking down, the whole room he saw was almost devoid of what a room needed. He saw that apart from the bed, the only other thing the room had was the chair where Alter had been sitting and a small cabinet which was empty. Staring at his bare-chested, the Red Deed shrugged and began to leave the room to join Alter and his other companions. As soon as Naruto opened the door to the room and took a step out of it, he had to throw himself back to the ground to prevent a very familiar sword from cutting off his head. Turning his body, he looked up and saw Rin and Alter in a fierce showdown of swords. "What the hell is happening here?" he asked as he looked at Drogon, who was idly watching everything not far from where he was. The dragon directed his eyes to his red-haired leader with a calm and emotionless look, but inside he was completely relieved that Naruto had finally awakened. He had taken a great risk by transferring his blood to the red-haired man, since something like that never had been done in the past. Plus there was the fact that he didn't know if his blood could actually save Naruto, since no one had ever injected the blood of a dragon into his body. After he injected his blood into Naruto, he witnessed how the Red Deed had suffered 2 very severe attacks, which apparently were due to his body rejecting his dragon blood. But even so he continued with the transfusions, and luckily Naruto had no more attacks and seemed to stabilize. The color had returned to his face, and the wounds on his body began to heal on their own. After that nothing else happened until one day Naruto's body lost control of its powers and began to release waves of destruction everywhere, which almost caused the destruction of the city where they were. One of the waves had almost hit Rin, but he was able to avoid her. When the waves stopped, they had to move the Red Deed to a secluded place in the city or any other human being. That's how they found the cabin in the middle of the forest where they had been staying lately. But looking at him now he seemed to be completely healthy, without any kind of scar on his body. The only thing that had changed was that his eyes seemed a little more blue than normal. Other than that, the Gremory did not show any other changes or side effects of having the blood of a dragon on his body. Although that was possibly because Naruto had spent a week in bed and unconscious. During that week Alter was always visiting him to see his progress. She always stayed 2 hours or more before leaving without saying anything. Averting his gaze from the leader to Rin and Alter, he decided to answer the question he had asked. The same thing that happened the first time they met, he said as he watched as the silver-haired girl sent Rin crashing into one of the walls of the hut before throwing a pair of swords behind him. One of them almost pierces his leg, but the blue-haired man easily dodged it. "This time who started?" he asked, watching the fight. "She was the only thing," Drogon said as he watched the demon and the human fight. Rin saw more swords appear behind her opponent before she sent them against him very quickly, so raising his right hand, he shot a jet of fire towards the swords, causing them to melt completely. Drawing his own sword plus he covered her with his blue fire. Squeezing her tightly with both hands, he moved her from left to right, causing what looked like a crescent of fire to shoot towards Alter, who created a wall of swords to protect himself from the blue fire. After that he disappeared his swords as he pointed his rifle towards the demon's head. Smiling in a not very pleasant way, she began to shoot him. The knight began to run quickly to avoid the girl's shots. Ducking a little, he let a sword pass over her head. Sliding along the ground, he placed his hands on it before smiling. Alter's eyes narrowed a little, feeling the ground below her heat up, and she jumped just in time to avoid being scorched by a column of fire that came out of the ground right where she was standing. Looking up from her, she discovered that her opponent was nowhere to be found. Creating a pair of swords behind her, she blocked a fireball. Looking back, she saw that Rin was not behind her. Her eyes widened a little when she felt someone appear in front of her, directing his gaze to the front of her. He saw a smiling Rin with his fist covered in blue fire. The blue-haired knight planted his fist hard on Alter's stomach, causing a bit of blood mixed with saliva to come out of his mouth. After that, he turned in the air and planted his left leg equally set on fire on the head of the silver-haired girl and sent her directly to the ground where she crashed and created a hole about 10 meters deep. Without wasting time, he put her hands together and put them palm to palm before starting to create a fireball in the middle of both. 5 seconds later, a large fireball could be seen formed in Rin's hands, which she threw at Alter, who was still lying on the ground. Naruto sighed a little irritated as he looked at all the destruction that Rin and Alter were causing. He knew that if he did not do something and soon to stop them, both would end up destroying the whole place and possibly one killing the other, or in the worst case, they could both end up dead. So raising his hand, he spoke. "You two could stop, please. Instead of fighting, let's try to talk and find a solution to our problems and differences," he asked them kindly, but none of them paid any attention to him, especially Alter, who had got very angry and started to use almost all his power to try to eliminate the blue-haired man. Knowing how dangerous Alter could be when she was angry, the Gremory tried harder than ever to stop them, or else the girl could end up killing her blue-haired knight. "I told you two to stop," he repeated again, but his words seemed to have fallen on deaf ears. Naruto was slowly beginning to lose his already short patience. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes turned blood red as he watched as the two prepared to clash their swords again. The cabin they were in was a decent size and could hold up to 4 people or more, but it was slowly beginning to fall into ruin thanks to the two young men fighting. "I said fuck you, stop," he said, and a mighty wall made of the power of destruction from him appeared in front of both opponents, causing both of them to jump back and away from the dangerous blackish red wall. After that, the two of them turned their gaze to the reed, and what they saw completely scared them. Naruto's eyes were completely red and bright, his arms were covered with the power of destruction, his hair had turned a little darker than it already was, his nails grew a little until they looked like the claws of a wild animal. In fact, the blonde's entire look was wild and a homicidal glint danced in his eyes. 3 times I told you to stop and 3 times you decided to ignore me," he said, exploding his power. The roof of the already half-destroyed hut completely disappeared, while the ground below the reed began to disintegrate rapidly. "But you have so many desire to fight, then because you do not fight in a fight to the death, you 3 against me." Giving a loud applause, the reed destroyed the cabin where they were and everything that was in a range of about 10 meters around them. The glow from Naruto's eyes happened to do something very worrying for the other 3. Especially when he put a somewhat unusual smile on his face. Both Drogon, Rin and Alter realized that Naruto's arms, apart from being covered with the power of destruction, they were also becoming scaly and reptilian. The 3 of them had to cover their faces when the reed clapped again, causing more of the power than exerted his family to go out and destroy everything in its path. "Naruto, what's wrong, are you okay?" Rin asked, but for the rest it was clear that Naruto was not well. In fact, he did not even appear to be Naruto. "Good, I feel much more than good, Rin. I feel great." The sunlight shone on Naruto's claws and made them look dangerous and sharp. "Now who wants to take the first step?" he asked, but none of them said anything and they just stared. Frowning a little, the reed spoke. "Then I'll take it," he said, and then disappeared. Brogan's eyes widened when Naruto appeared right behind him. Much faster than before was the only thing he could think of before he had to turn and cross his arms in front of his face in order to protect himself from a strong kick from his leader. The Redeed's Kicken saw the dragon go through several trees which were destroyed at the moment of impact. Raising his arm, the Redeed threw a large amount of his power of destruction towards the blue-haired who jumped to avoid it. A smile appeared on Naruto's face before disappearing again. Before Rin could do something, Naruto appeared on him, turning. The Redeed planted his foot on the boy's head, causing him to go to the ground quickly, where he crashed and created a small crater with his body. 3 magic circles appeared in front of Naruto, and from these circles, 3 balls of fire came out, which were directed to the blue-haired man on the ground. But before the fire could reach him, a wall of a sword appeared out of nowhere, and they were placed in front of him, thus saving the life of the knight, or by at least to avoid serious burns all over his body. The Redeed's gaze went to the only person capable of doing something like that, only to find that she was nowhere. Turning, he stopped a sword that wanted to cut off his head. Nice try, dear. A sadistic smile appeared on the Redeed's face as he looked at Alter. But that will never work for me. Squeezing her fist tightly, he stabbed it into the girl's stomach before grabbing her by her hair and hitting her in the face with her knee. The Redeed grunted a little when a black fireball hit him in the face of him and forced him to have to let go of the silver-haired girl. Brogan appeared in front of his leader and grabbed him by the right arm before hitting him with his knee twice in the ribs, twisting the Redeed's arm as he sent him to the ground before sending a fireball behind him. Naruto managed to recover before falling completely to the ground. Moving to the side, he easily dodged the fireball, but could not avoid a kick from a very angry and annoyed Alter. Invoking his pistol, she sent a burst of bullets against the Redeed, who had to create a magic circle to be able to cover himself and thus avoid being killed by the angry girl. Feeling that someone was taking him by the shoulders, the Redeed could not do anything but hunch over and spit a little blood when Rin turned him and hit him in the stomach with all his might. After that, the blue-haired boy smashed the Redeed face to the ground before lifting his leg and dropping it hard on the nape of Naruto, making him unconscious. The sigh of relief came from the blue-haired's lips when he saw that his friend had been knocked unconscious and was returning to normal. What the hell was that? I asked, looking at the dark-haired dragon. I don't know what that was, but I'm sure of something, he said as he watched as the Redeed's body returned to normal. Even his hair returned to its normal state. That one we were fighting was not Naruto, he said, causing both Alter and Rin to look at him confused. What do you mean, that wasn't Naruto Drogon? Asked Akimura, confused. What I want to say is dot. Oh shit, my head, Naruto said, interrupting his partner. The Redeed got up off the ground as he looked at his friends right next to him. Argr, what a fucking pain, he complained again as he created a magic circle in his palm to make the pain disappear a little. A sigh of relief and happiness left Naruto's lips when his head slowly stopped hurt. Some of you know why my head is hurting, he asked as he watched as everyone stared at him. What, why are they looking at me like that? He asked, confused. And where the hell did the cabin go? He asked them, realizing that the cabin had disappeared along with a large number of trees. What the hell is happening here? Why is this also destroyed? Confusion flooded Naruto's face and head. With each question that the Redeed asked, 2 more questions seemed to form in his head. He tried to remember something, but a fog only prevented him. Brogan looked at Naruto seriously as he narrowed his eyes. Don't you remember, Naruto? You destroyed it yourself a few seconds ago. Maybe you don't remember the fight we just had just now, he asked as he watched Naruto's confused face grow a little more. As if he didn't know what they were talking about. Naruto looked at the dragon and everyone around him who was staring at him. I don't remember anything, he admitted as he tried to remember something his partner was saying to him, but the only thing he could remember were small fragments of his fight against Alter. After that he couldn't remember anything until the moment he woke up again. It was as if his mind had been erased by someone. A stab of pain hit the Gremory heir's head, causing him to fall to his knees as blood began to flow from his nose, ears and mouth. Everyone's eyes widened in shock when they saw the bleeding Redeed. Approaching him, Alter sat on the ground while placing the Redeed's head on his legs, as she had done the previous time when they injected him with the dragon's blood to save his life. After that she put his head aside so he wouldn't choke on his own blood. Naruto, calm down, Naruto, don't overdo it. You're still not fully recovered, Drogon said as he looked at his partner and leader, but most of all his friend. Naruto could not continue speaking as his eyes turned white before they closed, indicating that he had fallen unconscious for the second time that day. But even so the blood kept coming out and it seemed that he did not want to stop. This is all your fault, Rin said furiously as he looked at Alter, who also frowned. My fault? She asked angrily as she looked at the boy who covered his entire body with his blue fire. That's right, everything that has happened to Naruto so far has been your fault. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened, you damn witch. Alter's eyes glittered dangerously. You dare to accuse me of everything that has happened to Naruto, she said, making the boy in front of her nod unabashedly. If anyone is to blame for all this, it is you and your big mouth, which I would be delighted to hear. To be able to close forever, she said as she made her swords appear and begin to spin rapidly behind her. If it weren't for me Naruto would be dead right now, she said angrily. And whose fault was it to begin with? The blue fire that covered the entire body of the bluehead intensified a bit, the eyes of the bluehead began to shine, and two horns made of fire appeared on her forehead. You both shut your damn mouth, Drogon said angrily. You are both to blame for this, their fight was what caused Naruto to fall into this state, he said as his eyes and arms changed color and shape. So if you guys don't want to end up being killed by me, I'd better calm down now. This is not the time to be arguing like a couple of stupid kids. Drogon's eyes transformed into his dragon eyes as they narrowed a bit, his arms and legs transformed into the limbs of a dragon, while black fire erupted from his mouth and nose every time he breathed. Both Rin and Alter took a breath. They looked before looking at the angry Drogon again, they both knew very well that they were no match for the dragon, either in their human form or in their dragon form, neither of them. Not even Naruto was strong enough to be able to defeat the Dragon Black, and if the Redeed told that he was twice as strong as them, then they would have no chance against a dark-skinned boy, who was one of the strongest dragons they knew. Seeing that they both calmed down, Drogon reverted to his human form. I'm sure you guys realized what happened with Naruto a few seconds ago, right, he said as he watched as they both nodded. It seems that my blood, apart from healing the wounds of Naruto, is trying to make some changes to his body, but apparently his body is not accepting those changes, and he started rejecting my blood again. Yes, when his eyes turned red he looked like he was another person, the way he acted and spoke were not the same as when we fought, he was a completely different person, as if his powers were controlling him at will. Alter said as he looked at the sleeping Redeed, she could barely tell that she knew him, but she knew that the Naruto that she fought now and that she fought previously were two totally different people, two polar opposites. The Naruto of now was more sadistic, more dangerous and more powerful, that she did not care if he killed them all. But that's not all, Rin said, remembering the changes that his friend had had. Before we started fighting him I could see that his arms were transforming into those of a dragon, she said as she looked at the dark-skinned boy. Is it possible that your blood is transforming Naruto into a half-dragon devil? I asked him seriously. I honestly do not know if that is possible or not, until now I had never heard of a dragon that gave his blood to someone, not even between us we do that, so I cannot tell you if this is caused by my blood or a bad one. Reaction to this, he would have to start investigating to discover what was happening to Naruto. The truth was that until he met the Redeed he cared little for another living being. Of course he had interacted with other dragons, but he did not recognize them as his friends or his equals, just another dragon in the world. But Naruto was a different case, so he would investigate and find out what his blood was doing to who he considered his friend, and when he found out he would find a way to fix it. Looking at the unconscious body of the Redeed he sighed. But let's worry about that later, now we have to find another place to stay and hope that this time Naruto does not lose control. Nodding, Rin and Alter began to pick up Naruto to lift him from the ground while he formed the magic circle to transport himself to another place. Naruto opened his blue eyes and noticed that unlike the previous time, this time there was no light that prevented him from opening them normally and without discomfort. Straightening up a little he saw that he was in a room very different from the previous one, since this room it was fully furnished, it even had a big TV. The only thing this room had in common and the first one where he had woken up earlier was the fact that he was still wearing his semi-destroyed pants, and another thing that he noticed is that unlike the time before, now Alter was not with him. Getting up from the bed he started to leave the room. When he got to the living room he met Alter, who was staring at the moon. She was also sitting on the window razor with her back on him, while Rin was watching a cooking show and Drogon was reading a strange book. Good evening everyone, he said as he walked over to the refrigerator and took what looked like an uncooked piece of meat, taking the piece of meat to the place where he began to eat it, as if nothing had happened. Feeling the gazes of his companions on his person he turned and confirmed what he was feeling. Both Rin and Drogon were staring at him with a little curiosity in his eyes. What, do I have something on my face? He asked without realizing why everyone was looking at him. The dragon shook his head at the Gremory. Nothing, Drogon said as he looked at the Redeed shirtless, one of his eyes was still bright blue, while the other was almost green. It's just a bit surprising that you are awake at this hour creating a magic circle. He disappeared the book in his hands to prevent Naruto from seeing it. I thought you would sleep through the night, he said looking at Naruto, but the truth was that it had been a full day since he had fallen unconscious again right in front of his eyes. Yeah, well, I can't stay in bed forever, he said before closing the refrigerator and sitting down on a couch with his gaze fixed on Alter, who hadn't stopped staring at him for the last few seconds. The room went completely silent as Naruto and Alter looked each other directly in the eye. Blue looked at the strange and bicolor eyes of the girl, each one kept his gaze fixed and without blinking, it was as if each of them were checking the soul of the other, as if both were telling each other their deepest secrets. The silence in the room lasted for what seemed like hours. During all that time, the only thing that kept everything from being totally silent were the sounds coming from outside. I suppose because of your presence still here it is because you thought about my offer and that you are willing to join my group, Naruto asked, breaking the silence that had already lasted for a long time. You guess right, she said as she looked at him seriously. She didn't know why she had stayed with him or why she helped him in the first place. She also didn't know why she wanted to join him. The only thing she was sure of it was that she wanted to spend a little more time with him, and if that meant being a devil, then she would agree to become one just to be by his side. From the first moment they spoke, she had realized that he was not like other demons that she had faced before, but that he cared for his companions, and she saw that they cared for him too, which meant that he was a good leader, a good devil, and a best friend. Not like the last one she faced, the bastard had sacrificed all his pawns just so they would give him a chance to escape, which she didn't let happen. She could still remember how the bastard begged for his life before for her to detach her head. Forgetting that for now, she looked at the Redeed before speaking. I will agree to join you, but only on 2 conditions. Go ahead, Naruto said as he looked at her. He already knew what the girl's conditions would be, but he wanted to hear it directly from her lips. Tell me your conditions, Alter-chan. The warmth crossed Alter's heart when he heard the Redeed say his name in such a friendly and intimate way, without her or anyone else in the room, knowing a little pink tint adorned his pale cheeks. XX, what is this feeling? X asked confused, shaking her head. She tried to forget that feeling and focus on what was happening. My first condition is that I only receive orders from you, and only from you. Any other person who tries to order me something will be killed by me instantly, she said seriously. She would not accept taking orders from anyone weaker than her, and even if they were stronger, she would not accept to obey someone whom she did not respect. That's very understandable, Naruto said as he nodded and continued to eat his raw meat without giving it much thought or not realizing what he was doing. So tell me, what is your second condition? Asked the second son of the Gremory house. Before I tell you my second condition, I would like to know which pieces are the ones that you still have left, she asked. She already knew how the pieces that the demons used to turn human beings or members of other species into reincarnated demons, other than her. He also knew how each of the pieces worked and the importance of each one within an ability. The more important the piece, the more leadership the person has within an ability, with the king being the most important, the queen being the second in command, followed by the knights, the towers, the bishops, and last in line the pawns. Well, as you can see, only Drogon and Rin are members of my nobility. Rin is my knight, which cost me both pieces, while Drogon cost me 4 pawns, including a mutant. Alter raised one of his beautiful eyebrows as he listened to what the Redeed said. The pawn? I thought he would be your queen, she said curiously. Anyone would think the same because of the great power he has, but no, Drogon is only a pawn, although a very powerful one, I must say. In fact, he is not only my pawn, but he is also my familiar, he said, just to see a confused look on the girl's face. A familiar is a companion that a demon chooses to help him either in battles or in other things. In fact, he and I met when I was looking for a familiar for me and Rin. Red-haired to remember the fight he had with the dragon the first time they met. But getting back to the issue that really matters is that many consider the pawns to be the weakest, but that's not true, as the pawns are in fact the strongest due to the fact of their unique ability that allows them to level up so soon they enter enemy territory, Naruto said, but Alter's gaze told him that she was not interested in being a pawn, something understandable due to her superiority complex. Most likely she wanted to become the queen, and with her could she not be a bad queen? But the point was that he only had 1 queen piece, and he had to choose carefully who to give it to. After all, whoever his queen was would be his right hand, and he would have to take care of everything in case he was injured or worse, and give it to him. That charge to someone who did not know how to work in a team would be a suicide and a big mistake. So he would try to talk to her that the pawn piece was the one she should choose. What I mean by this is that if a pawn manages to sneak into enemy territory, it could with my authority promote itself from a pawn to a knight or even a queen, and thus obtain the powers and advantage that this piece has, he finished, immediately afterwards. He placed the rest of the meat and ate it in one bite. I see, that sounds interesting, but I would prefer another, plus I doubt that a pawn piece could work on someone like me. Naruto noticed the girl's arrogant little tone, but she let it pass. The last thing he wanted was to end up fighting her again. Besides, something told her that no matter what she said or how good she made them sound, she would never agree to become a pawn. Well, apart from the pieces that I have already used, I still have 4 pawns, 2 rooks, 2 bishops and of course the queen, she said as she raised her hand, and in it appeared a box with all the pieces of her mentioned above. Then I'll take the queen, she said, making him look at her with a raised eyebrow. As I told you before, I will not receive orders from anyone other than you, nor will I be below someone weaker than me, and since the queen is the second strongest piece, that is the one I will take. After all, I am much more strong than you, she finished with a smile on her face. Naruto also smiled as he looked at the girl. If you say it because of our little Alter-chan fight, let me tell you that in the first place during our fight, I was not using all my power or abilities, he said, making her frown a little. Secondly, if I hadn't changed the trajectory of my sword, things would be a little different now. So then why didn't we test that theory of yours? Alter said as he stood up with a little more frown, moving his right hand as his sacred gear appeared. As soon as Drogon and Rin saw this, they got up from their seats and prepared for a fight. Rin covered his arms with his blue fire, while Drogon transformed both arms into his dragon form. The tension inside the room quickly rose. Both Rin and Drogon were waiting for Alter to make a single move to attack her. They won't let Alter get near Naruto again. Not after what happened the last time where they almost lost him. They didn't want to risk him either. Lose control again and end up destroying everything around him. Naruto sighed, seeing how quickly things went south. Raising his hand, he caused all eyes to fall on him. I really appreciate that you guys want to defend me, but that won't be necessary since I won't face Alter-chan. Right now I'm too tired for that, and I just want to finish everything before I go back to sleep, so why not we finished with all this, Alter-chan, the Redeed said as he took the queen piece in his hands and disappeared the box with his other pieces. Alter looked at the Redeed before the sacred gear disappeared from him. Sitting down again, she spoke. So let's get started on this. I'm a little tired too, was the only thing she said before crossing her arms. Nodding, Naruto began to generate the magical energy from her and to concentrate it in her hand. By my name, Naruto Gremory, I order you, Alter Shimazaki, to be reborn as a devil, as a new member of my family, so that you can live a long and happy life as my new queen and a member of the great and noble house Gremory, he said, before dropping the queen piece in his hand, which flew up to Alter and embedded itself in his chest. Alter felt his body fill with power. She could literally feel the power running through his veins. Looking at his hands, she felt his vision improve a lot, as well as his strength and his senses. His entire body glowed for a few seconds before returning to normal. So what do we do now, she asked as she looked up only to see that Naruto had fallen asleep in her place. Sighing, she got up from her seat and started to leave the place. When he wakes up, tell him that I will be back in 2 days. I have something very important to do before I can go on a trip with you, she said before leaving the door. Rin looked at Drogon, who nodded. Walking towards the Redeed, he placed one of his arms on his shoulder, while his partner did the same with his other arm. Slowly lifting him, both began to walk towards the Redeed's room to lay him down and let him rest. End of flashback. Yeah, well, I still can't believe that we had to fight almost half of our teammates before they could join us, Rin said as she remembered all the fights they had while traveling around the world with Naruto and facing off against all those who are now his companions. But until now, his most difficult fight and the only one where Naruto was seriously injured was against Alter. After that, all the others were easier to defeat, but that did not mean that each one was strong in his own right. There were even some who gave them more trouble than others. Some were more rational and it only took words to convince them, something he greatly appreciated. Naruto nodded as he was still reading. Alter was still behind him, and in fact she was also reading the same thing as him, only over his shoulder. Comparing her to the first time they met, she had changed a lot, no enough to take away her arrogant attitude, but enough to make her a little more humble. Of course, the fact that she still continued to despise people weaker than her and who believe they are superior to everyone. She also got along with almost all of her companions, and of all of them, there was only one person whom she could not bear much. But with all that, one protected the other as long as she tried to do it for her well-being and prevent him from getting hurt. When that happened, they both formed a very lethal team that even lasted for him to defeat on his own. But when it came to doing it for his own good or when he was not present, each one was at the throat of the other to try to kill her, thanks to that he had lost a couple of houses and had forced himself to have to separate one from the other. Yeah, well, Naruto stopped halfway through what he was about to say, narrowing his eyes and looking at the door of his club. Hakai, he said as he threw a purple sphere from his hand. The sphere came out, fired quickly and collided with the door, which began to disintegrate with almost incredible speed. When the door disappeared, the Redeed saw Yudo along with Akeno and Kaneko. The three of them were standing where they were before. The blonde-haired gentleman had his hand raised as if he was about to touch. What brings 3 members of Ria's Gremory's nobility to this place? Alter asked as he looked at the 3 members of Naruto's sister's nobility. They did not like them, but they did not like them either, especially their leader, who was the one he liked the worst, and that brunette with big breasts. We didn't want to bother you, Udo said as he looked at the silver-haired girl, remembering how powerful she was and how easily she got angry. We just wanted to pay Naruto-sama a little visit, he said, causing both Akeno and Kaneko to nod in agreement with him. And your king knows that you are here, Udo, Naruto asked as he went back to reading him. I mean, I wouldn't want to cause any of your problems with Gremory-san. If Naruto's words were sincere, they didn't seem so. After all, the Redeed kept his eyes on his book and only on him, while his tone of voice showed that he cared little about those present. Ria's Butchu knows that we are here and she sends her regards, Kaneko said as she looked at everyone in the room, who became a bit tense when she said that last. Some even seemed to direct their gazes towards Naruto, but the Redeed seemed that she hadn't heard anything since she kept her gaze fixed on her book, and apparently the book was much more interesting than all of them, and that hurt her a bit. Of all in Ria's nobility, she and Akeno were the 2 oldest and the ones who have had the most interactions with the Redeed since they were the first members of that nobility. When the Gremory family took her in, she always spent time with him as he trained her and Akeno to become strong. He wanted them to be strong so that they could both protect his sister when he was not around. Since he was not, he would always be with her. She could also remember that he was the one who got her into the world of sweets, since every time she finished a training session, he always rewarded her good work with a tray full of sweets of all kinds and flavors. And now seeing how he ignored her made her feel sad and rejected. She viewed Naruto not as a future mate, but as an older brother, even more so than her own sister who caused almost all of her species to be hunted down and killed for the crimes she committed. "I see," Naruto said as he used a marker to find out where in his reading he had stayed. Placing the book on his desk, he looked at the group before smiling at them. "Where are my manners? Come in and make yourself at home," he said, making everyone nod and sit in front of him. "It's been many years since I last saw all of you," he spoke as he settled into his seat to be a little more comfortable. "Yes, 5 years since you left your home to get members of your peerage," Naruto-sama Akeno said as she looked at the redeed, "and I bet he had become. And it seems that you made strong allies during these 5 years," he said as he felt the look of the silver-haired girl on her. She could feel her staring at her, as if she were a threat to her, although she could also feel her jealousy coming out of her silver hair. "Without a doubt, leaving was one of the best decisions I have made in my entire life, while returning was the worst," he spoke before creating a magic circle in his right hand, looking at the girl with short white hair. He smiled a little. Out of a circle came a small purple bag with the image of a red cat on the side. "By the way, Kaneko-chan, I got this for you during my trip," he said as he tossed a bag full of candy to the girl who happily caught it. "Thank you," she said weakly as she opened the bag and began to eat her candy. Naruto smirked as he watched the girl eat her candy. "No wonder, Kaneko-chan, for me it was a pleasure," he said before her smile faded and a serious look settled on his face. "Now I would like to know what is the real reason you three are here," he said, making all three tense up a bit. "I know that the three of you are not only here for a social visit and remembering the past, I know that you three are here for something else. So tell me what you want here, and please do not try to lie to me, since I do not like when someone try to fool me to my face." Seriousness was the only thing that could be seen on the Gremory's face as he raised his power so that everyone could see that he was not playing games and that he did not want lies either. The three members of Ria's nobility tensed when they felt Naruto's overwhelming power. His power was not as great as the one he had unleashed on the day of Ria's engagement to raise her, but it was great enough to make them sweat a little. "Naruto-sama," Ayakeno started to say, but was interrupted when Naruto raised his hand for her to be silent. Looking at the palm of her hand, Naruto created a magic circle on it. The circle glowed for a few seconds before a holographic image of Sona appeared on it, putting a smile on her face. The redeed spoke. "Sona-san, to what do I owe this beautiful pleasure?" she asked as he looked at his future wife and possibly the mother of his children. "Naruto-san, you and I need to talk urgently," she said seriously as she looked at the redeed who frowned a little. "I'll meet you in my office in 5 minutes," she said before disappearing. Naruto's frown deepened a little as he looked at the palm of his hand, where the magic circle had been just a few seconds ago, leaning back in his seat with a sigh as he looked at the ceiling for a moment. After that he looked at the three people in front of him. "I'm sorry to have to cut my meeting with you three, Akeno, Kaneko-chan, Yudo, but you already heard Sona-san. It seems that she and I have something important to talk about," he said as he got up from his seat and settled down a bit. Little her school uniform. "But do not worry, soon we will meet again to catch up and finish this conversation." She snapping her fingers, he formed a magic circle under her feet. The magic circle that appeared under Naruto's feet was not the standard circle of the Gremory house, but rather it looked like a mix between the Gremory circle and the Citri house circle. The redeed was about to use the circle to transport himself to Sona's office, but he stopped when he remembered what she had told him the last time he was in her office, using said magic circle. Sighing for what would be the 10th time that day, the redeed made the circle disappear before fixing his gaze on his queen. "Now, Alter-chan, do you think you could accompany me to see Sona-san?" he asked with a small smile on his face and a hint of hope. He hadn't spent much time with his queen in recent days, so he wanted her to accompany him. He always enjoyed the pleasant company of the silver-haired girl. Also, that a king must always be accompanied by his queen when he went to visit another like him. "No," Alter said as he gave Naruto a cold, nasty look. Naruto shuddered a little at the cold look his queen was giving him. He could even swear that he had felt a bit of hatred directed towards him. He did not know why, but she had been acting cold and distant with him since they had decided reappearing in the underworld. She had also been more annoyed than usual, reaching the point that she disappeared for hours without saying anything, and even that there were times that she did not even speak to him or look at him. Looking at her, he tried to smile a little. "Come on, Alter-chan, don't be like that. If you decide to go with me, you and I can take a walk, the two of us," and without anyone interrupting us he said, only for a sword to appear out of nowhere and be placed on his neck. He quickly raised his hands in redemption to appease the annoying queen a bit from him. "It's okay if you don't want to go, I won't force you, since it seems like you are not in the mood today," he said before looking at Rin. "Then it'll be you and me again," he said, making the knight nod and get up from his seat. Meanwhile Alter-chan, you think it would be possible for you to communicate with the others and tell them to be ready, apparently the party is about to start, he said as he started to leave the club. After the red-haired boy and the blue-haired boy left the room, Alter disappeared into a strange black magic circle, thus leaving only Drogon in the room, who was still staring at Rias peerage. The night, the queen and the tower were in complete silence, especially after seeing the peculiar relationship that Naruto had with the queen of him. Tell me, Kaneko-san, you are a Nekomata, right? He asked, staring at the white-haired girl. Kaneko flinched and was a little scared when he heard the man's question. Until now very few people outside of Rias nobility knew that she belonged to that almost extinct race. She has always tried to keep that part of herself a secret so that no one would know, so the fact that the teenager in front of her knew about it was something that completely surprised her. How did you know? She asked. Did Naruto-sama tell you about that? She doubted that Naruto had said anything near her, but she never hurt to ask. Brogan shook his head as he looked at her. Actually no, Naruto is not a person who likes to be telling the secrets of others, I only noticed it because I can feel a very weak and almost imperceptible amount of senjutsu coming out of your body. She is not enough for a devil notice it or have some effect on you, but dragons like me are something else very different. But don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'm just a little curious, the last time I saw a Nekomata was before the war between factions will end. Kaneko looked at Akeno and Yudo, who nodded, breathing a little. She spoke. This is Drogon-san, I am a Nekomata, one of the last remaining. Please, only Drogon will be fine, besides when I am in my human form, you can call me Soma, the three demons nodded. But putting that aside, tell me why you are hiding it, because you do not use the senjutsu that your species can use to increase your strength and magical abilities, he asked, only to see how the girl clenched her fists tightly and frowned. A sad look appeared on Akeno's face as she looked at the white-haired girl, placing a hand on her head she began to gently caress her, making her calm down. Being a Nekomata, Kaneko always calmed down when someone caressed her. Had her behind the ears that she kept hidden, seeing that her caresses had an effect, she looked at the dark-skinned dragon. I'm sorry Soma-san, but that is a very sensitive topic for Kaneko-chan, and she doesn't like to talk about it, so if you could change the subject, I would really appreciate it. Sorry, I didn't know anything, he said before getting up from his seat and starting to walk towards the girl. Leaning in front of her, he placed a hand on her head while caressing her a little. At first Kaneko tried to move away a little scared, but Soma applied a bit of his magic on her hand, making her calm down. I do not know what could have happened to you in the past, so that you do not want to use the senjutsu, Kaneko-san, but if one day you overcome it and want someone to help you control that power, you can count on me. I know that senjutsu can be dangerous and even difficult to control, but if you decide that you want me to train you, I will gladly help you control that power without taking any risk or losing control. Kaneko looked up to see the man in front of her. Are you being serious? She asked in a low voice, making him nod. Thanks, I'll think about it, she said with a small smile on her face. Excuse me Soma-senpai, Yudo said, making the man look him straight in the eyes. I thought you hated the members of Rias Butch's nobility, just like the other members of Naruto-sama's nobility. He asked, curious about why a man who hated them would offer to help train Kaneko. To be honest Kiba-san, none of us hate any of you, well everyone except Naruto, who can't forgive his sister for what she was about to do with his pawn and her pawn for the way he did. She showed up during the engagement and maybe Alter has some grudge, but she hates almost everyone around her other than Naruto. The truth is that we were a bit annoyed with Ria-san at first, but already most of us we surpassed it. Of all of you, the only one who could make me a little bad would be your partner Issei. And why would that be, Soma-san? Asked a curious Akeno, and glad that Issei decided not to come with them. Asia had also stayed to keep the brunette company. To make a short story short, the boy is pathetic. Despite having Drag inside, he is very weak, his magical power is even less than that of a newborn devil, and his perverted attitude makes me sick. There is also the fact that he trains his powers, because he is only thinking about perverted things. If it weren't for that, I myself would train him to be much stronger. Just knowing that I share the same title of pawn that he makes me feel bad. He said as he sat on his seat again. But where are my manners? You want something to drink, some tea or something else? The dragon gestured towards a tray that was very close to them. Some tea won't be bad at all, Akeno replied with a pleasant smile on her face. Soma nodded before serving him some of the tea that Rin had prepared. The blue-haired knight was the one who was in charge of preparing the food that everyone ate, since he was the one who best knew how to cook. Alter once tried to prepare breakfast, but ended up burning everything including the kitchen. That day no one dared to say anything to try not to invoke the queen's anger. Instead Naruto took what she had tried to prepare and burned as it was. He started eating it. That day they learned two things. One was to never leave Alter in the kitchen, and the second was that Naruto was willing to do anything to keep the members of the nobility happy with him. You also want some tea, or do you want something else? Both the knight and the tower also accepted the tea that the dragon was offering him so kindly. After he also served some for himself, he smiled. Now because you don't tell me a little more about you, Naruto is a bit reserved when talking about other people, so it could be said that we know practically nothing about you, and since we will be spending a lot of time in the city together, it would be good for you to get to know each other a little. After a few minutes of a silent walk, Naruto and Rin reached the building that made up the student council club, which was much larger than anyone could imagine and was also well protected with magic seals and protection spells. Despite that, he wanted to spend some time with his queen Naruto long ago, that he had learned that forcing Alter to do something she did not want was not very good for his health and anyone else's. The last one that tried to force her to make something of her ended up with 2 swords in her body, one in her crotch and the other in her head, and both were nailed in that same order. Stopping in front of the door of his fiancée's office, the Gremory, raising her hand, knocked on the door a couple of times. After that, he only had to wait a few seconds for it to be opened by the queen of Sona, Tsubaki, who had a look of concern on her face, something that filled him with curiosity, but he did not let it show. "Naruto-sama, Sona-sama is waiting for you," she said before fully opening the door to let him and Rin enter. Entering, Naruto walked up to sit in front of Sona while Rin stood right behind him, looking at his fiancée. The Gremory spoke. "Well, Sona, was that the urgent thing you wanted to tell me?" she asked as he looked at the Citri heiress. Sona looked at Naruto for a few seconds. She was a little curious why the Redeed was never with his queen, like all the other kings did every time they went to a meeting with another king or an important nobleman. Instead, he was always with his gentleman, but that would be something that she would ask him later. Right now she had something very important to say to him, although she did not want to involve him in his problems, but it was that or his older sister, and she preferred 1,000 times to deal with the Redeed than with his infant sister. She couldn't help but laugh when she heard how Naruto hit his foot against the ground, quickly indicating that he was getting impatient to wait for her to speak. She was glad that at least that hadn't changed in him. He had already changed a lot, and not everything was for the best. Seeing that he was about to speak, she beat him to it. 12 hours ago, Rias received a visit from 2 representatives of the church, she said, making Naruto raise one of her eyebrows. Stopping moving her foot, the blonde spoke with a curious tone. 2 sent from the church, you say? He asked. Having someone from the church in the territory of his family was not that he liked it at all, it just took a little misunderstanding, and the fragile and brittle truce that existed between them could end and start a new war. Sona nodded as she looked at the Gremory. That's right, 2 church envoys are in the city. They not only had the gall to come uninvited, but they also had the gall to demand a meeting with one of the leaders, so Rias decided that she would be the one to meet. I would reunite with those sent from the church. That's very strange. What could the members of the church want with Gremory-san, and what does this have to do with me? He asked seriously. Rias' affairs weren't something that he really cared about right now or ever. No, after his betrayal. As I kept saying, the envoys of the church not only entered our territory without authorization, but also brought with them 2 fragments of the sacred sword Excalibur. Naruto's eyes widened a bit and were filled with emotion. It had been a while. Long since he had heard about one of the Excalibur fragments. One of his dreams was to get one of the 7 fragments of the sacred Excalibur sword, whichever of the 7 he would settle for. The funny thing about it was that he did not want it for himself, but for someone else. The truth was that despite the fact that he was a good user of the sword, he preferred that this weapon be in more experienced hands than his, not to mention that he wanted to analyze it closely and see if it could be replicated for use by demons. Setting his fantasies of the Excalibur aside, he focused his attention on Sona. And according to them, both are here to stop a former exorcist with serious mental problems named Freed, who apparently stole one of the Excalibur fragments and came to this place. His motives are still unknown, but that he is here with one of the Excalibur fragments can't mean anything good to us, devil, she said as she looked at the Redeed. Excuse me, Sona-san, Rin said, making the girl look at him. Yes, Akimura-san? She asked, looking at the boy behind her fiancé. By any chance you are not referring to Freed Selzen, are you? He asked, making Sona nod. I knew it was a mistake on our part to let him live, Naruto, he said as he sighed. I knew that leaving him alive would only cause more problems for all of us. Now it was Sona's turn to raise one of her elegant eyebrows. Her gaze shifted from Rin to Naruto, who seemed not to care about the subject. Turning her gaze back to the blue-haired woman, she spoke. Do you know him? I asked, a little intrigued. Unfortunately, yes. A year ago I had the unpleasant pleasure of meeting him while he was in Rome. We faced each other, but when I was about to end his life, Naruto said no and to let him go. But I knew that it would not be good, and now look what happened, he said, while looking at his leader, who still seemed not interested in the topic of conversation. For Naruto it seemed that the most important thing was his nails, since he was looking at them with great interest to great annoyance of Sona. That's true, Naruto. You prevented Akimura-san from killing that maniac, she asked incredulously that Naruto allowed that sick man to stay alive. She had never met him personally, but Rias had told him about her meeting with him, and that was enough that she hated him and wanted nothing with him. Naruto stopped looking at his fingernails and waved his hand dismissively as he looked at Sona. In my defense, I did not know that he would come to this place, besides from what I could see he could not steal one of the fragments of the Excalibur, even if they fell on his legs. Sona narrowed her eyes a bit as she looked at Naruto. You mean someone stole them for him, she asked. If what Naruto wanted to say was true, then things were much worse than she thought. Most likely, she said without giving any importance to that. But even so, I don't see the reason for my presence here, Sona-san. This territory, apart from being managed by the union between the Citri and Gremory families, is Gremory-san's turn, so whatever problem occurs in it, it is her responsibility to solve it. After all, she is the second in the line of succession. I am currently in charge of 3 different companies, and I have no plans to take charge of anything else. He already had his family companies under his care. 2. He was in charge of keeping 2 more territories of his family safe, so he did not want to take care of another one unless one that is under Ria's care. This concerns you, Naruto-san, because Ria's is your sister. Your duty is to protect her and your family's territory. Or do you mean that your hatred for her is so great that you are willing to let her die at the hands of an ex-member of the church? Sona asked in a harsh voice. A part of her hated the new Naruto, no matter how strong he was. Yes was the only thing Naruto said without a hint of doubt, emotion or love in his voice. He did not care if his sister died or not. If she died, he would mourn her death for a day, but nothing more. He would not seek revenge for her death, since if she died, it would only confirm what he already knew, and many said that her sister Ria's Gremory was weak and not worthy of being the leader of the family in case he died. Sona was a bit surprised by how Naruto downplayed her sister's life, the same sister that he always cared for and protected when they were all younger. She couldn't believe how heartless Naruto had become. She never felt he had imagined that Naruto would let his sister die just because she was about to sleep with another devil other than him. Perhaps this is because of what happened between her and Haidu-san. You are willing to let your sister die only because of your hatred and jealousy, she said, and for the first time in her life, she was scared by what she saw in Naruto's eyes. The Gremory heir's eyes turned red, but not like the last time she saw them. Now her eyes were completely red and filled with hatred, pure and unadulterated hatred. The hatred that could be seen in the Redeed's eyes was so large that it even made these glow dangerously. Let's get something clear. Sona the Citri was surprised by the lack of warmth, formality and affection in the way Naruto said her name. A wave of fear ran through her body when she saw him get up and look down at her, as if she was nothing to him, as if she was inferior to him in every way. You can be my fiancé and my childhood friend, but I won't even allow you to question my motives and decisions. What happened between Gremory and his pawn almost destroyed my family name, and that is something that I will never forgive. As far as I know, Ria's Gremory is dead and buried in a nameless grave, understood? Hers asked, making her feel a little scared and fearful of him, and that he would attack her. Well, now I'm leaving. I'm no longer in the mood to continue this meeting with you, he said as he turned to leave. One more thing before I go, Sona, he said, and if Sona had not been sitting, she would have fallen to her knees as well. Then Rin and Tsubaki, when a great pressure fell on their shoulders. I am not a dog that you can call whenever you please and wait for him to come running towards you, so you cannot snap your fingers and wait for I come running. I am Naruto Gremory, heir of the Gremory house, and not one of the members of your nobility, so the next time you want to talk to me, you have to go to me and see if I can receive you. I cannot. I said nothing when you put me in the same classroom as Gremory-san, because I wanted to see what would be the next thing you would do, but that's over. The next time you try to manipulate me, things won't turn out very well for you. Did you understand, Citri-san? He asked, and she nodded weakly. I'm glad you understood. Just as it came that fast, everyone stopped feeling the pressure that Naruto had exerted on them. Turning around, Venelana Gremory's son started to leave the room with his eyes red and his brow furrowed in annoyance. Naruto, wait, she said with her voice a little shaky. But she said without even turning around. If you don't do it for Ria's, you could do it for me, please, she said weakly. You are my only option, Naruto. If I can't count on your help in this, then it'll have to go to One-sama, and that's something I don't want. I don't want everyone in the underworld to think that I can't solve a problem. Simple problem without counting on the help of my sister Mao. If something like that happened, it would look like him not yet acting to lead a family. If I go to One-sama's help, no one will take me seriously, or even my parents, she said pleadingly. So please, Naruto, could you help me? Don't do it for Ria's, do it for me, do it as a favor that I will pay you back later. Naruto said nothing. The Redeed kept his back to Sona as he stared at the door with his red eyes. Let's go, Rin, he said before starting to walk out of the room without even waiting for the blue-haired boy. Rin watched as Naruto left the room completely angry and could only sigh. I'm very sorry about what happened, Sona-san, Rin said as she looked at the short-haired girl. He felt a little sorry for her and the way Naruto had spoken to her, but she couldn't expect less than a Naruto angry when Ria's Gremory's name is mentioned near him. Naruto never behaves that way, in fact he had never behaved like that until he found out about what Ria-sen was about to do to cancel her engagement with Razor Phoenix. Since then he quickly changes his mood every time that someone mentions something about that or his sister her pawn. So in the name of Naruto I apologize for everything that happened here and I hope you can forgive him for everything he said. Know that Naruto has no bad intention with you or anyone else within your nobility, he said as he bowed slightly. Sona nodded as she looked at the boy leaning in front of her. You don't have to bow down to my Rin-sen, she said. I knew Naruto was angry about what Rias had done, but I didn't know that things were that bad, she said, while wiping a tear that had accumulated in his left eye. He is now a bit calmer, but the first time he heard about it, he got so angry that he disappeared 2 mountains before killing a large number of parasitic demons that we were hunting, and even after all that had happened a full day before anyone could speak to him, no one dared to approach him, not even his queen altar. I see was the only thing Sona said as she remembered Naruto's eyes full of hatred and fury. A chill ran through her body. Just the thought of those eyes full of malice and hatred caused her to tremble with fear. She never thought that the Red would use those eyes to look at her. Without a doubt Naruto has changed. The hatred he feels for Rias is very great. I just hope that one day he can forgive her. That's something that I doubt could happen, Sona-sen Rin said as he looked at the girl. Naruto is not a man who forgives so easily. In fact, the word forgive is something that Naruto is totally unaware of, and he will not forgive anyone that he believes betrayed him in some way, not since that incident happened, he said, remembering how angry and upset Naruto was a while ago when it happened. The incident? What incident, Rin-san? Sona asked, worried about her fiancé. I'm sorry to have to finish our meeting here, Sona-san, but I have to go after Naruto, he said quickly before turning his back on the girl and starting to head out of the room. It's okay, Okumura-san, I understand, she said as she looked at the retreating boy. She knew that he had ignored her question about her, as he did not want to divulge the leader's secrets from him. Tsubaki waited a minute for the knight to leave the room before standing in front of the leader and her best friend. Do you think Naruto-sama will help us in this, Sona-sama? She asked, a little concerned about the situation they were in. I don't know, Tsubaki. Naruto has changed a lot. He is no longer the same child that I knew. He is now a completely different man. Not even when he was a child was there someone who will force Naruto to do something that he did not want to do. The only person who could force him to do something against his will was his mother. Apart from her, no one else. So if he does not decide to help us voluntarily, he will not do it, so that is why we must prepare for the worst. Then I will put everyone else on alert to be on the lookout in case something happens. Sona nodded as she looked at the black-haired girl. Please take care, Tsubaki. In the meantime, I will think of something to try to get out of the situation we are in, and if we can't count on Naruto's help, then I have to prepare to request One-Sama's help. Tsubaki looked at her king with a bit of sympathy and sorrow. She knew that for her leader, it was very difficult to have to ask others for help for her to be able to solve her problems. Even if that person was her own fiancé and future husband, she wanted to show them to everyone that she was worthy of being the leader of the Citri family. With your permission, I am leaving, Sona-sama, she said before bowing and leaving the room. After closing the door behind her, Tsubaki walked a couple of steps before stopping when she began to hear weak sobs. Turning her head, she was about to return to the room to comfort her leader and friend, but she knew that was not what Sona needed from her right now. What the Citri needed was for her to put everyone else to work and prepare for what was about to come, so clenching her fists a little she resumed her walk again. A frown adored her face. Her mind flashed through an image of the person responsible for the suffering of their leader. The person whom she discovered she did not like, a person whom she wanted to pay for the suffering of her leader, even if it was the last thing she did. Naruto Gremory, you will pay for Sona-sama's suffering, she thought as she continued walking to gather her other companions and be able to work them. Rin quickly left the academy grounds and began to follow Naruto's magical energy, which was not very difficult since the Red was overflowing with so much magical energy to be noticed at the other end of the world. Reaching for him, he grabbed his shoulder, causing him to stop, moving his arm aside and turning his king so he could see him head on and straight into his eyes. Hey Naruto, don't you think you went overboard with Sona-san, he said as he frowned a little. Naruto looked at Rin, who was frowning, which caused him to frown a bit as well. Whether or not I speak to my fiancé is none of your business, Okumura, he said, angry and annoyed. Rin was a little surprised inside since Naruto had never called him by his last name before. So why don't you just go do your job and leave me alone, he said before turning abruptly to remove the bluehead's hand from his shoulder. Rin's frown deepened a little more as she looked at the Red. Turning him again, he grabbed him by the neck and slammed him against a wall near them, but unfortunately for the knight that did not turn out to be a very good idea since so soon, Naruto's back crashed into the wall, his eyes turned redder than before, and his body began to cover itself with its power of destruction. But even so, he didn't release the Red. He just tightened his grip on him before speaking. Naruto, I consider you more a brother than my leader and king, but since what happened with your sister you have been behaving like a fucking idiot. First it was your fight against him which ended with you destroying our home, then that increased your anger more which caused you to almost lose control of your powers again. In third place is your fight against Razor and Ria-san's pawn in the underworld, and now this, knowing that your sister almost destroyed the honor of your family, is making you not focused on what really matters right now, he said, looking at his friend. And that's what you care about, Rin. You don't know what it feels like for the person you love to betray you with someone else just to break an agreement even after you promised to help her. That you would protect her. Tell me, Rin, do you know what it feels like to have almost your entire family destroyed just by the mistake of a silly girl? He exclaimed as he looked at the blue-haired man who fell silent without saying a single word or syllable. That's Akimura, you don't know anything. You're just an orphan with no family and no one who loves you. Naruto was silenced by a heavy blow to the face, courtesy of a very annoyed Rin, who had her entire body covered in his blue fire as she looked at him. The blue-haired's eyes seemed to sparkle dangerously as he stared at the redeed. You're right in almost everything you said, Naruto, he said before squeezing Naruto's neck a little harder than before, causing a wild and dangerous growl to come out of Naruto's lips, a growl so wild it almost seemed primitive. But everyone within this nobility is my family, and I will not stand idly by while my king is rotting in hatred and resentment against his own sister. The hatred you feel for Ria-san right now is making you lose the focus of things, and that could cause us all to be killed, Naruto, and that is something that I will not allow. I will not allow you to lead us all to perdition, he said seriously as he kept looking at the redeed covered with his familiar power without even blinking. The power of destruction coming out of Naruto's body caused a wall behind him to end up turning to nothing, not even dust in the wind. Let go of me, Akimura, now, he ordered with a voice full of power and authority. I won't, Naruto, not until you calm down and start thinking rationally, Rin replied, not at all intimidated by the power of his leader and friend. You know what I'm telling you is the truth, he said, increasing his grip on the redeed's neck and the fire around him. So I will not release you, not until you are completely calm and with a clear mind. Then you will force me to make you withdraw the hard way, he said, making Rin frown, but he still didn't let go. Well, you ask. Naruto's eyes began to shine a little, and what looked like a chess piece in the shape of a king appeared behind Naruto. The piece seemed to glow for a few seconds until it disappeared again. Then I, Naruto Gremory, I order you, my knight Rin Akimura, to release me and return to the club until the day of my call, he said with an authoritative voice. Rin growled when his body began to move on its own. He couldn't believe that Naruto was using the power that the Ray piece gave him to force him to do one of his orders. He had never done that before, just like he had never been as annoying as now. You are making a big mistake, Naruto, and you know it very well, he said as he tried to resist the will of his king. But no matter what he did, he couldn't do anything to prevent it from taking over his body. You know this is not right, Naruto, was the last thing he said before a blue magic circle formed under his feet, and before he could do something to avoid it, his body fell into the magic circle, like if he was sinking in quicksand. After the only knight in the nobility of Naruto Gremory completely sank inside the magic circle, it was transported away from the redeed until the day of his calling. Since that was the order of the king and nobody can against the will of the king. After seeing how Rin disappeared along with the magic circle that had appeared under him, Naruto walked again, opening the palm of his right hand. He created a magic circle in it, and a couple of seconds later the figure of Alter appeared on the palm of the. I don't care what you're doing, drop everything and meet me on the outskirts of the city, he said, before closing the palm of his hand, without giving his queen time to respond, taking his wings off the ground and flying away to the sky at a very high speed. Naruto was upset. Even after a couple of hours since he argued with his knight Rin and his fiancée Sona, he was still upset. His eyes were still the same blood-red color as when he was talking to his fiancée. Hatred and fury was clearly visible in them, hatred that continued to increase when he remembered using the king's power on one of his companions. He never thought that he would end up using that power that the king piece within him gave him. A power that forced any member of a nobility to follow all the orders that the king gave, no matter how useless or capricious they are. It did not matter how much a person wanted to refuse or resist, no one could overcome this power which is granted to the king of every nobility. Walking beside her was Alter, who was dressed in her battle garb. Since they had met, neither had said anything to the other, both of them just walked in silence with only one destination in mind. The abandoned church. They had both searched almost the entire city for a clue that would lead them to Freed and the stolen Excalibur, but neither could find anything, which meant that he was not in the city or that he knew how to hide very well. So after not being able to find anything that would lead them to the former exorcist, they both decided that it would be better to speak to the envoys of the church. When Naruto managed to see the sacred precinct, the hatred within increased more than before, which in turn caused his power to increase, so every time one of the redeed's feet touched the ground it broke or sank a little, incapable to bear so much power. But if the redeed had noticed that he did not show it, he just kept walking in silence with the queen of him next to him and equally silent. As soon as his feet touched the ground of the sacred precinct, Naruto and Alter began to feel his skin tingling, and his instincts began to scream at him to turn and walk in the opposite direction, but both decided to ignore all their senses and kept walking. They had both had enough. Fights for as long as they have both been together, fights where they risked their lives and where they almost died, so a simple old church with envoys of this would not be enough to scare them away. Zenobia Corda was a bit upset, angry and hungry, and all because her partner Irina had come up with a brilliant idea of spending all her money on a painting of her lord son. But worst of all was that the painting it turned out to be false, and to make matters worse, she could not contact the people who sent her to this city to ask them to send her more money, since they still had not found Frieder the Excalibur that he had stolen from the church. They had not even obtained a false clue as to his whereabouts or who could be his accomplices. So now they both had to bathe with a little water that was still in this abandoned church, have to beg to buy something to eat, and worst of all, have to deal with the many devils that inhabited this territory, although after they threatened to destroy them if they got in their way. She doubted that those demons would appear in front of them again, and if they did good they would have to use the fragments of the Excalibur that the church granted them to destroy them. Both warned them that if they crossed their path, they would all be killed, regardless of whether one of them was the younger sister of the current Lucifer. Looking to the side of her, Zenobia saw her partner, who was clutching her stomach, which she had been growling every 5 minutes for the last hour and a half. "I'm very hungry," Irina complained as she looked at her partner with blue hair. She had spent the whole day begging to buy something to eat, but unfortunately she had not been able to get anything. She had not even managed to buy a piece of bread. "That happens to you for spending all our money on that useless painting," Zenobia said, a little annoyed. Her partner was strong, especially when she used her Excalibur, but what she had strength was also stupid. "I honestly don't know how you were fooled so easily, but even worse is that I don't know how I let you carry all our money," she said while berating herself for letting Irina control her money, that it was without a doubt the biggest mistake she had ever made. "But Zenobia, I thought it was an authentic painting painted by the angels themselves, or maybe you don't see those strokes and lines," he said, while pointing to the fake and badly painted painting. "Everything seems so authentic that I thought it was brought from the heaven for the angels, so that we mortals could enjoy a true work of art." Walking towards the painting that she had bought, Irina knelt quickly before beginning to pray to her lord so that they could get something to eat and thus satisfy their hunger. Unfortunately for the brown-haired girl, she was about to get the opposite of what she was asking for. Zenobia did nothing but sigh as she looked at her best friend. Irina, the blue-haired girl, stopped quickly when she felt it. She had never felt so much demonic power in her life. The power she was feeling was so great that it had caused her heart to freeze for a few seconds, while a couple of beads of sweat began to fall down their foreheads. Both she and Irina quickly got up and ran towards their swords, lifting them and placing them in front of them as they prepared to fight whatever it was that had such an incredible amount of demonic power. Jumping to the side, they both prevented the double doors of the church from hitting them after they were detached from their place. Looking towards the entrance, they saw a red-haired boy who was dressed in a school uniform that they recognized as the one that Lucifer's sister and her other slaves carried. "Who are your devil and what are you doing in this holy place?" Irina asked as she looked at the red-deed. Naruto ignored the girl's question. He just started walking until he was about 5 meters away from them. "I assume that you are the envoys of the church?" he asked as he looked at the blue-haired girl with the green lines and the brunette with long hair. "Yes, we are," Zenobia said as she stared at the red-deed very carefully. "And to all this, who are you, demon?" she asked again. "And what are you doing in this holy place?" "My name is Naruto Gremory, heir to the Gremory house, also known as the King of Destruction, and you are invading my territory," Naruto spoke while dangerously narrowing his red eyes. "We already talked to your sister about that, demon. We are here by order of the church to recover the stolen Excalibur, we too. "I don't care about that," he said coldly, interrupting Zenobia. "Your reason or mission to be here in this city, which is owned by the demons of the Gremory and Citri houses, are not and will never be of my importance or interest. The only thing that truly matters is that you two members of the Church, Catholic and Protestant Church, are in my territory without permission, without authorization, and which could be considered as a violation of the peace treaty established by the three factions after the war, and as an act of war, which if you do not know it is reason enough for me to eliminate them both here and now," he said as he unleashed a little more of his suppressed power. Everything around a few meters from Naruto turned to nothing as the entire church began to shake violently. Irina and Zenobia's hands began to warm a bit as they felt Naruto's incredible power. They couldn't believe that the demon in front of them had so much power, but still they wouldn't cower from him. They wouldn't let him know that they were scared of him and his incredible power. So gathering her courage, Zenobia gave the red-deed a firm and fearless look before speaking. "Is that a demon threat? Because if so, then," she said as she left the threat in the air at Naruto's interpretation. The Gremory smiled a bit, not at all intimidated. "Take it as you like, that doesn't matter to me," he said without caring about the threat from the blue-haired girl. The only thing that is truly important here is that you have 48 hours to get out of this place, and if in case you don't then I will destroy you until there is nothing left of you, and then I will destroy all your churches, the angels and even their families do," he said as he turned his back on both of them. "So you know, if in 2 days you don't leave this place I'll kill you," he said before starting to walk towards where there was a door before. Irina and Zenobia got tired of the Redeed and his superior and arrogant attitude. Looking at each other they nodded and threw themselves at the Redeed. But before they could get close to him, a rain of swords got in their way, preventing them from following behind the boy. What the hell, where did all these swords come from? They both wondered while looking at the Redeed who was still walking without looking back. Insolent, arrogant and weak members of the church, said a calm and feminine voice behind Zenobia and Irina, which caused both of them to turn towards the voice, only to find a girl dressed in military clothes sitting on a bench behind them, a girl who just a few seconds ago was not there. "I will teach you to respect her superiors," she said as she invoked her sacred gear and pointed it towards both girls. "Now dance, little insects." Zenobia and Irina didn't have time to wonder how or when the silver-haired girl ended up behind them without them noticing, since as soon as she finished speaking, she started shooting at her with the strange weapon she had. In his hands, both had to run and seek refuge behind a wall. Feeling a wave of power, they jumped away from the wall just in time to see how it was destroyed by a purple sphere. Rising from the ground, Zenobia placed her destruction Excalibur in front of her in order to block and deflect all the shots from the girl in front. To her, who kept shooting at him without holding back or stopping for a second. Seeing this as an opportunity and without anyone noticing, Naruto walked up behind Zenobia, moving his leg back a little. He caught a bit of momentum before throwing it forward, directly at the nape of the church girl. "Who came out shoots a wall." "Weak," the Redeed said before starting to run towards the fallen girl. Taking her by the hair, he lifted her a little before embedding her face to the ground. This was repeated a couple of times, until he held her by the hair and her tight clothes, and tossed her aside like she's nothing more than a piece of trash. "Weak," he said again. Taking a nearby bench, he dropped it onto Zenobia's back with such force that it broke into several pieces. Weak and pathetic, raising his left hand, he formed a purple sphere in her palm. "Damn bastard," Irina yelled when she saw her friend on the ground and the Redeed about to attack her. Using her Excalibur, she transformed it into a whip which she sent against Naruto, who only moved half of his body to the side to avoid successfully the whip. Canceling his power, the Redeed chose better to take the whip with his right hand. Smiling coldly, he used his superior strength and attracted the brown-haired girl towards him, and when she was close, he planted his fist strongly on her stomach, making her vomiting some blood. Grabbing it by the head, he smashed her to the ground before kicking her in the stomach and sending her against a wall, ducking a bit as he prevented a newcomer Zenobia from slicing off her head with her holy sword. Taking one of the swords that her queen had created, he placed it in front of him to block the sword of the angry bluehead, who kept attacking him as if she were a rabid animal. Unfortunately for the Gremory, things did not turn out as he expected. As soon as his sword collided with the girl's, it was shattered into 1,000 pieces, which caused him to almost end up being split in two if he had not taken a small jump back. Looking at the only thing left of his sword, he threw it to the ground before frowning a bit. DCHKS Naruto snapped his teeth when he saw that he had not emerged as unscathed as he thought, since a small wound was created on his chest, which had begun to bleed slowly. "Apparently you are not only wielders of holy swords, but also of fragments of the Excalibur," he said, but the girl in front of him did not respond or say anything. She only remained silent while giving him a look full of hatred. "Although that seems logical to me, since according to rumors only a fragment of the Excalibur can destroy another," he said, while ignoring the fact that the wound on his chest had started to burn, since the particles of light that surrounded the sword had started to enter his body and destroy his cells, which was very painful and could be fatal if not treated soon. "But let's see if that's true," he said as he completely covered his arms with the power of destruction from him. Running towards the blue-haired girl, Naruto launched a forehand which was blocked by the great sword. A smile appeared on the Redeed's face when he saw that his power of destruction prevented the holy aura that covered the sword from damaging his skin. So withdrawing his fist, Naruto covered his leg with his power and launched a kick against Zenobia. But like before, she used her sword to block the attack, but this time she placed the sword on the edge, hoping that the leg of the Redeed was separated from its place. But the only thing she got in return for that was for her to slide a few feet across the ground while she continued to use her sword as a shield. Planting her feet firmly on the dirty floor of the abandoned church, Zenobia managed to stop. Holding her sword firmly, she ran towards Naruto. "Ah!" she yelled as she leapt into the air. Raising her sword above her head, she tried to cut her opponent in half vertically, but what she never expected was that he would lift her leg covered with the power that her family carried to stop his sword. "This is impossible. How is it possible that your power of destruction can block my fragment of the Excalibur?" she said, surprised and with her eyes slightly wide. That's because you are weak, pathetic church girl, the Redeed said before moving his leg to the side, and with it he moved the sword of his opponent. After that he lowered his leg and used it as a support to be able to turning, and with his other leg equally covered with the power of his family, hit Zenobia in the stomach and sent her away from him. Zenobia sailed through the air until she was stopped by a wooden column in the middle of the abandoned church. Erg, she complained when she felt a strong burning in her stomach. Looking down towards that place, she saw how the part of her suit that protected that area had disappeared, and in its place, there was a mark of a black foot and with small traces of blood. But unfortunately for her, she did not have time to reflect on her injury or to rest a bit, as she had to jump from the place where she was to prevent one of the church seats from destroying her head. Placing her sword in front of, she used it as a shield to protect herself from various blackish-red spheres thrown by the Gremory. And speaking of said air, he appeared behind Zenobia, ducking himself around the legs of the bluehead. Quickly getting up, he gave a half turn and kicked her in the ribs before she could touch the ground. After that he formed a circle of red color in his hand, and from this came a large amount of his power of destruction, which was directed towards the downed Zenobia. Boonk. A small expulsion was heard when the power of the Redeed hit the ground where Zenobia was lying. The explosion was followed by a small earthquake and a cloud of smoke which covered half of the church. Aus Gremory's second son crossed his arms as he waited for the smoke to clear before continuing to fight Zenobia. Alter watched as the long brown-haired girl tried to cut her using her sword, which apparently could turn into anything its wielder desired, but still that was not enough to reach her, not with her large amount of swords to protect them, and speaking of said weapon, she took one and sent it against Irina's face, who blocked it with her own sword. But that was just a big mistake on the part of the church girl. Bang. Ahahaha, Irina yelled when one of Alter's bullets embedded in her right leg, making it impossible for her to walk and even worse to continue fighting. Smiling, the silver-haired girl took another of her swords and began to walk towards her bleeding enemy. For a weak and pathetic person, you did well, she said as she stopped very close to the brown-haired girl. But doing it right won't save you from dying for trying to attack my king, she said as she raised her sword. Now she's dying, church slag. Irina closed her eyes as she waited for the pain that came with being cut with a sword. She just hoped the pain wasn't too long and that she would die quickly. Plank. Alter narrowed his eyes a little when the blue-haired girl appeared in front of her to protect her partner from certain death, and a bit painful. Looking closely at the newcomer, she saw that she was no better than her partner. Blood was coming out of her upper lip, her clothes were almost destroyed, showing one of her nipples and part of her underwear. Her body and face had several visible bruises, but even so she saw that she wanted to continue fighting, while giving her a challenging look. It seems that you also want to die, she said before smiling at the bluehead, who just remained silent. Then I will fulfill your wish. Lifting her gun from her, she pointed it at Zenobia's face, but before she could shoot, Naruto stopped her as she took the gun away from her. What the hell are you doing, Naruto? She asked, a little confused and with a frown on her beautiful face as she looked at the Redeed. I think this is enough for today, Alter, Naruto spoke, directing his red eyes to his beautiful silver-haired queen. I am sure you both got the message, he said, and for the first time since he left his fiance's office his eyes returned to normal. Looking at the two girls from the church, he spoke again. I want this to be a warning to you too. If in 2 days you are still here, or if you dare to hurt any demons within this area, I will eliminate you before bringing chaos and destruction to your church and your leaders. Creating a blackish red sphere in her hands, Naruto threw it to the side of her, without taking his eyes off the beaten and bruised Zenobia and the injured Irina. When Naruto's attack hit the ground, it exploded and created a light so intense that it threatened to blind everyone present. When the light died down, more than half of the church had disappeared, leaving nothing but a pile of dirt and dust. We are clear, he said before creating a magic circle and disappearing from the place without waiting for any response from both. Naruto and his queen Alter reappeared 2 kilometers away from where the abandoned church was. The Gremory began to walk until he stopped when he felt that his queen was staring at him, so turning his head a little he looked back at her. What's wrong, Alter? I have something on my face. He asked. After this, she stared blankly without saying anything. I like it, was the only thing Alter said simply before starting to walk away from the Redeed, who put a confused look on his face without knowing what the girl was referring to. Shrugging, the Redeed began to walk again, but now behind his queen. Ria's Gremory, daughter of Venelana before Baylan, now Venelana Gremory, and Zolticius Gremory, younger sister of Surzich's Gremory, now Lucifer, and Naruto Gremory, who she discovered that for some reason that she did not know was nicknamed the King of Destruction. With only 19 years, Ria's had been through many stressful things and some traumatic. One of her was knowing that since her birth she had been committed to a person that she hated and despised with every fiber of her being. Another was knowing that her older brother and twin disappeared one day without saying anything to anyone, not his mother or father, he just disappeared without without even leaving a goodbye note for her or any member of her family. The last she knew after he disappeared was that he had a little argument with her other older brother, another thing that stressed her and filled her with a lot of pain and suffering, and which she considered to be the worst thing that had happened to her in her young life, was the fact of knowing that said disappeared older brother appeared after 5 years, where nobody knew anything about it and that now he no longer loved her as before, but now it was the opposite, he hated her with every fiber of his being. Another problem that added to the long list of problems she had was the constant appearance of fallen angels in her territory, and now the newest acquisition, the fight against an insane fallen angel with 10 wings, and wanting to start a new war between the 3 main factions. The truth is that for Riaz this had not been a good week. First she finds out that her only pawn received the visit of 2 members of the church, who asked or rather demanded a meeting with her. After she agreed to meet with the members of the church she found out that they were in their territory hunting an exorcist who incidentally was a sadistic and homicidal lunatic who apparently had stolen a fragment of the sacred and legendary sword Excalibur, which had been used first by King Arthur and then by God during the Great War. As expected, the meeting between her and the members of the church did not end well, since they had the nerve to threaten her in their own domain so that they stay away from them while they marry the exorcist thief. And as if that was no longer bad enough, his only knight decided to go against his orders to stay away from the church envoys and their swords. He decided not only to disobey that order, but also threatened to leave the nobility, which should it happen, it would end up making him a traitor to her and her family. And the only fate for traitors was death. Now thanks to all this she found herself in front of Cacabiel, one of the leaders of Grigori who wanted to start a second great war, a war that, if it started, could end up destroying half of the world's population, if not all of it. Anyway, Riaz Gremory was not having a good life or a good week lately, and it was only Wednesday. Looking around her she could see the only tower of her Kaneko of her which was almost naked after being hit by the 10 wings of the fallen angel called Cacabiel. Next to her and protecting her so that no one sees her half-naked body was her only bishop, or at least for now Asia Argento, who was the only one who was not fighting because she hated having to fight. She always preferred to resolve any conflict using words and not violence. In front of the former nun was her queen Akeno Himejima, who was protecting both girls in case Cacabiel decided to attack them by surprise. In front of her and Akeno were her pawn Issei and her renegade knight Udo, who with the help of Zenobia and Irina were facing off against Cacabiel. But despite being outnumbered, Cacabiel had the advantage of the fight as Zenobia had lost her Excalibur fragment during the fight, which forced her to have to release her secret weapon, a holy sword by the name of Durandal. The holy sword with such great power that it could even destroy any holy sword including a fragment of the Excalibur. Jumping to the side, Zenobia used her Durandal to block a spear of light sent towards her by Cacabiel. A stream of pain ran through her entire body as the spear of light forced her to kneel a little. The pain increased a little more when her last fight began to hurt her. She was still not fully recovered from the injuries inflicted on her by the Gremory's twin brother. Damn, she said as she winced again. I should have let the former nun heal me a bit before I started fighting Cacabiel, she said. Using all her strength she tried to get up off the ground. "Ah, you filthy cow," Fried Selzen yelled as he ran towards Zenobia with his new Excalibur, which was a magnificent combination of all the fragments he had stolen from the church and from the girls who had come to stop him. But even so things were not going as he wanted since during the fight he had lost a couple of fragments of his sword, causing its power to decrease with each fragment he lost. Several of said destroyed fragments had been destroyed by the demon blonde-haired girl with her holy demon sword, while others had been destroyed by the blue hair and her holy sword Durandal. The only good thing about it was that the crime partner Valper Galilei was close to him and he could repair the Excalibur every time it was damaged or destroyed. All he had to do was retrieve the destroyed fragments and everything would be fine. Getting in the way of the insane exorcist, Udo Kiba used his new holy demon sword to block Fried's sword. "I won't allow it," Kiba said as he used his superior strength to separate himself from the sick boy a little, turning his leg to his stomach, causing him to hunch forward a bit, raising his sword over his head. For using it to cut off the head of his opponent, but before that happened a holy ray passed by his side and very close to his head, and that almost ended his life. Jumping backwards he looked up to the sky to see Cacabiel, who was still floating above them as he met a smile on his face. "That's all they have asked," a 10-winged fallen angel as he looked at all the teenagers in front of him, as if they were worthless, as if they were not a threat to him. Directing his gaze to the side he looked directly the sister of the current Lucifer. "I expected more from you, Gremory. I thought that fighting against the sister of the man named the strongest demon would give me more trouble and fun, but I think that's not true," he said, before turning his head to the side to avoid a lightning bolt thrown at him by the black-haired girl next to the Redeed. "Even with Barakiel's daughter under your command you are not a threat to me. That only shows how weak the demons have become." Akeno's eyes were filled with hatred and contempt when she heard her father's name. She never wanted to know about him, not after what he did to her mother and her. Full of hatred and without thinking about the consequences she took out his wings and launched himself at Cacabiel. Akeno Nuo. Rias yelled, but it was too late. The Redeed could do nothing but watch helplessly as her queen, charged with hatred and rage, threw herself at Kakabiel, who easily stopped her and hit her in the stomach before grabbing her by her long black hair. Looking at the girl in his hands, Kakabiel couldn't help but smile lasciviously when he saw the girl's highly developed body, which was as beautiful as her late mother Shuri Himejima, who was a woman he always wanted to possess, but unfortunately his partner Barakiel. I advance her and take her as his wife. Lifting her hand, he placed his index finger on her shoulder. Feel lucky girl that you will be the only one to survive, he said before launching a holy beam from her finger, which pierced the girl's shoulder, causing her to scream in pain. After all, I can't kill you because if I do, Barakiel will be after me like a mad dog. Dragon shot. Kakaibel heard behind him. Turning, he saw how a green sphere was heading towards him, and before he could do anything he was hit in the face, which caused him to let go of the girl and be sent to hit the ground quickly. Issei, who was in his balance breaker mode, took Akeno in his bridal-style arms. A worried look appeared on Issei's face as she looked at the bleeding black-haired wound on her arms. "Are you okay, Akeno-senpai?" asked a concerned about the superior and friend of hers. Akeno nodded as she looked at the boy who was carrying her in her arms. "If Issei-kun am fine, this is nothing that Asia-chan can't heal," she said, trying to suppress the pain she felt in her arm. Because she was a demon, the attacks based on holy magic caused her more damage and more pain than any other type of magic. Because of that, she could feel her entire shoulder and arm burning, but she couldn't say that to the boy in front of her. She couldn't have him worried about her in the middle of a fight against a fallen angel who wanted to kill them all and thus start his stupid war. Nodding, Issei spoke. "Then I'll take you to Asia-chan so that she can heal you happily," he said before using his wings to descend towards the former nun with Kaneko, who was wearing what little clothes she had left to cover her body. "Asia, Akeno-senpai needs your help," he said as he placed the half-fallen angel queen on the ground near the nun and the tower. "Akeno-san," Asia said as she stood next to the woman. Placing her arms over the wound, she began to use her sacred gear to heal the wound caused by the holy ray. Her eyes widened slightly when a shadow was placed behind of the pawn she was in love with. "Issei-san, watch out," she yelled, but it was too late. Issei did not have time to react in time to prevent Kakabiel from taking him by the head. Flying with the boy in his hands, Kakabiel rose to a considerable height before turning and throwing him against the ground violently. Using his wings, he launched himself behind the boy in armor, and before reaching the chestnut, he turned in the air and planted his left leg on the back of the boy, who screamed in pain. Issei and everyone else screamed when they saw what the fallen angel had done to one of her companions. But even without finishing what he was doing, the fallen angel took Issei by one leg. Lifting him, he used it as if it were a kind of pneumatic mallet and used it to destroy the ground in front of him. After crashing Issei to the ground for the 15th time, Kakabiel grabbed him by the neck and used him as a shield to protect himself from a sword sent to him by the blonde-haired knight, who decided to ignore Fried to try to help his partner. In trouble. Yudo's sword thrown at Kakabiel got embedded in the chestnut's leg, causing him to scream in pain again. "Issei-kun, I'm sorry," Isaiah said, totally surprised by what he had done. Smiling, Kakabiel formed a spear of light and sent it against the surprised blonde, causing him to fly out and through one of the many windows in the Cow Academy. Looking at the boy with the armor on his arm, he took the sword that he had in his leg before twisting it a few times. The fallen angel's smile increased as he enjoyed the screams of pain that came from Issei's lips. "I wouldn't do that if I was your girl," he said as he looked at the Gremory heiress. "If you try to use your power of destruction against me, I will use this boy as a shield." The angel's smile only increased when he saw the look of frustration on the Redeed's face. "Let go, Kakabiel, or else I will kill you," the third and last daughter of the Gremory house said, looking at the member of Grigori. "Kill me? You can't kill me, girl. You don't have the necessary power," he said before laughing at Ria's words and how little power she had. "Drop Issei's body and drop him to the ground. I'm tired of playing with all of you children." Two large spears of light, one formed one in each of his arms. The spears of light began to grow rapidly until they surpassed the Kakabiel's size easily. As the spears of light in his hands continued to grow, the fallen angel began to float until he stopped at a height far above the academy and almost reaching where Sona and her nobility stood. "Fried, Valper, retreat. I will kill all these disgusting demons in one fell swoop and thus start the Second Great War," he said as he continued to increase the power in his spears of light, making them so big that they overshadowed his figure. Both Fried and Valper nodded before running away as far as possible. They didn't want to be close when Kakabiel's two spears of light hit the ground and annihilated all the demons studying in the academy. They both had a smile on their faces already. That after many years of planning and hard work, his plan to get rid of all demons was finally about to officially begin. High above Kakabiel and Rias. From her place above all, Sona couldn't help but curse as she and her nobility kept the barrier that protected the city outside of it and also kept them hidden so that no normal human could see the great fight they were having. There was nothing else she liked to do than go help her friend fight that insane fallen angel. But if she did that, then there would be no one who could maintain the barrier that would protect all human beings outside of her. The only reason the barrier was still standing was because of all the power that she and all the members of her peerage were using to maintain it, so when she saw the two immense spears of light, she closed her eyes as she didn't want to see her best friend killed by the insane Kakabiel. Although she and Riaz had agreed that they alone would handle the matter of the Excalibur and the church members, she could not help but tell Naruto everything, so that he could help her, and thus be able to solve the problem between the three of them. As she didn't care if the Redeed got mad at her and stopped talking to her about it, but deep down, even Riaz knew that the two of them alone couldn't deal with this matter, so she decided to ask for the help of her fiancé. But she never told with the hatred and resentment that the Redeed felt for his sister was so great that he could not care about anything that happened to her. She could not believe that Naruto's hatred went so far that he would rather let his sister die just for the little mistake she made. She was a complete fool to think that Naruto would help her. That because she is her fiancé and future wife he would put the hatred for her sister aside from her and help them with the problem that had arisen, but no. Not only did he not put her hatred aside, but on the contrary, she had not only made Naruto's hatred for Riaz increase, but apparently she earned her own share of hatred from her. But despite all that, she still did not lose hope that he would appear and help her. She did not lose hope that her fiancé would appear and take her out of the predicament she was in. After all, she preferred the help of Naruto to the help of his older sister, who would only cause more problems than solutions. That is why she did not decide to call her, and that is why Riaz did not want to do the same with Lucifer or with Naruto. Redeed wanted to show her older brothers that she was strong too, that she was strong enough to face and be victorious against a powerful enemy like Kakabiel, that she was also worthy of the Gremory surname just like them. But apparently both they had been wrong, and apparently both had swallowed more than they could chew, and now thanks to that they were both about to be killed by the fallen angel. XX Naruto-kun, please show up, Sona thought with her eyes still closed. The gasp came from Tsubaka's mouth as she directed her gaze to the ground where the second heiress of the Gremory house was located, along with her nobility and the members of the church. Sona-sama, look, she said as she looked at her leader. Sona slowly opened her eyes expecting the worst. Looking down at the ground, she saw that Kakabiel not only had not thrown his two spears of light, but there was also another person next to Riaz, Zenobia and Arena. Her eyes widened in slight shock when she recognized the person who was close to her best friend as one of the many third-year students studying at Kao Academy along with them. What is a third-year student doing in this place, Tsubaki? She asked, completely surprised. I thought the entire academy had been completely evacuated before all this started, she said as she watched as the girl stared at Kakabiel, who also stared at her with his two spears of light on her hands. I don't know how this happened, Sona-sama. I'm completely sure that the entire academy was empty before Fried and Kakabiel's arrival. I myself together with Momo-san checked it twice, Tsubaki said while also looking at the girl. So since she is here, it is impossible that a human without magic could cross the barrier, and even less without us noticing, the Citriera said looking at the blonde teenager. She had never spoken with her, but she did. He had seen once in a while throughout his years as a student at Kao Academy. I honestly don't know what to say to her, Sona-sama. I don't understand how she is here, said the vice president of the student council. Sona looked at the girl who did not seem astonished by everything she was seeing. In fact, she seemed a bit bored as she looked at Kakabiel with the two immense spears of golden light in her hands. Be that as it may, it doesn't matter now, began Sona as she looked at the blonde with a bored look on her face. The important thing now is that we have to get her out of here. We can't allow a student to get involved in all this disaster, she said before looking at her latest acquisition. Saji, go get her and get her out of here as quickly as possible, she ordered. I, Sona-sama, Saji said as he took out his wings and launched himself against her towards the ground. He would have to take the blonde girl away before erasing her memories of everything she had witnessed. What the fuck? The blonde demon exclaimed when he collided with what seemed like an invisible wall. Placing his hand in front of him, he saw that indeed there was a wall in front of him that would not let him pass and get to where everyone else was. What the hell is this? He asked as he kept touching the invisible wall. The barrier of protection and containment, Sona said with her eyes wide open. Behind her, all the other members of her nobility were also surprised to see the barrier, or rather not see it, because it was invisible. Raising her hand, the Citriaris released a bit of her magic power and sent it towards the barrier. A few seconds later, she and everyone else began to see how the barrier went from being in invisible mode to becoming sky blue, which not only was he protecting her and her nobility, but he was also protecting Riaz so that she or her nobility members would get hurt in case Kakabiel fired his spears of light. Another thing that the heiress and the second daughter of the Citri house noticed was that the only person who was not being protected by the barrier was the blonde-haired student. In fact, she was inside the barrier just like Kakabiel, which had indicated that if the fallen angel attacked, she would be the only one who would be hurt, or worse still, dead. But the most curious thing of all was that the barrier did not have any magical symbols on it, and it did not show anything that could be of use to identify who was leaving. Where did this barrier come from, she thought as she looked at the blonde-haired student. It is impossible that it was her. I do not feel a single drop of magic in her body, nor can I notice any hint of yakai or senjutsu, so who could create this barrier, and who is this girl really? She does not seem to be surprised or shocked by what she was seeing, in fact she seems to be calm, as if seeing a fallen angel and demons was natural for her behind the glasses that her fiancé gave her. Sona's purple eyes narrowed a little in suspicion while looking at the blonde. Who or what is that girl really? What are we now, Sona-sama? It is impossible that Saji-kun can only pass that barrier, Momo said as she looked at her leader, who had his eyes narrowed in a way that she always put them every time she was thinking about something serious or important. Shaking her head a little, Sona snapped out of her thoughts as she directed her gaze to the ground. Nothing, there is nothing we can do, that barrier is very powerful, the only way she could be destroyed is if we all used our powers at the same time to attack her, but doing that would only cause our own barrier to disappear. All the other members of Sona's nobility only nodded after hearing what their leader said. They all kept their gaze fixed on the blonde-haired student who kept her bored look on her face as she looked at the 10-winged angel. Who are you, girl? Kakabiel asked as he looked at the newcomer. The blonde girl's silence was the only answer to Kakabiel's question. I asked you who you are, your filthy lower self. He asked again, but now a little angry. Despite hearing Kakabiel's tone of voice, the blonde girl remained silent and with her bored look, she did not say a single word or move a single muscle from her mouth, she only remained silent without even blink. Kakabiel's eyebrows furrowed as the girl in front of him kept quiet as she continued to stare at him without saying anything. Well, that doesn't matter, you two will turn to dust along with all these demons, she said, before throwing the 2 spears of light with all his might. Instinctively Riaz closed her eyes when she saw the 2 spears of light approaching her, an image of her brother Surzich's of her, along with all the members of her family appeared in front of her, said image was replaced by one of her. Her brother, her twin. Naruto-kun, she thought as she waited for the pain that comes from being disintegrated by a spear of light. She waited and waited for the pain to appear, but it never came. Opening her eyes she saw that what looked like a portal it was on her and all the other members of her club. Looking at the only person who could create something like this, she spoke. You are not a normal student of this academy, she asked, and the only answer she got was silence. Tell me who or rather what you are. I do not feel demonic energy nor holy energy coming out of your body. In fact, I cold to even notice your presence, even though you are in front of me, so tell me who are you? She asked as she looked at the blonde girl who had saved her life and her nobility. Nobody, the girl said before making the portal above her disappear. Ria's eyes narrowed a bit at the blonde's response. Look, I'm grateful that you have helped us, but I would like to know who are you? Who do you work for? As I said, I am nobody, she said again and with an emotionless voice. I asked you who you work for. The Gremory asked. That is not of you incumbents. Angrily Riaz created a sphere with her power of destruction the size of a basketball as she stared at the blonde girl. I'm getting tired of this, so you will answer all my questions, or else she said as she put the threat to the imagination of the mysterious and uncommunicative blonde girl. You what? You will kill me, she said without any fear for the red-haired girl. Instead she stared at Kakabiel who seemed to be in shock. I don't think she kills you, said a voice surprising everyone. Turning towards the voice, everyone saw a person who was not there a few seconds ago. Because if she tries to kill you myself, I'll kill her, Naruto said without a hint of emotion in her voice. Looking up from her, he looked Kakabiel directly into her eyes. So you are the 10-winged fallen angel Kakabiel, one of the leaders of Grigori, she said before being silent for a few seconds. I have to admit that I expected better than this. I honestly have to say that I am even disappointed in what I am seeing. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Kakabiel asked as she looked at the disrespectful redeed that he believed she could talk to him however he wanted. By God, where are my manners? Naruto said, ignoring the little headache that arose after he mentioned the name of the leader of heaven, bowing mockingly as he spoke. My name is Naruto Gremory, future leader of the Gremory house, and possibly the cause of your death, scum, he said, before pointing to the girl next to him, who followed with his emotionless gaze. And the beautiful but deadly lady next to me is Angelica Ainsworth, a member of my nobility, and one of the most beautiful and lethal women I have ever met in my short life, he finished with a smile on his face. Kakabiel's eyes narrowed a little. He had heard the name of the boy from some fallen angels and some renegade exorcists, and according to them the boy was powerful, a cold and heartless assassin, but looking at him, he seemed weaker than everyone with that he had previously fought. In fact, he just looked like a buffoon. So you are the famous king of destruction that I have heard so much about, he said before smiling in an arrogant way. I have to say that a more interesting lake awaits me. Apparently the rumors about you are all false or exaggerated. A fake wince of pain appeared on Naruto's face. That hurt, Kakabiel. You really know how to make a person feel bad. The grin on the redeed's face disappeared and was replaced by what seemed like a proud smile. Although the truth is that I should feel honored that a fallen angel like you Kakabiel knows my name and my surname, I certainly know that you are a very well-informed person, or what do you think, Rin? He asked the gentleman and his best friend. Yes, it seems that your reputation is known even within the leaders of Grigori. Kakabiel turned and moved quickly when he heard the voice of a boy behind him, a boy that he had not sensed or detected when he approached him. What's wrong Kakabiel-san, does he look like he saw a ghost? He said with a small smile on his face. Who the hell is this boy and how did he come up behind me without my noticing? He thought as he looked at the blue-haired boy, the boy seemed the same age as the Redeed. He also had a sword on his back, while using his demon wings to be able to stay in the sky. Naruto only saw Maria said after overcoming the surprise that her brother was in front of her, she never thought that she would see him again, and much less with a new member, but still she could not deny the happiness that she felt in her heart to see him, no matter how bad he treated her, she could not stop being in love with him. What are you doing here Onisama? She asked. Naruto ignored his sister's question in favor of looking at the fallen angel in front of him. But you know I wonder what a fallen angel like your Kakabiel is looking for within the Gremory territory, Naruto asked seriously while leaving all the jokes aside. Or is it that you don't know that this is a clear violation of the peace treaty established between your master Azazel and the other faction leaders, and that this could be taken as an act of war on the part of you filthy fallen, the Redeed asked calmly. And that's what I want he said with a maniacal smile on his strange face, even though anyone who saw his face would think that he was a maniac himself, or at least a mix between a fallen angel and another animal. I want to start a second war, a war that sets everything in motion. I am tired of these times of false peace in which we are living, I am tired of this lie, so I will break their false peace and start the second great war which will cover the whole world from chaos, destruction, death, pain and suffering. If anyone had the slight suspicion that Kakabiel was completely out of his mind, that was now fully confirmed after hearing what he was saying and by his way of laughing. And for that you plan to end the life of Mao Lucifer's younger sister and Mao Leviathan's younger sister. Naruto said, making the man stop laughing. What better way to start a war than by killing the younger sisters of your enemies? That only will not be the beginning of the war, but it will also be a hard emotional blow for them which will leave them vulnerable. You're right about that, killing your enemy's sisters will be a hard blow for them, or it may also be the beginning of the end for you, Naruto said, looking at the man who was giving him a slightly confused look. Have you ever heard of the fury of the demon queen Leviathan? You really think I fear that weak excuse of the devil with a little girl mentality, Kakabiel replied as he directed his gaze towards Sona. Of the current four Mao, Seraphil is the weakest of all. Naruto laughed uproariously, causing everyone to stare at him. What is so funny? Demon Kakabiel asked a little annoyed. The funny thing Kakabiel is that you do not know the true power of Seraphil-sama, in fact it is possible that she is the strongest of the four, especially when she gets angry, just thinking how angry and furious she will get when she knows that a fallen angel killed his sister, they cause me chills, I would not want to be in your place Kakabiel. Suffering a slow and agonizing death is not something that I want for me. A chill ran down Naruto's back, just remembering the time that a demon insulted Sona in the presence of Seraphil caused her terror, when the Mao finished with the poor bastard, the hard 2 years frozen in a very painful position, and with all the bones of his body broken. Be that as it may, I don't care if to start the war one have to kill all of you demons, I will do everything necessary for this war to begin, and for the fallen angels to emerge victorious from this, the member of Grigori said, ignoring the Naruto's warning. Naruto heard the man's statement and shook his head, apparently he was willing to go ahead with his plan despite everything he said earlier. How have the great and powerful fallen he said, causing Kakabiel to frown again. You have fallen so low Kakabiel that in order to achieve your goals you have to kill a lot of teenagers, which even you can't do well. Kakabiel's anger rose a little more as he looked at the Redeed. But if that's what you want to go ahead with, I'll really enjoy hearing your screams of pain as Seraphil-sama slowly tortures you. The anger on Kakabiel's face underwent a slight change and transformed into a face full of hatred and rage towards the Redeed. Your little devil like you. Drogon, silence him please, Naruto said interrupting the man. Kakabiel did not know who the Redeed was talking to until he felt it. The fallen angel felt a strong pain in his back before being sent face to the ground where his body left a small hole in the shape of him. The fallen angel tried to get up only to receive a strong stomp on the head courtesy of Drogon. The dragon applied a little more pressure on Kakabiel's head, causing him to sink a little deeper into the ground. Bending down a little he took the wings of Grigori member before moving his foot from the head of this to the center of his back. Directing a look at his king he saw that he nodded while looking at him. Doing the same he began to stretch Kakabiel's wings violently. Kakabiel's cries of pain were heard everywhere as 2 of his wings were violently torn from his back, blood, muscle and tissue fell to the ground after the wings were detached from the back of the bearer of it. Drogon looked at the wings in his hands before tossing them aside without much care or importance, the dark-skinned dragon's brow furrowing as he saw the fallen angel moan in pain. I do not know why you complain so much Kakabiel if it was only 2 wings, they still have 8 more taking the fallen angel by the head he lifted him before putting him on his knees. But if you want them back so much, look at them there, he said while pointing to the wings that he had thrown aside. From Drogon's palm a ball of black fire shot out and consumed both wings. My mistake. A smile appeared on the dragon's face as he watched as Kakabiel's wings turned to ash which scattered in the wind. I wanted to say that there are, I'm sorry for that, I hope to be more careful with the next ones taking a couple more wings. He began to stretch them in the same way as the previous ones. Like before, Kakabiel began to scream in pain when 2 more of his wings were being brutally ripped from his body. Tired of the man screaming, Rin appeared in front of him and kicked him so hard in the mouth that he flew off and rolled on the ground until he stopped a few meters away from the dark-skinned dragon with platinum blonde hair. I'm sorry about that, his yelling was making me lose my patience, he said after seeing Drogon give him an annoyed look because he couldn't finish ripping off Kakabiel's wings. While his companions were talking, Naruto approached the member of Grigori. Tell me something, Kakabiel. Bending down a little, the Redeed looked at the man on the ground. You are not supposed to kill us all in order to start your war, because from what I am seeing right now I do not think you can do much. Placing his hand on the head of the fallen angel, he began to caress him, as if from an injured dog involved. I'm just saying, in a matter of a few minutes you lost 2 of your 10 wings, you almost lost a pair of your piranha teeth to a kick from a teenage boy, and now you are about to hit a barrier that sends an electric shock to the body. From the person who touches her from the inside out. Holding the fallen by the hair, Naruto got up, and with a show of force he sent Kakabiel to crash against a barrier that he had created, and as he had said, Kakabiel's body received an electric shock when he collided with a barrier that protected his sister and Sona, while he and the members of his nobility were left alone with the fallen angel. Although the problem was in knowing if that was a good or bad thing. To Kakabiel for his position. After seeing how Kakabiel was electrocuted, Naruto walked up to Angelica, looking at the blonde. He spoke of her. Angelica-chan, you think you could, he said, and she nodded. Hi Naruto-sama, she said before all her clothes disappeared, leaving her completely naked in front of everyone present, but from the look on her face, that did not seem to matter one bit. A few seconds later, her whole body was bathed in a golden light, and when it was turned off everyone could see the girl's new outfit. Angelica was now wearing armor that was very revealing. The armor only mainly covered the lower half of her body and one side of her arm, while the upper half of her is only covered by a bra with slight triangles on the edge. She also wears a blade-shaped ornament on one side of her head, while various red markings could be seen on various parts of her body. In total, the girl looked beautiful and lethal with that outfit on, and with her hair tied in 2 ponytails. Placing his arm aside, another portal appeared, and from this came a great throne made of pure gold. The throne had 2 red cushions for the user's comfort. The throne also had what looked like 2 gold skulls at the beginning of each arm, and each skull had 2 ruby eyes which glowed in the dark. Smiling, Naruto sat on the throne. Anyone looking at the heir to the Gremory house sitting on the golden throne could easily mistake him for a great and imposing king of ancient times. Thank you Angelica-chan, he said, and the girl just nodded without saying a single word or syllable, using her powers all. Well, almost everyone was surprised when they saw how Naruto's throne began to float in the air until it was placed above everyone them, and as soon as he stopped they saw how Naruto's gaze had changed. Now the Redeed wore a cold and emotionless look on his face as he looked down at Kakabiel, who was still on the ground trying to get up after the shock. Crossing his right leg over left, he spoke. Now, he said as he clasped his hands in front of his face. The Gremory's eyes flashed as they changed from blue to green. Because we didn't start with the trial, he said, and all of his nobility members